Really start on a starting soon screen. There we go. Where the hell is everyone?
I'm here.
Uh,
Wait, am I not here?
oh, Henry's back?
Dan?
Yeah, I've been here
Okay.
for an hour.
I haven't started the game, but I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here, but I'm here.
Alex Dog's here as well.
Yes, he is.
Your mic's peaking, by the way.
I just switched it out.
Dan has animated potato emotes.
Yeah, if I can get on my level, dude.
I bet you paid for that, huh?
I got a free sub. I got this
Yeah.
one for free though. Dino Dance. Yep. Look how cool he is.
There we go.
This is Adam's reaction when he sees it seething. Yep. About the cool ones out of the way.
All the shrubbery
I
comes
think
in.
Tailspire needs a special overlay or something so that when it's captured for streams like this, there are certain HUD elements that aren't picked up so that you can't see all the hidden enemies that I have on the field whenever I press tab.
I need to stream.
What you're saying is we should meta this whole campaign and just watch the stream from the. We need to watch the stream to meta this.
It would be, showing all the hidden zones and stuff, and for any of the NPCs that I'm tracking their health on Tailspire instead of on my pad. I guess. That's not really a big deal, though.
That way we can know that Duvak had 3 HP left.
Uh, 122 is today's session. Let's scroll back up until I find the previous number. Wow, that's far back. It's all the way back in September the 4th, which is the day after our session that we played, starting with Dan, 121, 7 monkeys, and a janitor.
17 monkeys rocking up in big.
I'm not sure
black
why the
Ford
fact that you use the ampersand for some and for some reason it bugs me. I don't know why. Let's see. Initially, we performed a feat of strength. Bless you. Alright, stop it.
Cat.
I do that to the kids all the time. I do that to kids all the time. They fucking get so confused. Initially, performed a feat of strength on par with Mr. Burns, leading to the league towards complications with the box. The formatting for this is weird. It puts the link to the GIF, but then it also just shows the GIF underneath.
I know.
Fix your shit, Discord. Midway in, we witnessed a bout of weak-limbed frustration, new spells for Laszlo, and revelations about the box we gained. This is, that's the shut up and take my money gif. Lastly, at the end, the League pondered their new steps, ventured out of Solholm into the frigid pines for squid nerd, for a squid nerd. Right, yeah. I'm, testing something. Walking and talking at the same time is hard.
Sure, you're paying attention.
Dude, chew gum too.
The thing.
I'm doing my impression of, because there's a new filter. It's Biden.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't do. What he chews the gum? What if he trips on his words and then he trips and then he chokes? He chokes. Too much.
Adam, don't do it.
Leave the chewing gum out of
juggle
this.
whatever you
It'll be
do.
fine. Demon Spider, Rowdy Drow included, and Berserker Orcs, or seek aid from the Twin Ravens clan leader. And some Simpsons thingy of some guy screaming nerd. I say some guy.
Some guy?
I don't know what this cartoon is, but
These 2 weeks have rotted your brain, mate.
You have to be careful copyright now.
I guess so.
Yes.
Guys, I have to fill. Apparently, dead air is fucking copyrightable. Thanks, YouTube. Daedalus making chatter for chalk with a student. Oh, it's from Dumb and Dumber. And it is Jim Carrey conversing with 2 gentlemen in front of a convenience store. Scroll down. This is the shard thingy. Keep scrolling. Andrew posting pictures of someone's parking lot without blurring out the license plate.
Oh shit.
No.
I'm kidding.
Andrew,
You can't even see it.
Get you.
Can't even see it.
Nah, I can't even see a plate.
Imagine my car is even in the shot.
Gronk posted a gif of a wizard. It says exploding your dick. Thank you, Gronk.
Very cool.
Oh, there's Alec. This is the 121. The League is faced with the age-old riddle, how many donkeys does it take to move a box? They learn the riddle is a trick question. They debate whether to bury said box or ask for help from reluctant sources. The Bone Eater Scout returns with valuable intel, and potential avenues of attack are considered in the seemingly never-ending quest to recover these fucking plates. Pigeon in the background.
Yes.
Speaking of which, that's the transition into Pat's thing for 121. Zen, upon returning to civilization, decides it time to... See, that's not me having an aneurysm. That just says decides it time to hit up the bar. Upon entering said bar, Zen had a magical anklet-induced panic attack and fled to the center of nature in Solholm. Pretty flower shop. This is what I imagined what would have happened had I been present.
Yep.
Next is Andrews, 121. Almost forgetty the League's spaghetti. Oh, that's cute. I thought I wrote this. Whoops. What?
I legit thought I did this like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well, see, this is what happens when we have a week break. We all collectively have an aneurysm, right? It's not just me.
Rope me into this.
Brain problem.
Especially Dan. Look at your GIF format. Clearly it's your problem and not Discord. The League finds themselves in a pickle with one box, 0 ways to move it. Infinite monkeys could write the great American novel, but 4 does not make a winch make. Dauntless use the scientific method to determine what doesn't open the box. Lighting more fires and covering it in blood inside of Kalos' room. The elderly come in clutch for the second session back-to-back. Moonbox is actually a moon clock a la Gunderson repeater. And Henry swoops in today at 10:11 a.m. For a training montage between Kalos and Turok from some anime I've never seen before in my life.
A really good anime.
What show?
First season is, anyway. Jury's still out on the second.
I bet it'll be just like Shield Hero.
That's the one everyone loves, right?
First season was good. Second season
It was good until like the last 3 episodes when they started revealing things.
And then he got over his being underpowered thing and became the isekai protagonist that everyone knew he was going to be.
But everyone who read the light novel knew once the rape arc ends,
It's
turns
over?
to shit.
Okay. Well, I kind of lost interest at the turtle thing because that was boring as shit.
Oh, the rape arc's over by then, I think.
Well, it is.
Is it called the rape arc? Like how fucking Goblin Slayer has like the...
No,
one
it's the
opening
protagonist
scene,
being
no.
falsely accused of rape.
Oh. Okay.
I showed the next girlfriend. She never watched the anime before. And so I was just like, oh yeah, we could watch this dope anime. It's pretty good. And I showed her Goblin Slayer.
You are a sicko.
She's like, what the fuck?
Trust me, it gets better. Trust me, guys. Come on.
It gets a lot better afterwards, trust me. The first 10 minutes are kind of brutal, but it gets better.
Alright, so let's see. We left off on the 14th of July, 7:39 in campaign. Zen's quest is still currently sitting at 3 ticks on my thingamajig.
Yes.
Intel from the Bone Eaters clan includes 38 bandits, 1 lamia, 11 beasts, and 5 caged reptiles inside of this bandit encampment. And determined using the whiteboard, formation, defensive utilities. Kind of looks like Dan's falling asleep over there.
I'm not. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm listening.
The camera angle made it look like you actually fell asleep.
Oh.
Let's see.
He's just sleeping is all.
So, you guys, besides the intel from the Bone Eaters, you're contemplating some information that you got regarding the magical box that tells you that Laszlo is crazy for looking at the moon every single night. It is essentially a multi-function device, one of which is telling the time regardless of what plane of existence you're in. Some sort of universal time that is relatively on par with material plane time, give or take a few milliseconds. It also does all sorts of other things, but relatively speaking, none of them would be that useful right now. Not until you get these, according to Alex thing, these fucking plates. And with that in mind, there are a couple of other things. Let's see. Lolth, your internet service provider, wants you guys to do some things around just to expand the network. Doesn't have to be anything murderous, but by all means, murder is by far the most explicit thing that could rile up the populace enough to create one of the network anchors. There's also a buddy of theirs that is somewhere in the Frigid Pines. Your journey could take you there, depending on how far north you go. Of course, we have the bandit encampment, which is approximately about 4 days-ish away from Solholm, depending on your route and speed at which you go. The Bone Eater, being a solo entity, could get there pretty quickly by himself. Not even accounting for any kind of magical nonsense that could transport him via plants. If he had that capability, I'm not sure if he does.
What you're saying is Daedalus has got to step up his game.
Hey, I can talk to plants.
Talk to them is not the same thing as using them as a portal.
Pretty sure I could do that now too if I really wanted to. So, and it's all plants, not just the edible kind.
Most plants are edible.
Unedible, like safely edible.
Well, Zen can eat basically anything, so it's everything.
I can eat poison too.
But in either case, current plan, you also converse with Master Summerwatch on some things down inside of the underground facility, the repository, as it were.
You got the name wrong.
Underground Information Repository 1A, that's it. Anything else besides that? I think it was relatively low key last week. You were missing some people after all. Also, Henry, I believe the best way to use the chocolate bar is actually with a vegetable peeler. Is to take off small shavings of it at a time.
Okay, nice.
Besides that, though, let's go ahead and jump back into the session. Seeing it is the last time we were here, you guys went down into the information repository, so it would be relatively late at night. Give or take maybe about like 11 p.m. on the 14th. So we are about to dip over into the next day. If there's any last minute things you guys want to do in terms of information Googling down here in the repository, now would be the time to do it before the headmaster has to eventually close up shop so that people don't have to worry about why Caesar is standing in front of the locked doorway for hours at a time.
There's one thing left out of that recap. The box has got a magical item inside of it, hidden away.
Oh yes, that one.
A little chip.
And it's made out of an alloy from the elemental plane of Earth. I think over the 2 weeks as well. If we've been able to take the off the front, could we use that as a shield?
It is approximately, in terms of dimensions-wise, about the size of a textbook. So it would be quite
like
small.
Like a buckler, like.
And reasonably speaking, there's no handle, so you'd be holding it like on the side like this.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be holding it like this, and your digits would be.
It's a psionics amplification device and recipient as well, and can be tracked most likely.
Just a few minor things. Just gloss them over.
You could probably swing a textbook-sized piece of metal pretty hard.
I mean, if you wanted to use this thing like, Captain
America
could
use
shield,
it as a good weapon.
If you wanted to chuck this thing, it's got a good amount of weight. It's like a Odd Jobs hat, I guess. If you want to think
if we'd be able to take one plate off, we could just dismantle the whole thing.
But let's see. So, is there anything you guys want to look up? Because you had, just in case you're too weak, had revelations of, oh, Eureka, I gotta
Actually,
look up cup sizes for... Oh, what?
well, not that, but Laszlo, you bring up a good point. What if you stuck that under your shirt or something like that?
Yeah, could do. Well, elemental plane of Earth, rare materials. I don't know. I don't know too much about it, but
Well, no. If you put it under your shirt, and it could take a hit for you.
yeah, but I don't know how strong these things are. But could do totally. Just, I don't know what we want to do with this thing. Seems pretty dangerous. That's my only point. Don't want to leave it where the space jammer is for the people on the moon to find it. Bit of a beacon. So.
Did we ever determine if lead could block
Well, if a
signal?
pocket dimension can't, I don't think a bit of lead will, but I'm not sure.
Get a lead box for the giant. Yeah, no, that's. We're trying to get rid of the thing, not like.
All right. I know
not
we
find it.
But I was just gonna say, I know we briefly touched on maybe making it bigger. Could we make it smaller and just carry it around with us? Or is that
not
how
very,
long does your
not very efficient? We could do multiple casts of enlarge, and then we could fish out if the magical item inside, which is lodged in there, is separate, which it should be because it's a separate item. Should be able to grab it somehow. But we need multiple people to cast enlarge on it. If some watch do have that available, we could try do 2 sizes of it, going from large to huge. I think.
All right, and then you would go in as a spider, or would someone else do it?
No, I think people would be large enough to actually get it out.
All right, looking around, do we have enough clearance for that?
We're in a hangar nearby, at least.
Inside of the library portion with the shelves and the robotic companions, librarians, no. It's a size of a library. You can imagine how much space is in between each shelf.
All right, so let's.
It's just an idea. I don't know if you want to do it. I don't know what to do with this box. Otherwise, that's my.
Oh no, I'm all
as
for it.
Laszlo, I don't know what. I don't want to leave this down here and be like, oh, the only space jammer we had is now being seized by the enemy.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm all for it. I think it sounds like a fun idea.
All right,
I'm on Team Shrink.
Well, enlarge.
Gesundheit. But yeah, I'm all for it.
And I can cast enlarge. I just need a day.
The noblest spell embiggens even the smallest of powers.
I think we were going to do 2 casts of it. 1 me if some watch has it. I don't know if you want to do 3. You'll be able to walk around in there, if so. I mean, does that sound like a plausible idea? Laszlo asks some watch.
He's in another room at the moment.
Well, I'm going to go over to that other room and ask him that question.
You can see him in the actual hangar itself. The man is currently standing at the ground floor looking up towards the large space jammer. He seems to be doing some mental calculations as one of his hands is waving in front of him as if he's doing some sort of puzzle. The other one is rubbing his chin. He turns around as your footsteps echo throughout the large furnitureless chamber, making it so that every small detail, even your shallow breaths, can be heard from someone across the room. Kirsten sneezed. See, you can hear that. Oh, you have a plan for something, gentlemen?
Yeah.
We need to get a magical item out of the box, and we think enlarging it loads because the magical item is a separate item. That should say the same size. Theoretically, I say.
Well, just as a hypothetical, do we know what this small object is inside? I believe.
We tend to find out.
I mean,
we checked
Gunderson's that watch we found has a magical item inside, and all it does is tell the time. So it's like,
What if it's made of the same? I'm not there.
we could be wasting hours and
I'm
hours.
not there.
We could be wasting hours and hours thing, and it's like, oh, this is just the component that helps it keep track of time. So it's like,
So I have a cast of it available. If you have a cast of it available, Summerwatch, we can do this right now, and it will take like 10 minutes. Yeah, we're not wasting time then.
Well, that's not usually something I have prepared on a daily basis. So, unfortunately, at this moment, it is not within my current repertoire.
Laszlo asks, what do you think we should do with this box? If it's a universal timekeeper, could possibly be a beacon for the enemy down to this university. What do you think should be the next steps with this? Should we leave it with you and you put it somewhere else? We were going to throw it in a volcano. If we can't destroy it because it's an alloy from the elemental plane of Earth, we could at least make it tough for them to get it if it's something important.
Do we know where a volcano is?
Hmm?
Do we know where a volcano is?
Yeah, there's one in the Writhe, in the middle, between the two Melitosh and Rutosh. That was what was loosely discussed last session. If we can't figure out or discern or get what this item is, just to be like, well, if we can't, we don't want to be lugging it around because it's linking us to the location.
it's
And we
also
don't want to leave
just
it in
not
here.
practical.
Yeah, and a box that is really heavy by default, having to cast reduced to just carry it around effectively is yeah, it's a
Burying
bit of
it
like a
doesn't
ball
seem
and
like a
chain
smart idea.
essentially on our feet. So yeah, I mean, while we have it, I just think we could enlarge it a little bit. There's a magical item hidden within this thing, Henry. I don't know if you watched the VOD or not.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so there's it essentially is a recipient and amplification device for psionics. So if they're using a psionics booster or something like that, which is one of the IDOS, one of their weapons of creation, it's made out of an alloy from the elemental plane of Earth. It has a remote hidden within. It's magical. And we need to. It's essentially for you can travel in the astral plane knowing the time universally at any plane. It's pretty cool, but we don't know if it's tracking its direct location, and we don't know what the magical item inside. And leaving it here or taking it somewhere else is probably quite risky. A la campaign 1, leaving something in the ground or in a place is not good.
If you think about it, tossing it into a volcano is just putting it into hot ground. Anyways,
yeah, so I want to cast Enlarge on this thing and see if we can get a beat on this item inside, whether we can cast Detect Magic on it, because we weren't able to discern what it was last time. We just knew there was something in there that was magical.
Okay.
So if I can cast that spell, DM, with this moved into the hangar, someone else in the group can maybe try and fish it out and actually see what it is.
Alright, so let's see how much bigger Enlarge creates the thing.
It doubles its size, or it takes it a class size up if it's an object.
Goes from a medium to a large.
Yeah, so if this is like a medium or a small, it'll go to a medium in all its dimensions.
User joined your channel.
Right on time. Oh wait, that was someone else.
Alright,
Gronk's been here.
Oh, Gronk's been here, okay. That was
No,
Pat Mobile.
my internet is acting up again, like it does every week, and I don't know why it's doing this. It just like drops, and I don't know why, which is weird. You'd think Verizon would have their shit together, internet companies.
Well, at least it's not Cox. That being said, the current item is actually considered a size class small.
Okay.
It is going to go from small to medium, and then any subsequent ones would obviously go from medium to large. So the dimensions at the moment are approximating the size of that Tupperware container that I brought out last week, or last week. It's about 2.5 foot by 2.5 foot cube in all 3 dimensions, obviously, because it's a cube.
Okay,
So-
I'm concentrating on it. I've got a minute, so anyone wants to hop in and get the item out if they can, or determine what magic it is.
I'll fast hands if I can, DM. See if I can get in there.
Well, getting in there is not exactly, it's not large enough for you to fit in. It's more like...
You wouldn't
My
fit
hand.
in, you or your big nose.
It's gone from the size of a 2.5 by 2.5 to approximately
5 by 5?
5 by
Doubling it?
5, roughly. So you are not the size of, say, me in real life. I'm pretty small. Honestly, I could probably fit inside the box.
Well, he is 5'5".
We
5'6".
Well, it's in a component.
But I'm gonna
like
get
a
in there anyway.
compartment.
I'm trying to
Guys,
get
we
it
have
out.
someone... Okay.
I'm concentrating on it, and I can't turn into a spider because that's also concentration.
I think really hard at the spider and have her contact Zen. Or try to.
Zen, you're
You
getting a
can-
voicemail.
You can contact Zen. That's the whole point of the
Hello?
Perfect.
Oh, why does it sound like a phone call?
Okay,
Yeah,
totally,
that
yeah.
works actually. So,
What is it? I'm in nature.
we need you to crawl in a box in the Underversity. It's for science.
Can I turn the flower shop, guys? Like, can I borrow his flower? I'll pay you for it.
He's still in there 11 o'clock at night.
How are you in here? That's what he says. Don't ask.
I'm just hanging out with him. I'm just like, we're having a drink.
He has a burlap sack that has flower clippings. It's mostly filled with, like, dead debris, leaves, twigs, and occasionally some thorns. He just hands you the sack. Don't get too prickly with this. If you want to just cover yourself in leaves. How'd you get in
Got
here?
it. Thank you. You taught me well.
I suppose I did.
I'll start heading over to the Underversity. Technically, he's the one that
He
allowed us
is
to
your rogue
multiclass
teacher,
in the
yeah.
thief. Yep, rogue. Yep. So I start heading over to the university.
You take the burlap sack filled with lawn clippings, essentially, and clutching it like a dear old Santa Claus would with his sack of gifts, you stumble over to the underground portion of the university. You can see that Caesar is waiting out there, currently sweeping the same spot repeatedly. As soon as he sees this creature, which is comparably either Swamp Thing or Zen, approaching, he takes a moment to realize that you're definitely not a student, and while your presence here is not unwelcome, generally speaking, he is cautious within reason. What the hell are you wearing?
I'm wearing the beauty of nature.
You're gonna leave prints, aren't you?
I'll clean up on the way out.
You best be doing that. I don't get paid enough to deal with this much nonsense on a daily basis. Scoot your ass inside and let me sweep. Damn hippies.
He gives the Clint Eastwood head shake.
Descending down the university steps, you are led into the LED lit hallway until eventually you are into the Information Repository 1A. There, your companions can be found perusing bookshelves. One of them is currently holding his hands over a large box, a very familiar box that you have been dealing with the last couple of days. It is now doubled in size, and Kalos is like squatting, peeking his head into it.
It's probably been more than a minute, so I need to cast it again. But
It's only a minute?
Yeah,
got bigger.
I don't want to like assume, and then Zen gets like crushed. Like,
That's fair.
I will just say I'll say to like Callus as it's nearing the end of the minute after he's had a little peep inside, just like move your head out. I don't want you to die. It's gonna shrink again, and then I'll wait until Zen's ready, and I'll increase the size again.
So how was I fitting in there?
Well, I mean, how you fit into anything? Yeah,
There's a
give it
compartment that with a magical item in the back. I need you to fetch it. It's too small by default, so I'll enlarge the size of this thing and.
Embiggen, please.
What if it's affixed into the thing, like all the gears and stuff?
We should smash it?
We don't know what it is.
It's an alloy of the elemental plane of Earth. It's going to be pretty tough.
True.
Well, let's see if we can get out first, if anything.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll
Okay.
be right back.
I'll cast Enlarge on this again.
The box once more grows in size. It is approximately a couple inches taller than Zen at the moment, and although technically dwarves are still classed as medium,
because we're wide.
quite. It kind of evens out though, because the opening of the box is also cube-shaped, so if anything, it does make it more convenient in terms of the width and the height.
Square
also
and the square
growing.
hole. Yeah.
Yeah, and the square peg is Zen. You can see all sorts of mechanical gizmos going on there. It's incredibly hazardous, to say the least. The people who take care of like work and safety stuff would be having an aneurysm thinking about you going into this thing. Considering all the loose gears that are currently worrying about spinning and other small pistons moving back and forth, you worry for your beard getting caught.
I do.
So,
Can I even see if there is anything that's not gears that would be magical?
sure, go ahead and make an investigation check.
I can do those now. Oh, I actually rolled very well. I have rolled a... Where's my best? Dirty 20.
If you're familiar with a... Let me think. Something that's not incredibly inappropriate. There's this particular plant that when it distributes its seeds, it puts it into a small pod, and eventually the outer part, the leafy part, falls away, and then it turns into like a mesh that is... The holes are small enough that the seeds can go through. It was either that or like a fucking chastity belt.
Okay.
But in either case, there are, besides all the worrying gizmos and whatnot, you look into one of the far back corners, tucked away, kind of like someone would leave up a broom against the side of a wall when they're done with it, is a small, well, medium size at this point, metallic cage that has, it looks like a little bean almost at this point, because the cage around it has grown to accommodate a larger size, but the actual item itself has not. It is sitting there, very loose and jangly. If you were to say rattle the box, it would probably have the little bean there hitting the sides and edges of it. It is surrounded, though, by a series of gears and pistons, and you'll need to essentially the board game operation that in order to not touch the sides and have an OSHA violation.
I see.
It would be very nice to have...
A live leak appears above. Like, what do you mean? Oh no.
Suddenly I feel like a Chinese sweatshop worker.
Need to get warmer in here.
But it would be extremely dainty work to try to pry this little bean out from the gadget without hurting yourself in the process. So if you'd like to, you can make
got any ways to beef you up, Zen, before you try this sick move? Make your hands even cooler. And...
What would you even do?
Good luck. Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, pat in the back and say, "You got this." Emotional support.
Well, he's not like completely encased in the box, right?
If anything, it's comparable in size to him. It is kind of like going through a crawl space, relatively speaking, if the crawl space was filled with the interior components of a grandfather clock. So he can't fit his entire body in there. You would need to probably enlarge it again.
Partially inside.
Alright, if you get hurt, I got you.
Imagine like a tool shed filled with every conceivable tool known to man, and in the back I left an apple in the corner.
At the apple. Well, you know, get to it. Unless you want to be squished, the times are ticking.
Yeah.
No.
I'm assuming it would be a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand check it is. You see Zen cautiously, but still on the clock, because it is a minute long, reach his hand forward, and...
I rolled a 12, plus my sleight of hand is a plus 9, so 21.
You see, with all the dexterousness and haste of someone trying to do that parlor trick where you yank the tablecloth out without moving the stuff on top of it. You see Zen reach his hand in, and almost as soon as he is at the apex of his reach, immediately yanks it back, and you can see now in the palm of his hand, approximating the size of a peach pit, is a small reddish-orange glowing object.
Viola.
And then, if you want to, you can drop the enlarge at your leisure.
I'm gonna let Zen come on out of there. I don't want to squish you.
Okay,
that would kill
out.
you very
Which one's
quickly. Blood box. That would be Luke get. I will just let it run out. Get your last looks if you want to have a peep in there, cows, and I'm going to shrink it down. It was deep speech is written in, but I don't think there's anything too discernible. I haven't read it, so maybe something. Should you say reddish orange?
Reddish orange, about the size of a
Sorry, I heard my name.
cherry.
I was just saying, I'm holding the enlarge. It was deep speech that was written in on the outside, and none of us know deep speech, but you do. I was wondering, I was going to hold the spell for a little bit longer, so you could take a peep inside if you wanted to, because you weren't here last week.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
See if there's anything you can read, but like return made in Rutash or like. Got a serial
Hitchhikers
number?
may be escaped prisoners.
Convict.
Oh, damn it.
Fucked it up.
Ooh.
Actually, maybe I think the size should be a little small. Like the size of a cherry pit would be more appropriate, actually. I think a peach pit is a little too
Isn't
big.
a bean smaller than that?
Well, I meant the bean is in the shape. It was very kidney bean shaped. The actual
Is it
size
like-
is about the size of a cherry pit.
I'm gonna first ever reveal. Is it like this size or a little bit smaller?
Definitely smaller than that.
Like about half?
A cherry pit.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna be like, well, you don't have cherries in England. You just got rocks.
Join the
Wet
Chinese and eat
rocks.
the fucking rocks. man.
Actually, speaking of rocks, I do have a question about England. I'm curious. How often? No, this is a genuine question. I'm not trying to insult. Is like stone used interchangeably with kilograms? Like, how often does stone come up as like a real measurement?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does.
Now, just from my knowledge of the
A
world,
fog.
stones weigh differently. So, how much does a stone weigh in England?
So what? 1 stone to a
To a
American
pound is
pounds, please.
LB.
Have you ever
is
held a
one-
kidney
A
stone?
stone is 14 pounds.
Well, I was just the reason I was
okay.
curious is I was reading something from like a UK article, and it used stone primarily, and then in parentheses kilograms. I'm like, that's like in my head, that's like describing something in a US article. It's like, oh, there was a dollop of murder, and then it's like gives you the number of
What's a
people
dollop?
killed. It's like,
Okay,
what the
okay.
fuck dollop? That's why I was curious.
Yeah.
A
So like
bushel
12
of-
stone 5, my weight is 175 pounds.
Hmm.
But I know it's stupid. But yeah, that's a stone.
No, not
You said
necessarily
14
stupid. I was just
pounds,
curious.
you said?
1 stone equals
Is 14,
14 pounds.
okay.
Yeah.
Does that equate to, in kilograms, a denomination of 10?
Probably.
Because I have to say, you're gonna make fun of foot for being the size of some guy's
I've never
foot.
made fun of your metric, whatever system.
Well, D&D's based in feet, so we all gotta get used to it. Anyways, alright,
Yeah.
so Zen has the bean. Or cherry pit.
Callus will take a look if he fits. If he doesn't,
Yeah, you can have this.
You can see on Laszlo's form, he just feels very vindicated that the spell he frustratingly bought worked, and the fact that he
Well,
was not successfully gaslit by the moon, because we're getting to the bottom of this league.
well,
stuff.
wait. Let's rewind to the last session. We went through all this research. Nothing we said confirmed there were lights going on up on the moon. Am I misremembering?
You need to shut your mouth. I say, fuck you.
Shut
first
your
of all.
goddamn mouth.
You'll see it soon enough when we go there. For the last campaign session. No.
Shut
yeah.
your mouth,
Turns
you
into
mediocre
PvP.
clarinet
Fuck you.
player.
I kill him there and then. Power word. Bucko.
So the bean itself is not a very large surface area, and the deep speech that is on there is akin to seeing a serial code on the side of like a product. It merely reads as 0, 1 equivalent in deep speech.
But on the bean?
Very, very tiny text in deep speech.
Looking between the bean and the box, is the box flashing anymore?
The box typically only flashes around midnight, and you have about 40 minutes to midnight.
Alright, now we have to confirm whether or not this bean is the thingy.
The bad bean. Gotta look at
Now, here's a question. Do we want to go 3 for 3 for identifying magical artifacts going wrong with these?
I mean, since we have a powerful user of the arcane here with us today, I think we should take the risk.
Who would that be?
Point to Master Summerwatch.
I'm like behind. Yeah! Let's go identify this thing.
Guys, I found the horn on the spell jammer.
I mean, if that was in there and given 2 for 2, it's up to you. What do you think, Somewhat? Do you think we should identify this thing? He's raring to go. Look at him. He's giddy.
I am the test guinea pig on these things. It's 2, 2, 3 for. It would be 3 for 3.
Considering our history together, and what usually happens when these devices, or any kind of magical or technological mumbo-jumbo that the masters, the Yan Min, like to deal with, I think you should take some precautionary measures. I do have protection from good and evil still prepared. I would advise that before you do anything with that, you allow that to be cast.
Cast that on me, baby, and then I look over to
Does it look like
Dottie.
it could be alive?
Like, get that stick ready.
Do we want to do this outside? I know we
Get
don't
that
want like
stick ready.
Does it look like it could be
I
from
take
nature?
out my 10-foot pole.
Is it like a what do you call it? Could it be like a kidney stone or something?
Could it be
I don't know.
What
Is
you're
it a, like,
saying
you
is
know-
it natural or man-made?
Yeah, like is it because it's like a little bead or something? Like a pearl?
Well,
Or is it-
let's see. Make a nature check.
I'm doing it.
protection from good and evil lasts what, 10 minutes?
13 for Laszlo.
Definitely not natural. There are some natural and manipulated in some way, in the same way that someone would cut a gem.
Okay.
Even if it was completely natural and from this plane of existence, it has still been manufactured to some extent. That's also including the deep speech text on it, and the overall shape is something that would be abnormal.
The bean is not a natural formation.
Gronk's
Alright.
kidney stone from the moon. Yeah,
Before-
pretty gross, yeah.
Regardless of where we want to do the identify, do you want? I know the spell. You want me to do it so that our higher magic casters are free up in case there's an emergency and they need to cast something else to.
Sure, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So before I do that, again, just to double check, are we good? We think it's safer to do it down here, or
Can we get it moved into the hangar first and not?
We are in the hangar.
We're already in the hangar.
That's right.
I mean, like outside of the
Yeah.
repository. Do we want to do it outside, or do we think it's safer in here to?
Maybe if there's a huge explosion, it'll just be under here. Since it's a pocket dimension, it should be a lot safer than the outside.
Cool. All right.
All right, you got that stick ready, Dottie?
What stick
I
are you
hand
talking
you the
about?
stick.
All right, let's do this. baby.
If everyone else wants to get behind me, I get the tower shield.
Kalos is the one casting identify, not Laszlo.
Actually, wait a minute. Wait.
It'll be
Before
3
you
for
do
3.
this,
Do you want to take that away from me, Varys?
if
Oh,
you,
look, I'm gonna get bingo. I'm gonna.
if you want to poke
bingo.
if you want to poke the bean with the stick, do you want me to like prop up the tower shield?
No, I said the stick because last time you used the stick to knock me the
Oh,
fuck out the
oh.
thing, remember?
Okay.
No, that's what you guys said anyway. I don't know what you used.
I get
Oh, I
it.
think,
I-
no, he
no. This is a good point. So, I would like to prepare to knock whatever the bean out of his hand.
I'll prepare to catch the bean underneath him if it drops.
But just remember, I need at least 2 minutes within whatever it takes me. And remember, we got good info last time.
All right, slap.
Don't be
throat.
sassy, okay? Be witty. Say a
All
witty
right,
charm to them.
let's. Yeah,
Slicks
-1
back
charisma. Let's go,
eyebrows.
baby.
Okay?
All right, Varys.
All
Pass
right,
me that goo juju.
protection from evil and good is the one with the material component that we definitely have. Yep, got it. Okay.
I passed you some of my stock. Running low on that, but there you go.
All right.
We should hit up the jeweler.
So on Kalos, I cast protection from evil and good, and
Master Sunwatch is on standby, not entirely sure what spell he would need to use, but he's got his little wand in one hand, and it's kind of just like marioneting
Banishment.
above his head.
Oh, I go away.
Disintegrate!
9th level C, the great minds think alike, yeah. On
Powered
the bead.
word kill. Gotcha.
On the bead, on the bead.
You ever been to a lecture and the guy wants to stop talking? Power word kill.
Oh, you died. No one would step out of line again, do you, students?
All right, and I cast Identify. I'll take the minute, not the 10 minutes. I take the minute.
You identify the bean. As you all are witness to Kalos currently squatting on the floor, or crisscross applesauce, I don't know what you want to do. Currently
I
holding the
can't
bean in
crisscross applesauce on Juggernaut armor. Come on, I'm kneeling over it.
You doubt dwarven engineering, Henry.
It's very flexible around the joints. You'd be
Oh,
surprised.
okay, all right, crisscross applesauce then.
Come on now.
Up on the other hand.
But in either way, you sit down and you clasp the item in one hand of your palm, allowing it to rest there like a little throne. As soon as your eyes glaze over with the Identify spell, your mind is flooded with an information flood, almost as if someone is opening a textbook and then downloading all of its content into your brain directly. All of you can see Kalos's jaw suddenly slacks loose, his drool begins to accumulate in one corner of his mouth, his head goes slightly slack, and his shoulders droop to a point where it looks like he just, had a mild stroke.
New here.
Good old Kalos.
I get a cup.
Are his eyes glowing blue again?
Not glowing blue, but they've kind of just, the pupils have rolled back into his sockets, revealing the whites behind his eyes. And it's drooling.
He said to let him cook.
It's an orb.
He said to let him cook. He said to let him cook. Let him cook.
Let me cook, bitches.
So he just drank a bit. He's got this saliva situation under control.
So you have identified a magical.
Orb of confusion.
No, not quite, but
We watched that SpongeBob episode last night.
yeah, no, that probably would be a good comparison. But you do feel a bit confused as your mind space goes to something incredibly foreign to you. There is a small amount of your perception that is retained here. Go ahead and make an intelligence check, not a saving throw. Check.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Can I use my Flash of Genius on this?
It's a ability check.
Yep, it covers ability checks and saving throws. All right, cool. Ooh, good thing. 21.
Your mind goes blank for a moment, but then you kind of reassess the situation. You take a moment to do the equivalent of mentally blinking just to get the schmutz from your eyes, and your ears begin to go from almost a ringing sensation to that of just a low hum. You can also have the sensation of smell, taste, and a little bit of touch as you feel your surroundings suddenly go very icy cold, as if you are in some sort of either a vacuum or someone's refrigerator. In either case, you blink once more and you can see your perception becomes flooding back to you in a very slow fade. You are in some sort of room of featureless proportions. While the dimensions are defined, as in you can see the floor, ceiling, and the walls, it almost feels like an infinite void. Should you try to advance forward or peer beyond the vision in your immediate surroundings, it almost pulls your vision, stretching it to an infinite quantity. Your mind goes almost, I'm going insane, I can't even comprehend it, but then you reel it back in. You suddenly feel
I'm mad.
you feel a presence that is very familiar to the one that you were just in.
I'm at this
You-
stupid fucking thing.
You can see these interesting looking silhouettes in your general vicinity. Many of them correspond to the positions, sizes, and overall comparable silhouettes to that of your companions in the hangar, almost as if you were seeing them through some sort of lens. Their features are washed out, only allowing you to see an outline of their figure within this void space. Almost as if you want to reach out and touch them, you can see them undulating as if talking, motioning. One of them appears to have a very large stick, preparing to hit you like a piñata.
It's like reeled back like Homer.
But your perception suddenly goes back to the thing that is clutched within your palms. The small bean begins to almost as if it is looking like a stock market ticker, have a series of glowing numbers and characters written in deep speech, cascading across their surface and even beyond their actual surface area, almost as if it is being projected outwards. You can read them as varying timetables of the given universal kept time, like a watch.
Like an everything watch.
There is also a series of small blips that begin to occasionally flicker in and out of existence. They have different corresponding colors: red, green, blue, every spectrum in between. They do not correspond to anything in particular, and you do not have enough information to try to create some sort of legend of what these colors correspond to. Whatever they mean, whatever they do, is currently not within the realm of possibilities for you to, unless you want to just start throwing random speculations out. You don't have enough information to draw a reasonable conclusion from. As you take the time to once more identify this thing, you also realize that the information being presented here almost sends out these tiny little tendrils. It almost resembles that of a very fine, drawn-out fishing line. On occasion, kind of like one of those water-spitting fish, kind of shoots them out at random intervals. They go off into the void and disappear beyond your line of sight at certain given points. It is difficult to tell what these things are doing, but it seems to be sending out information to some void out there. And suddenly, you're back inside of the hangar. You can see Dauntless with a very large stick raised above his head.
Now,
ready to-
he's looking weird. He's very African.
I clean off the drill. It's like, it's all right, boys. It's okay. We might want to get this thing out of here, though. And I tell them what I just saw.
That's right. That sounds like someone under the bean would say.
Under the beam.
Dauntless, shut the fuck
He's
up.
under the beam. He's I believe him. What's your name? What's your name?
Kind of tracks. So this is what you saw, not like hard info we usually get with Identify, right?
Correct.
Okay. It sounds like what you're describing is more or less the functionality that we looked up in the archive a little earlier. So it could, and this is just my speculation based on your speculation.
Whoa.
It seems like this thing is the core to this thing, and all its functionality actually comes from this little object.
But the housing is a recipient and amplification device for psionics. So yeah, it does check out. If this is the little doodad doing it, this would be the box is the booster.
Oh, so we don't need to carry the obnoxiously heavy box anymore then.
Yeah, but also we may not need to. We're doing this bean.
I stand by that it's way too big a coincidence that this thing just happened to drop in front of us without being instigated first. And that would imply that someone is tracking us already. So,
At least it's not amplified now if it's outside the box. That's a positive, I guess.
So if we are going to carry this thing around with us, I want to say the bean is what we need. We don't need the box anymore.
Code name.
Carry the bean.
All right, and we just throw it into the next volcano.
I don't know. Could be useful. Who knows?
Wait, if we're going to be going to different planes in the future, might be useful. But if it's sending it out somewhere, we'll see what this bean does in 30 minutes or so. The bean's flashing. We all can look up at the moon and see what's going on there.
I guess we could head outside. Unless there's something else we want to do in here.
Thank you very much for doing that, by the way, Kalos. 3 for 3. Well, 2 for 3. You still haven't found the third one to mess you up, but
You get me completely fucked and outside.
You did dribble a lot, if that counts. I don't know.
Become the first astronaut. The true first astronaut.
If you are going to keep the bean, I suppose I could try to find some use for the box on the ship itself once we get this thing airborne. I'm sure a psionic amplifier will be incredibly useful for a ship that is essentially driven and piloted by psionics, so we'll try to incorporate it somehow.
Yeah. No,
I mean, if you're still a little wary of it, we could stick it somewhere not far from here, but we don't want to leave it in here.
I'll eat the bean. No.
Again, the bean being the center of it is still my speculation, but if you want to take that extra precaution.
If it's an amplification device and that was there, and this, based on what you saw with little numbers and things going off, then it's just going to amplify the effects of that. Surely. If it's just a box, then maybe I don't know. Weird.
Well, I'm curious.
Easy to carry now, at least. But...
What was the point of putting the bean in the box?
To amplify?
To amplify it.
Oh, so the box itself is the amp. I'm sorry.
No,
the box is an amplification device for psionics. So.
The transmission and the timekeeping, it all comes from the bean. The box is just the device. Basically, we basically took the battery out of the.
And deep speech. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kalos, but is that's psionics as well? How that's translated, or is it how you speak it?
No, you can still speak it. I speak it with some of my incantations, yeah.
Okay.
Very gurgly type of language.
Technically, psionics are not any language at all, so...
Just to clarify, I know this is... I think I know the answer to this, but deep speech and undercommon are two separate languages, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
I used to think that undercommon was just slang, common. But it's actually common spoken by Underdark folk, so
okay.
I thought it was just Ebonics.
So we've got a carryable object. I don't know if we can, now that it's not in an amplification thing, we could maybe subdue it in a lead box, maybe?
We just toss it in the box with the...
No, put two of them together, yeah. Well, that's kept down here, so if we want to...
That's actually, we weren't sure last session. Is Creo still carrying around the globe, or have we been
we've put it in here.
Because it's a focus orb for another plane, right? Or our plane.
No, it's the navigation system.
Nav orb for this plane.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's either in the ship or it's in the hangar. But yeah, no, Krios doesn't.
Do you think a little lead box, like a little lead lock box, would be good for this thing to put?
I mean, do you guys remember last time we put that thing? I don't know if you guys remember. We haven't gotten any effects from it, but remember that weird magic woo-woo shit that happened?
I had a weird down my spine. I don't know what it was, but something happened.
I think we should, but we should just probably be precaution. And I tell Summerwatch of what happened, and a very powerful magic item was put into a lead ball, and he could probably do 1 + 1 = 2 and make the whole connection of, oh yeah, you idiots practically put in what was it again, Adam?
Oh, the demon core?
Yeah, the demon core thing.
We were Oppenheimer before the movie came out, so
Yeah, exactly.
sorry, Cillian Murphy, we're cooler.
Well, if that's the case for what happened with the last Yanmin technology, then maybe putting it into that lead box was not going to be the best idea. Keeping it inside of
Trick shot it in.
the amplification box would probably... It's best if we don't put it back inside the box.
You just leave it on top of it?
I hope maybe even this proximity would not be good enough for it to work properly in the same way that, say, like a magnet does.
If we're already being tracked, do we just keep this thing?
I mean, we don't know if we're being tracked, but I think it's real. I think it's really weird that this thing dropped right in front of us. So,
sure. But it's not going to be as strong now if it's not in an application.
I do think we're being tracked because that guy knew of my thesis before any of you guys knew.
You're pretty loud about it, so.
No, not that part of it.
Oh, did he give you like a little like footnotes part?
That part of it you guys didn't even know about, so no, I wasn't loud about it.
Oh. Okay. Sorry to push the topic.
Well, whatever it is you're going to do with the bean, as you call it, I surmise that it is an inevitability that the Yanmin Masters will be tracking your every footfall. Considering how you've described it so far, if it weren't for the fact that we're in this pocket dimension, they'd probably be having eyes on you right now. And to whom, specifically, if I had to imagine, it might be the old founder.
Oh.
Or at least one of the deities to whom you've drawn the ire of. And
I
maybe
glance
even...
at my shoes.
Not everything's about you, Dauntless.
I hope not.
Well, I can have the box safely in here if you determine that it is completely inert without the bean. It should be coming across midnight soon, so if you'd care to test it, and I will remain here with the box to see if it glows or not, if you'd like to take the bean out to the surface.
That sounds like a plan.
We can all watch the moon and see if Laszlo's actually crazy or not.
If that's the plan, you guys can exit the repository, Zen leaving a trail of lawn clippings in his wake. As you exit, you can see Caesar currently sweeping the same spot. He turns around and prepares to close the door behind you. There's a few minutes just before we hit midnight, and all of you gather around one of the openings with a bench nearby inside of the university's campus grounds, and prepare for moon watching. This time for real, guys.
Fed up. He looks fed up already. Crossing his arms.
I prepare the stick regardless, because if that beam starts acting up, that thing's getting swatted hard.
I'm still carrying it, so. I'm gonna swat
Not
me.
for long,
That's
potentially.
Using the time given to you by the approximating device here, you all look up, head crooked skywards, and are awaiting Laszlo's vindication.
I've already had my vindication. I've already had it.
As you see, Kalos is standing there, palm slightly open, cupping the bean like someone would a small tadpole. As the clock begins to tick forward, you look down at your hand and see the orangish red bean begins to emit a soft glow, almost like when someone first cracks a glow stick and it begins to emanate a slightly neon luminescent aura about it. It is very faint, but extremely noticeable given the time of day. You surmise that if this was happening in the middle of noon, it would probably be very difficult to determine unless you do that thing where you cup your hands around your eye and put it like that. But nonetheless, it is glowing, a slightly orangish red hue, almost like the dying embers of a fire. Then you suddenly look up, and the moon is not reciprocating any glowing motions. And
I don't see anything.
It worked. Broke the box.
Boom. You say so. Let's go back inside.
And that's the end of that.
Oh, I feel like such a winner right now. I sort of like bring my arm around Varys. You see, Varys, you know, just gotta listen to Leslie
hold
now
on.
and then. Okay? Look at that.
If we're being fair to Laszlo, it could be because it's not being amplified anymore. It may not be responding.
See, yeah. Can't reach the moon.
You know what, Dauntless? That is an excellent thought. We don't. It does, like, for all we know, we did stop the mysterious glowing on the moon.
I don't like the tone of your voice right now.
Do you remember that one Boondocks episode where it's Samuel L. Jackson's character in the Boondocks, where it's like, the evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence. I gotta find that clip later, but yeah, alright.
So, yep.
As we walk
We
back,
can say
I give a
it worked.
thumbs up to Varys. Like, good job, good save.
Going back inside of the repository, you see Master Summerwatch has instructed some of the floating discs that are operating around the Spelljammer to take the box onto the front deck of the Space Jammer itself, being suspended inside of this hangar. He comes back down on a series of floating discs, almost as if he is using it as a step stool. The box was inert the whole time. Seems you've removed its power source.
That's... Alright, that's one good thing.
If anything, it means that it is not going to be able to track you as efficiently, if at all. Maybe if someone is in close enough proximity to the bean, they could use it, but the creatures that are doing this from such a remote location, I would presume, would need to be closer.
The master of a university just said that. That sounds pretty good.
Yep.
Read 'em and weep. All right, that's good news. Okay. Frees us up a little bit. We haven't got to carry a box. Carry a bean instead.
Sounds good. I say, do we have anything else that needs to be immediate, or I say we call it a night and we move on to the next stage of whatever our plan is tomorrow morning? Is there?
Are you going out once more?
We eventually, I think that's inevitable. It's just a matter of confirming which direction we're going to be heading in, because we've been kicking around I think we've gone through 3 different iterations of the plan to get the plates, and we're kind of...
Plan A didn't work. Plan B is what again? Oh, getting the army from the Iron Bear clan.
No, I think plan A was, oh sure, we'll just cut out there, and then we got sidetracked to Oldport, and then...
I thought plan A was to help Turok get his clan back. That didn't work.
It feels like at this point that was plan B. Are we...
You are the one making the plans.
I know.
You can name them what you want.
I don't know. I feel we're at least on plan C now. I don't know.
Well, we've got the rest
Maybe
of the
plan C.
alphabet,
Maybe
so you
plan
never
C
know.
is back.
Maybe plan Z might work. You know?
Maybe plan C is going back to plan A. I don't know. I've lost track at this point, but yeah.
So if you don't mind catching me up, you're going to be retrieving the plates from the bandit encampment, and your means of disposing of those criminals is no longer viable?
Our well,
Not
the
the
last
easiest
plan,
one.
the last plan, get in good with their closest allies, and then maybe not have to dispose of them. But like, I guess we'll.
Have you considered just lying through your teeth?
Walking in on there, it's like, hey, we're part of the fucking. We worship Jormungandr. By the way,
Use
can we
Zen's
just
disguise kit.
can we have some of them plates? Yeah.
I wouldn't word it in such a way, considering what they're using the plates for. You'd be asking someone to upend their place of worship for
I
the
reach
guy who just
into
walked in.
I reach into my backpack and I pull out the Jormungandr medallion. I have been holding onto this for the last.
That'll bolster your disguise if you go throughout that route. You could always kill them all. Is that viable?
Well, we need an army for that.
We don't need an
Right.
army necessarily. We could contact Turok's mother. We know that we're Berserker Orcs, and we know Festus.
Oh, we know the Berserker
delivery.
Orcs. Know the Berserker Orcs quite intimately, don't you recall?
Yeah, you got a weird hand because of it.
No, that was the
fixed.
second. That was the second hand. That was the
Yeah.
other. That was the offhand.
Yeah,
met our
hands aside, that's a viable route. Could go find a nerd in the woods. Also, could maybe use some of this spider stuff from the Charles Entertainment Ring to get some drow on our side.
Oh, I know last when one of you swung by while me and Torak were practicing, you guys mentioned maybe just seeing if we can locate the ship itself. Did you guys ever poke in the library to see if the old headmaster had the coordinates of where that ship was?
We did look at that, yeah. Same as we had the last time we looked. It's just like it wrapped around that. Likely the river is where it is.
Yeah, it's kind of out of the question.
That's just like the time spent to do it.
We did. I mean, I kept a minimal diagram, but like we do kind of show.
I got it. Yeah.
It will. We have there is a vantage point that our scout found. It's not super far away, so I don't. But like, it's far enough away that
1,200 feet away.
So we do have a vantage point if we want to like observe from above. But
they've already done that.
It does look like though, if we want to go with the Iron Bear clan, we have to the Iron Bear clan plan. We'd basically have to find some way to clear a path because they're surrounded by trenches that would make our numbers basically. They're surrounded by trenches that would trap any like on foot fighters, and they're in the
have a kill zone in the front as well.
So we basically either have to find a way to eliminate those trenches or clear out the kill zone so that so we can actually take advantage of having the numbers to charge that thing. So
there is an irrigation system that goes pretty close to the TP.
Could we flood the encampment and see if the plates wash with that?
How would we flood it?
Well, don't you have that new spell? Or aren't you learning a new spell, control water? There,
not control water. No, I'm learning tidal wave.
Or yeah, something
that's
with
not
to
that.
Do with water.
That's like a splash.
Oh,
never mind. Well, there is the time of year. The water level's already increased because of they've got an irrigation system, so it's like overloading that. Jeez. Could use.
we get in the canoe and we just float down the river.
Well, there is like got to be a water source. We just maybe unblock if there's.
Well, I'm
like
assuming that it's like
nearby,
it's coming down the mountain and it passes.
Yeah, if we unclog the mountain a bit more, maybe. Tidal waves of nature could work.
Maybe
could be an avenue to explore at least, and then we definitely would have a vantage point.
Yeah.
I'd definitely like take their focus away from stuff because they'd be like, "Oh my God, water everywhere!" And then down on a canoe, right, and swoop in, plates, get on out of there.
I mean,
Would the plates fit on a canoe?
I
It could
doubt
be
it.
turned into a bigger boat.
well,
Well, yeah, but then if we turn it into a bigger boat in like a small channel, it could get stuck.
Yeah.
we did. I think we did the math, and like wouldn't take more than a wagon or two just to pile the plates in the back and just carry them out. So like, I think the issue we've kept running into is like getting the plates first. I think transporting them. I think it's just a
Nautilus, you need
matter
to
of.
get a folding wagon, and then we'll be good.
Yeah, I do have the elk.
God damn
I'm gonna go to the carpenter and make a folding wagon. Is it
I'm
possible?
self-sustaining transport.
Well, why don't you ask your husband though? Maybe he has a foldable wagon.
So we gave him a foldable boat already.
Exactly. Maybe he has a foldable wagon stashed
Eh.
somewhere.
Probably not.
Yeah, so watch out. I don't think we have a solid plan yet.
I mean, there is a lot of stuff in the Frigid Pines for us to do either way. I just don't. It's just the thing of going in there when it's also like the Venn diagram of the Frigid Pines and the Fey Pocket is getting as big as it is. So
Well, I'm happy to do whatever. If we can decide on something to do, we'll do it. Whatever you think the priority is. Planes aren't going anywhere.
for now. All right. Hmm. Sorry, I had no. I had no following thought. No one's waiting for me, are they?
No.
Okay.
Plan guy, yeah, I am. No. If anyone else has any ideas or any course of action, feel free to chip in.
We
All right.
could. I mean, another alternative is if we're looking to take the orc angle, we could try and reach out to Orc Body's clan.
Orc Body's clan. Well,
Your
don't you
clan?
have that new? Don't you have a sending spell that you can contact that alchemist guy to see if he's nearby? Probably do
Yeah.
that in the morning and
That's-
figure
So
that out.
I think if we're going to an orc, look, as much as Daulos, I don't know the benefit of going to your old body's plan. Like, what's the in and what's the benefit of it? Like, I feel like that's
Oh,
we
you're
have
not
to
in reference to Torok's mum's group.
talking about like going to whatever clan his body was from, but it's like we'd have to go 1,000 miles in the opposite direction, and then
What clan were you part of anyway, Dottie?
I don't think we ever figured that out either.
No, because we did meet someone from it. I'm trying to remember. It was something with like skull caps. 'Cause I wanted to make like a fake skull cap.
Red blood. They're the ones that got enslaved and then given to.
Let me double check. I think I wrote it down. Or not. Let me just check. Fetid blood, yeah, actually. I did write it down.
I think all of them got enslaved. So
Yeah, I mean, no, it was honestly, it was just a suggestion if we're looking to put down leads. Otherwise, Turok's mom would be the best.
His mom has got.
I was just thinking about the same thing.
I mean, apparently his dad thought that, and that's how we got Turok.
oh yeah, I've got his corpse is still
And did you have his
in the well, what is left of it. I don't know if you want to bury it or
the collection and the like the armor?
yeah,
We should give it a proper burial at some point, but
yeah. It's more your wheelhouse for that thing, Dauntless. But
I'll take care of it tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just desecrate the corpse. It's okay.
Buried under a
It's pretty
Gunderson
desecrated
statue.
already, to be honest. I mean, it took a fair fall, but
It's like
I
that
mean, we've
becomes a
got
question of even if like we get Turok to this to this clan and
Mhm.
they believe that this new orc is actually just is Turok's soul just transported to a new body. Let's assume we get that and they believe that. Like what is like and again maybe this is a question for Turok next time we see him, but like it would they even care? Would getting in contact with them and forming any kind of alliance with them actually benefit? Because
I'm just
again,
throwing out ideas.
no, I know, I know, but I'm trying to like.
Well, Summerwatch mentioned we could try and just get the plates from them without something, or
I mean,
without like combat necessarily.
I don't know why we
could
didn't
just
do
try to
this.
buy them from them.
Hey, but 2-for-1 on plates. We need like 39 of them, I think, or something.
Why
like
don't you like give them a bunch of weapons for plates?
These
like
plates
that.
might be their religious artifacts.
We need
though. They've got-
25.
25. Yeah.
I mean, also, we also have a shit ton of money, right? We have what? We got the 26.
I don't
we
think
got-
they need money.
No, it's not even that. Each panel costs 2,000 gold, right? So 2,000 gold times 25 is 50k. We almost have the 50k. We could just go buy the materials and make it ourselves. Mind you, we would have to go to the Eye of Zosha and convince a lava giant to give us the magical ore. But we could go that route if you don't
Or we
wanna.
could just murder some people for them.
Or we could just, I guess so.
I think
you
the simpler we
you
go
see
with
a
this,
twinkle
maybe the
in Zen's eye when he says the word murder, and it's like.
But they're not elves.
The secret murder hobo in the party is just like
secret.
Outward, very outward. Well, if we're going in that direction, anyways, we could get some allies.
Well, if we want to take what Vera said with the emblem, which I don't think is a terrible idea, actually, let's brush up on our Jormungandr lore.
there aren't that many of them, so the problem becomes we can't just show up and say we're bandits. Like we'd have to disguise as.
Hello, fellow bandits.
I thought as well, though, when we were at the other orc place, we didn't even mention, hey, you guys know Doviculus? We didn't even think to do that once. We don't even know if they're allied with them. They might just be doing their own thing.
How does the Viculus come into the picture with the orcs?
Well, like Yan Min.
Well, if anything,
what the fuck was that? Oh no! Get the box.
If anything,
I gotta grease the.
If anything, Jormungandr is associated with Loki, which means they would not be associated with which means they're wild cards. So they're they would be then another separate faction that we'd have to contend with.
Well, I'm just throwing shit out, so just see what sticks.
No,
Well, actually, you raise a good point. If they are associated with Loki, what about our friends with the cards?
They're in the wind.
We don't have it. We're not friends with them anymore.
Once the cards disappeared,
I don't know.
They don't think we're cool anymore.
We were on fairly friendly terms with them
because of the cards.
Yeah,
If you had $1 billion or the equivalent, and you'd have a lot of friends all of a sudden, the moment that money goes, looking a bit hobo like. I mean,
we could try the old way of summoning them and just talking about cards.
They know we don't have them anymore.
We know the cards literally disappeared right in front of them, so they know that we don't have them. So like, even if we did like start talking about, feast or famine cards out in the open, I think they're out.
Check under a table real quick as he says it. No, yeah. See, nothing.
And I think we asked them about the bandits. And they said they don't have any, or at least they claim to not have any ties to them. So it's.
We've got a lot of thinking and we do a lot of doing. We're pretty formidable. I suppose we need you to pick a route and go with it. Otherwise, things will progress as things do day to day. And
Well, in the event that we want to take up the idea of just kind of schmoozing with them, tomorrow I'll brush up on my Jormungandr history, which is none.
Well,
someone's gotta
there
do
are
it.
the clans as well, not just the Iron Bear. We could still go with the route of going, hey, we know you're a squid, and we need these plates because they're trying to do bad things. Those master folk, fellow defector, and then slide bean across table, kind of. There's still that. Before we
I'd
go
rather
trotting
that be
away.
like I'd rather that be like a last resort, just because that has the potential to backfire really bad.
Yeah, as do all of these though.
No, but
I
that's
mean,
like directly threatening. Like, hey, we're gonna oust you as like.
I mean, the last time we
monster.
went in, we brushed, we brushed shoulders with Turok's Bomb's clan. They literally tried to kill us on sight without any prompting. So it's like,
Yeah, but that's just orc people being orc people. I mean, orc clans being
and like
orc
even
clan.
like aren't they
also, like,
racist?
Aren't they
also, like, guard
isolation?
stations.
And aren't they isolationists? Will they even care enough to like, oh, even if like Duvak's gathering power, will they even like no? They're like, oh, we're just gonna get deeper in our corner, and then like,
Well, if our most persuasion person in the group can persuade them to be like, your enemy
Kill
is our
yourself,
enemy, so we are friends, you might be able to.
but Callus, Billy hasn't been in the party forever.
I miss Billy. I miss his nightly ritual of. Oh wait, I don't even. Did I make Billy?
Billy, I think so, yeah, because Billy left when right after the siege because he psychic lanced the Ent, and then we never heard from him again.
Right.
I mean, we could always see like what that Dovey guy's up. That could be another.
You want to scry at the temple again?
I could just message him. Hey, what's up? What you doing right now? You
New
up?
phone, who dis?
Hey, you up, buddy?
Oh, hey girl, how you doing?
Hey, do you want to stop taking over the content? Come on. Do you want to give us back our friend? He was
I don't
pretty
want to deal with
cool,
Dovey. If
and we miss
anything,
him.
I'd rather deal with the. I'd rather deal with these ladies directly if we had the option, because here's the thing. I think Dovey is just like the first dog they were able to put on a leash to do their stuff for him, and I don't know. I don't trust any kind of decision, or I don't trust anything where that mind could go. I don't.
Oh, here's a question.
I don't think he's a loyal, devout follower. I think he's to attach himself to them.
Here's the question, and I turn to Master Summerwatch if he's still here. Is he still here?
He is here.
All right. Have you by any chance, when you've gone through the records, have you come upon any knowledge that the defectors, seeing how the old headmaster was so close to some of the heads of the clans and them being defectors, did they ever keep in touch? Have you come upon that?
It is not a universal that all of the defectors know each other. Generally speaking, some of them, if they were to hypothetically maintain some sort of small clique, it would be on a case-by-case basis. For example, Loki is by all means a wild card and technically has ways of contacting other defectors and even other masters, but chooses not to, for obvious reasons. Or what I would hope were obvious reasons. The clan heads themselves are keenly aware of who they are and who each other are, but have, for as long a period of time as the clans have existed, or the ones that are headed by a Yanmin at least, have chosen to remain publicly ignorant. So, case-by-case basis. And many of them would not want to be publicly revealed for...
Could be leverage.
blackmailing them could turn their entire clan against you. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And who
Or
would
it could work.
but who would believe us? Like, we'd be in their bad, we'd get on their bad side, and we'd have a bunch of people, and everyone in the public would think we're fucking crazy. It's like, by the way, the heads of the clans are alien squids.
Sure thing, Grandpa. Let's get you back into the retirement home.
Exactly. See, Summerwatch gets it. But like, yeah, I was kind of hoping that they would keep like a friendly, in touch.
Well, I think that's
thing.
the whole point of why they broke away. The whole point is get away from the hive and live their own lives. So it's all, I'm not surprised that most of them don't.
They'll know. They'll sympathize with like. Here's the problem with like they're bringing a weapon creation here, and there's this big fucking
Yeah, I
planet
think
that's gonna
I think
wake
if
up
that's
and kill
the
everyone.
route we
Like,
go, it's almost. And again, assuming they're not compromised and haven't been reacclimated, I would say like the better option is to just be upfront and try to like be earnest and
yeah, that's
forward.
yeah. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
first thing we should do. Yeah.
Yeah,
If they say no, and honestly, even if they say no, they say no. I don't think there's much we can do to.
It's like we're gonna solve your problem for you. Then you stay being a little nerd.
Now, let's say we do go that route. Which of the heads do we go to? Do we go to the Ravens? Twin Ravens, because they're right here.
Rusco is here, assumedly.
Non-speaking man is somewhere else.
How about instead of threatening to reveal their identity to the public, you could leverage the oncoming threat as something that is threatening their anonymity.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way.
Well,
the
and
best
and
way
the
to
fact
go.
that like the planet could wake up and kill everyone.
Yes, that is also an excellent
if they
point.
finish their plans.
Oh, did these guys tell you about Lolth, by the way? Very nice lady.
Ladies.
Oh, right, plural. Wait, no, I thought this one was Lolth.
No, Lolth
Oh,
is
the one we met one.
Yeah, she's Lolth, but the other ones are.
the other ladies are not so nice.
Awesome.
They tried to burn the city down.
No, I think it was Lolth that was trying to burn the city down.
No,
Don't slander her.
Lolth's
like
followers misunderstanding the
Yes,
religion.
that's what
they
I meant. I'm
killed
sorry.
the Jarl, and then the ladies were behind the siege.
Yes, that's what I meant. The Lolth followers were trying to kill what killed the Jarl to get her webs placed more. But they don't really understand how that works, so they misunderstood the whole shebang. Yes, that's what I meant. Then I mentally tell Lolth, hey, you're a pretty cool lady. Thumbs up emoji.
Look,
Left on red.
I mean, depending on where you are, that's the. Oh, you said left on red. I'm thinking. For some reason, I heard that as left on red, as in right on red. The sign, the traffic.
Never move.
Yeah, I think if we go to the heads route, we should probably be like, hey, there's an imminent coming through. Hoping we can get some help from you.
I mean, the only one we had like an asterisk about was the singing worms guy. But even then, we were like shooting in the dark, and we're not. And now that we know, now correct me if I'm wrong. The tower is on the map, right? The Thor Tower. The Thor Tower we passed way back when we fought. Well, you weren't with us, Kalos, but like when we were looking for Blubbery, that was
on the way back. You guys passed it, from what I remember.
No, different one. There's a different one.
Oh.
Well, on our way to Blubbery, there was a tower. Basically, Thor followers get buried there, like Warrior's Death and whatnot. And the day after we passed that, the very first night after, that's when Billy showed his first symptoms of having a tadpole in his head.
Oh, and then you saw like an obelisk chasing us when we were back in Sanctus, right?
Yes.
So probably some connection.
We were suspicious of the singing worm leader for a while, but like we had no it was all circumstantial. We had no hard evidence to say that like he was the one who planted the tadpole. We were just like shooting in the dark to figure out where it came from. So Still the case, but like, I don't know. All right.
Well, we've got to pick who's the most likely one that'll be okay. Probably Twin Ravens.
Oh, Twin Ravens.
Kevin. I mean, we have one Twin Raven member left. I look at Zen. So I was thinking,
I guess, yeah.
I was thinking about going over there and having you fill out a report on like what we learned about the Blood Skull in our last outing, and then if we want to head over there and like get a lay of the land and see if
Roscoe is even here and not out exploring or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best plan we've come up with.
I mean, we don't have to go that far as well. But...
Yeah, I think that's the best plan you've come up with.
What are you calling it, Varys?
Plan.
Wow.
Plan, that's all it is.
Wow.
I'm gonna stop numbering and lettering these plans because I feel like that's gonna diminish our team morale if we actually have to put a number on how many versions of this plan we've gone through.
Plan.
Plan is a
All right,
plan.
we've got to think of like no talk zones. What topics do we not speak of to keep our advantage for stuff like Down Under? You like a no-go, like don't mention this.
So let's just assume
if the idea is we're getting their help to get the plates, I don't know how much we can withhold because it's like, all right, it's pretty obvious what these plates are for, and it's like Rusko's head of the intelligence gathering clan's not a dumb guy, so it's
we should be like, well, we're aware that this is the thing, this is also a thing, and like, plans are being put in motion for this to be a thing.
And being what it is, he might say, well, I'm Gruel, thanks for the info. I'm gonna get these plates for myself, and then you guys. So it's like, if any, our chance for keeping the plates might be, then it's like, might be taking the risk. In, I don't know. That's what
I think that's just a risk we're gonna have to take. Because then he's gonna be like, so what do you guys need the plates for? And then we're gonna be like, we have a ship. And then he's gonna be like, word, where is it at? And we're gonna be like, yeah, about that.
Cool.
And then he's gonna ask, so how did you guys come upon this information? And then we're gonna be like, do you remember when it was being sieged? Yeah, the old headmaster.
We have not
gave us the key, and so now we're here.
And there's also the other.
Oh, your ship? You mean my ship?
Here's the two things that are like standing out in my mind.
Ship.
He had a special tag associated with him. He was a Vanguard.
Yes, yeah. Vanguard.
Here's the other thing, even unrelated to tags and what each of their jobs and demeanors and roles were. We haven't talked to a defector since we found out what a defector was. So we
didn't talk to Scott.
Last time we talked to Scott, we didn't know what he was.
Yeah. He just left us the key and was like, all right, this is your problem now, bitches. I'm out.
You're the best I got. All right.
I think if we're going to go with that plan, we're probably going to reveal some cards.
We should be like, we should probably lead it with like, here's the big problem. We've heard about this, the planet being alive, and the fact that the masters are probably on their way or making a weapon of creation to do bad things and wake this thing up, then no one wins. It's just bad. We wanted to make contact. We need to find
if anything, it's not the masters, it's Dovi's. Dovi's doing the wild card thing, and it's literally sitting on this. Dovi's the one who's sitting on the button, and like.
Yeah, I mean, we need to get rid of that guy.
Or at the very least, communicate with his bosses and figure out what they want. If they're
at that point, right? If we're just going,
then we're not revealing everything out the gate, because then they could be like, "Oh, I love the masters," and then we die.
Yeah, I mean, so remind me, right? And this is just because I keep forgetting. Why are we trying to get the ship operational if we're trying to still keep our cards?
It is a big asset.
I think the last.
Because my hope, and I'm gonna tell you my hope.
I think that's our way to the Feywild, because we checked the inventory last night or It's still tonight. It's still last night. It's tonight. We checked the inventory, like what Scott has in storage. He has a tuning fork for the Feywild.
Oh, he
So
has one.
if we fix
Okay.
the ship and we get this tuning fork set up, we can go after Scott. And either get him back, or at least we'll have a means to physically transport us to where we can then get him back.
We don't know if he's actually in the Feywild. It's probably assumed, right? Considering the
Assuming,
Considering
because
where
I think we
Dobie's...
talked with Caesar and he says he can't sense him on this plane anymore.
Yeah.
So we don't
But-
know if the Feywild for certain, but that does seem to be like the lady's domain. So like it's not a certainty.
So we've got
Best
we've
guess.
got like this. We've got masters in Borka Ridge, defectors all over, ladies and Dovi. And then there's also the masked brain somewhere in the Astral Sea. There's 4. Oh, there's 5, and then there's the big planet which we're on, which is actually alive. So they're the big contenders. So it's like, do we try to link up with one to get rid of the other, all while not waking up the planet to avert that from happening?
Yeah, the enemy of my
Scott
enemy.
seems like a pretty solid lead on that. So it's like, but it all does stem back down to ship plates.
Okay.
I guess. You could theoretically just go through the fate pit, but then
we have no way back.
I'm
And
not plane shift.
you do have a plane
Technically,
shift.
that's true.
We've got
We
plane
could
shift,
we could just
teleport.
go there.
Here's the other thing, right? And DM, I don't know how much we know about the Feywild. Does the whole time skip thing happen in the Feywild like it happens in regular D&D?
Arcana. Now. Do it.
Tell me what to do. Dirty 20.
Dilation is something that happens in the Feywild, much like it does to someone who is a post-op. Oh, no, I'm stop right there. Yeah. Time dilation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other danger, right? If we do go and we do end up saving Scott and we come back,
and 100 years have passed.
Exactly.
Or more. I mean, it's also, but it's the Feywild. It's chaos personified. So like, depending on what kind of mood the Fey portals are in, they could spit us back 10 seconds after we leave too. So it's like, if anything, once we have the ship, we basically just get whatever personal stuff we have in order, and then we make the leap of faith. Is basically what I'm thinking. The ship is also useful because, like, based on how the globe works and how it seems to work, we could also use it to some degree here on the material plane. We'd have to be careful about it, but
Well, like their tech and development area is in Borka Ridge, so it's like that's their HQ.
You know what we should do?
All that we know about the Civil War is be bad.
We should come up with a nuke, with a nuclear device, and just throw it over at Mercury Ridge.
Oh yeah,
that's
that's
it.
easily.
That's all I'm saying.
Pull my finger, you say, and then they're
And
dead.
then I fart, and it's nuclear. It's a
Yeah.
nuclear holocaust on Borka Ridge. Well, all right. Well, we either get to planning or we get to executing plan.
we could get our minds erased too again. That'd be fun.
I don't want to get my mind erased.
I
It's
like
fun.
my brain.
We
I like
barely
knowing
noticed the
things.
first. We barely noticed the first time until someone pointed it out for us.
You mean a god?
I forgot who pointed it out, but like we did know immediately after because like we did the Odin check, and that was the one time it worked. Was like we asked what happened to Gunderson, and then we realized, oh, Gunderson did not get killed by Dovey, and that was our first clue. And then
I don't think we know who did it to us.
No, we don't. In character, we don't know.
In character,
Definitely
we
don't
don't
know.
know.
In character, we definitely don't know. But
Okay, well, what we doing? What we doing then?
I say tomorrow morning we head over to the Twin Ravens, file this report that I am going to throw together based on throw together tonight, and then we'll feel it out, see if Rusko's even here, and then we will
Rip a band-aid off.
Band-aid off.
Yeah.
By the way, is tomorrow the 14th?
We're
15th.
technically on the 15th now because it did
15th.
pass midnight.
Sleepy time.
Sleepy time for the boys that need 8 hours. Hell yeah.
All right. Well, if you come up with something, let me know if I can be involved in something. I'm going to stick around here in a bit and see if the archive has anything on your bean.
Yeah. Well,
And
our goal, honestly, is to feel it out. We're going to try. Hopefully, we won't name drop you until we have like a solid idea of whether or not we can trust our new business partner. So,
well, I'm quite well known already. So,
well,
And he is the
you're
new
well
head
known,
master.
but you're also like
oh, in the context of Yan
in
Min,
the context,
of course.
yeah.
Well, in
Not
that case, then do hold thine tongue.
Not that the lead investigator or the lead of the intelligence clan might not be able to do some investigating, but like in
I'm
an ideal
sure he
world,
has eyes and ears everywhere we would not want him to be if he is indeed who the records say he is, which I'm assuming everything here is 100% correct. But if I come up with anything, I will contact you somehow. If you get a message from me in the morning upon waking, then my discoveries have borne fruit.
Gotcha. All right.
All right then. Caesar will close the door on your way out, and I will see you if I see you.
When?
Yes, naturally. Alright, so you get out of the information repository, going your own ways until eventually where you're going to be resting your head for the evening is found. Be it
Get
in...
Royce, I guess.
Well,
I'm going to the Bone Eaters bar.
well,
That's
Bone
not a
Eaters do
bedroom.
have an actual dormitory now, so you can crash there. You don't have to sleep in the bar. Kind of weird.
Well, yeah.
I think the only two without a default place to go are me and Laszlo. So it's
Let's
like,
go to the
Yeah, you guys come with me.
You guys can
You
crash
guys-
in my house, my room too, if you guys want.
You guys are gonna have to
Uh.
share the couch and spoon, I guess, if you're gonna go to Yerk and Royce. They already have guest stuff, but under normal circumstances, that's now Jason's room. Albeit said, it is. the
I'll go wherever I can
15th,
be
so-
taken and just go to sleep.
Here, come with me to the Bone Eaters.
Sure. Good luck having a good night's sleep.
Some people
Bye.
are sleeping in a chariot bed, others are sleeping in brand new, high quality linens, others are crashing on a couch somewhere.
I
But-
will spend the rest of my, or half of my sleep. There's only 4 hours, so the other half waiting. I'll learn the rest of my spell. I'll have all the 3 spells I want to learn done.
Wow. Wizard things.
Yeah.
We'll deduct your money, buddy. It ain't
I-
free.
Throw it in the ether. It's gone.
Small child picks it up and runs away. Thanks.
And it disappears in his hand. Just like, no! My loot.
Fate is cruel. Sorry. The morning of the 15th, contact is going to be through... it doesn't really matter who it goes to, but I'm gonna roll for it because it's funny. Varys, you get a message in the morning.
Cool.
It is coming from Master Summerwatch in the form of a message. 25-word limit.
Beep, 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 beep.
Help, I'm on fire.
Help me, I'm underwater.
Ooh, have you done the bean? Ooh.
I have found the bean's use on Spelljammer ship. Universal time counteracts. That's one word, right? Counteracts time dilation. Ship must be attuned.
Oh, just the thing we were just talking about.
How convenient.
Who threw it down at us? That's the thing. We've got a guardian
Who
angel.
gave it to? Ooh.
Guardian squid.
Oh no, not again. We can't just turn this into Baldur's Gate, guys. Stop it.
The Squangel.
Hey, we started this campaign before that game
It's a
released.
Squangel.
Just so we're clear.
Larian
The game was in
Studios.
development for like 8 years. So
Well,
Yeah, but
Adam,
they,
you were
early
born.
access was.
Adam, you were born before.
they've had
them,
plenty of
okay?
time though to watch this stream and steal ideas.
Larian, get out of the stream, okay?
This one viewer is definitely Sven.
Um,
Hold on, let me
my
check
my,
the
my
users in
response
chat.
is, I
Alright, even though
respond
it
with,
says it's Dan, I'm pretty sure that
I've been hacked. It's him.
either that or let me look at these bot accounts. Maria_Anderson could be Norwegian girl _ there you go. Feels good man, long usernames. Alright, I'm gonna stop reading these. Totally real accounts, by the way. And they're not
Spell
the
them
ones.
out. They all spell Sven.
Yeah, they're the ones that are flagging my YouTube channel for 10 seconds of
Yeah,
dead
because
air.
they're trying to copyright us because it's Baldur's Gate. Like.
Anyways, alright, so besides your guardian squid, embrace your potential, by the way. Go ahead and Varys, you can relay that if you want, or keep it to yourself.
I'll relay it. I'll send a little message back saying acknowledge, thanks to the intel, we'll inform the gang, and once we're all convened, I will say exactly that to the rest of the group.
P.S. What are you wearing? So, the gang, you guys are gonna have to eat food, by the way. You can either peruse local vendors for food. It's gonna cost you 2 gold pieces to eat. That ain't free. You are
Anyone
folk
opposed
heroes,
to a
but
good berry? Or
We're in a city. We might as well eat real food.
okay.
Do the bone eaters not offer anything?
well, you're
I'm not eating bones.
You're not. Alright, well, your salination in your blood is going to have to come into question eventually if you keep eating like this, but your clans do have respective
Breakfast
hours, yeah. Bone eaters, they have a very, very. Almost feels like you're still eating on the road because the food that they serve is basically just trail
Arcane
food.
nuts is pretty good.
Yeah, and you need to drink a lot of water or else you're gonna get grunk stones. That's what we're calling them now.
I go to the cafeteria and ask for Martha as usual, please and thank you.
Cafeteria's thing today is going to be assortment of fruits mixed in simple syrup.
Oh my god, I haven't had a fruit in fucking forever. Thank God.
Scurvy.
Wait, don't forget Mitch's warning.
You're gonna shit yourself.
You might shit yourself.
Avoid your bowels instantly.
As I put it in my mouth, I remember. I can hear Varys in my mind saying, "Remember
Go shit
High
yourself.
Meat
Well-
only. Meat only.
If you don't have a clan, you're gonna have to find food elsewhere, or you could just eat your rations. That's up to you.
Forage on the mean streets. So
Alternatively, if you want to, we
Eat
could roll a
ice cube.
performance check and you can beg in the streets.
Could I just get something? From
I
the
thought you were gonna
bar?
take the
Like,
beg. Okay.
I would not beg in the street.
I don't know. Folk hero begging in the streets, you got a pretty good chance of someone taking pity on you.
Please, I'm so hungry.
Just
Are we
we're
that
so
are we that
famous, we're so
esteemed though here in
big.
Solholm? Or is our folk status only in Annapolis where we actually saved the city?
Oh, we have a statue
You
here.
do have a statue here. You have folk hero status for different reasons.
I literally am the guy. Please. No, break the fourth wall.
Now we gotta bury Turok under that statue.
Alright,
We
food
have
taken
it.
care of, I guess. You guys reconvene, and Varys tells you the good, extremely convenient news. The puzzle pieces are all coming together, and the ship is looking more and more necessary.
Should we just give him the bean? Is that the?
Well, I think the idea is we'll hold on to the bean and then since it's so
Good news, everyone.
What if we die with the bean?
I think we should just leave it at the universe, at the underverse.
Give him the bean.
Yeah, what do we need it for?
I was gonna.
I think the concern was that even though it's not being amplified, it can still be tracked, and we don't want a blind. So it almost like this is the one piece we should keep on us, not because we.
Well,
I don't know.
Boom, boom, boom,
Can't
boom.
say
That was mine. That was my interpretation.
The one bit.
Bean to rule them all.
One bean. There's one bean.
The one. Yeah. Give me.
One bean.
Stop it.
The one bean is real. It took me a minute.
The one being that rules the world.
It's the drums of getting up.
Okay.
What is the plan with the bean then? Keep or give to NPC?
Bury.
Do we want to just keep piling all the important pieces on the NPC, or do we want to
Probably
keep
not, because then that puts a lot of weight on the NPC to just get fucking killed, and then we have no pieces.
Just hold on to
you
it.
guys
It's a fucking
like
bean.
this is a very important NPC. Adam just comes along and murders him. Yay!
Exactly.
I never do that.
If we gave Crod the fucking ball last time, he'd have died so quick. Hey, Micapene, hold this. Dies the next second. I don't already have fur, but now I don't have skin. Pick up.
All right. I mean, that's one I'm not gonna take a heart, but I'll say we vote, and my vote is hold on to at least one piece of the ship, just in case.
Keep saying it.
So we hold on to the giant encumbersome cube. Got it.
No.
No. We don't need the cube.
I
took the cube out.
I know. I'm
Big
fucking
piece.
with you. God.
Takes us 10 years to get something solved. Don't do that.
So someone's gonna have to add to their inventory the bean. Who it is?
Who has the most volatile things on them already? Effectively. Probably someone that doesn't have that.
I think I'm out of the question. Oh wait, no, I'm not carrying the thing anymore. I don't know. I have a bag of holding and I don't want to put it in there. You guys carry it.
Zen.
Most of my inventory
You
is
take
normal.
it.
Is like
I don't want anything to do with those.
I'll
I'm like the
fucking
most
hold it.
attuned-
I'll hold it.
I'll hold it if you don't want to. It doesn't.
Do I have to attune to it?
No, I don't think so.
Bean?
No,
I said I'm
yeah.
the most.
the bean has to be attuned to the ship. Summerwatch said so.
Okay. Well, I'll
Attune
hold
to
it. Actually, I don't want the heat. You take it.
I already
You take
got
it, Varys.
stabbed multiple. I already died multiple times. I don't.
Yeah, I don't want to know
that.
that.
Someone has to be Frodo, all right?
All right, I'm gonna put it in my inventory as the one.
That's not
bean,
Frodo. Didn't put it in his inventory. He wore it.
in capital
One
letters.
bean to rule them all. And another
Oh,
bean
double
made
meaning, double
in
meaning.
secret.
One bean to find them. Actually, that works.
Bean.
All right, so let's go to the Twin Ravens.
All right, we want to. All right, so what do we want to leave out? This is the general forward-facing report that I'm gonna have Zen file with the official.
We're definitely not having this conversation out in the open, right, guys? We're definitely having this conversation in my room.
Well, this is the info that's going in records, that the public-facing records. So, anyway, so right.
Bean bearer. What do you say?
So what? We're writing about the.
Basically, Blood Skull grown in strength exponentially in the last few years. Every single one of them has adapted lizard features. That is I think that's the.
Yeah, lizard-like features.
Maybe, I don't know if we want to add the addendum to that. They seem to be gathering strength for some unknown purpose. Yeah.
Nefarious, most likely.
Some unknown reason, but probably have to do something with Jormungandr.
That would be that's my third major bullet point that I have down. They seem to have an alliance with bandits north of Valkyria's Ascent. And
sounds good.
Great. Well, I'm gonna go take a dump, and I
can
right
write
back.
this up.
I don't know if we want to add. This I'll say in the psychic network. I don't know if we want to add that they're sitting on religious artifacts, and if that's something we want to save for our.
I don't think that matters. They don't know what kind of artifacts they are.
So Jormungandr bandits, who are accumulating vicar religious artifacts.
And very, very American there. They've got oil. Got them.
Got oil.
Got them. There's oil in that camp.
Okay, so I'll write this up.
And then what after that? What's the next step?
All right. I figure we ask if Rusko is present within the facility.
Rusko. Oh, no.
You all notice that with Zen's new intelligence, his write-ups are significantly less stupid sounding. The grammar is
Big
actually
words. Oh.
misspellings are basically gone. Vocabulary has expanded exponentially. No longer uses the word things and stuff as much.
There's a thingamajig over there. You got doodads over there.
And remembers to keep it within the margins of the line.
Yes.
Squiggly lines 2.0.
I remember this one time in elementary school when I was writing an essay, and I went more than one page. So instead of just flipping over the page and writing on the back, I taped, cut up pieces of paper to the bottom to complete 3 more sentences. And when I handed it in, my teacher was like, why? And I looked so proud because it looked cool. Because I taped paper to paper.
Mine's
and then
longer
done before Adam's.
yeah, it was longer than everyone else's. And it wasn't exact lines too. I cut out slips of paper that were exactly the size of the word, and then I taped them all together to make a little collage. It almost looked like those ransom notes that you get.
Oh,
in
you're
movies.
the fucking Zodiac killer.
Don't say that online, please.
Yeah, or
He was
not on
having
stream.
caught,
Not on
and he
stream,
was,
Dan. Not on stream.
Don't clip that, please.
Flipped.
Well, Dan, you're the only real person in here besides Alicidra and Batwoman __
Don't they'll leave.
Alright, so you go. Zen begins to fill out his report. It takes probably maybe like 15 to 20 minutes to get all the formations and citations correct. Citations being you guys. What's your source? Trust me, bro.
I saw it in a dream.
To be honest, that's what most of the records are.
Oh, that's literally what Uriel Septon said. I saw you in my dreams. Oh yeah, sure.
So
Patrick
while that
Stewart.
is happening, the rest of you can mingle around the area. While you do need to be paying money to get into the actual archive, you're not entirely sure if the big boss man is even in there. Of course, you have the secretary out front and some miscellaneous people coming and going, just interacting with the actual archive itself. Generally speaking, the person around here is very, very nice lady.
Very nicely.
We all remember Suzette.
Everyone loves Suzette.
The sarcastic bitch. No.
You are
No,
rude.
she's just got personality.
Picking up or dropping off.
Can't handle the sight of a strong Nord woman.
Hun.
I think
me
the
hug one more
secretary from Ghostbusters when I think of her.
Yeah.
We got one.
I'm joking, of course.
Dan is not a misogynist.
Saved.
But Laszlo,
Full on.
Some of the people
women.
I know are women. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
My mom was a woman.
I think I was birthed.
Anyway, so while you're in here and Zen is currently writing his report, you can option A, flirt with Suzette. Option B, draw out information regarding Rajko. Option C.
When do you get off work?
Be mildly misogynistic.
No. Oh,
Option C, leave.
Stand around. Option D.
Pickpocket.
Oh,
she
look
has
over there.
she has 4 gold and 6 stacks of paper in her inventory.
Never should have come here.
Alright, so who's gonna... Zen's currently writing his report, so
Yes,
he's...
Well, Zen's got to lead the conversation because he's the only twin raven. I will be
Hey!
there within.
True.
Oh, all right. Hello.
I will use this. I will use the team speak, and I will try to coach Zen through the if Zen needs help, I will help him through the conversation.
Compliment her hair.
Oh, hello.
Wait, let me get into character. Okay, feet up on the desk.
Nail file.
Nail
maybe.
file in the form of my pen. Constantly looking at you from a side eye.
Oh no, this is gonna be a challenge. Good morning. Hi.
Yeah? What do you want?
Our colleague Zen is currently writing up a report, but we were wondering if Rajko was in this morning. We would like to have a conversation with them, if possible.
You're not a member here, hun. Why do you want to
No.
speak to the headman? Guildmaster's very
Matters-
busy.
Okay. Yeah, matters regarding the recent increase of bandit activity to the north of here, on the road heading upwards to Ostia.
That seems like a small puddle, darling. I don't know why he would want to worry about a couple of banditos. You can have it in the archive, sure, but I don't know why you need to speak to the headman himself.
Through the team speak, Laz. We'll let Zen start this conversation, and we'll figure out. If anything, we'll leave a message, and then we'll.
Listen, if you got something of dire importance, like life-threatening to the city or to the guildmaster himself, by all means. But a couple of bandits out over in the frozen wastes who probably couldn't even break through the city walls, I don't even know if that's... should be something that is in our wheelhouse, so to speak. Anyways, if you want to try to even get your ears... his ears available for ears to listen, I think maybe you should apply to being a twin raven. Consider that.
Varys is just in the corner. Man, I should have thought of that. So,
Can always reapply.
sure, comes. I'll head over to Meerskull in a few
What's
months.
the recruitment like?
Recruitment is a pretty decent process, even if it's not the recruiting season. We're always looking for people to be scholarly sorts. What you gotta do is you have to find a very not well-known source of information to bring back as some sort of tithe to be your shoe-in. Your friend Zen there did it a couple months back. His information was quite useful.
We could
I
just
don't
wait for
remember
Zen.
what
I
it
wouldn't
was.
count a bunch of bandits to be that pertinent kind of information. Sure, if they're like amassing a large amount of people that's threatening enough, you should be going to the gods, not to the librarians of the city, if that makes any sense to use. I'm sure that makes plenty of sense, hun.
In the Discord channel, I messaged the boys. You know what you could do is I could leave a note for Otig, only that he could understand, and we can get his attention that way.
Definitely an option.
You mean in like
In
Then-
deep speech.
yeah, okay.
Pick a
Yeah,
choice.
doodle it in the margins.
No, like leave an actual note telling her that this is for him and his eyes only. And even if they do get a sneak peek of it in there, they won't
At
understand
the
what
very
the fuck
least,
it
maybe
says.
it might seem less threatening if Zen leaves it. I don't know. None of us were exactly high-ranking members when we at any
Yep.
point. She does raise a point though. I say we still file this report here, but maybe when we get an opportunity before we leave the city next, maybe we pass along a version of this report to the Jarl or maybe not the Jarl directly, but to the guard out and just let them know that Bloodskull are potential hazards, considering they already attacked a town east of here, opposite direction from here from them. So and that was months ago.
So are we putting code in this thing or not?
This
I'm
report
right.
we're gonna keep vanilla. If anything, we'll ask to leave a message because this is going into the archive. We'd want the code in a message that
He gets directly.
Rusko gets directly.
As to not appear like a crazy person, just like dormant for a time, as that conversation was going on, I would have just said, "Oh, thank you for your time," and I'm just gonna wait for my friend, and I'll just go sit at the waiting bit.
Yeah.
Hearing over and like kind of acting like I'm helping Zen with the report, pointing at stuff but speaking in team speak. All right, so what do we want? Leaving this message in deep speak, not a bad idea. I think it's just word choice. What do we if she'll take a message and for him to lead to him directly? What is a word that what is a phrase or word that like will get his attention but won't? Is there even a word? Is there even a something? Is there even a phrase on a Venn diagram where it's like gets the point across but doesn't come across as threatening?
Well, I think me leaving the note in deep speak itself, a language that a lot of 99% of the people in the world don't know, and saying, "Hey,
Your ass is grass."
What if the
The
secretary
league-
knows it? She is the secretary.
The league wishes to speak with you in a matter of dire importance. Please let us know when you're best available.
It's of
dire importance.
in regards to situations.
Ginger
Maybe we
dire.
work in a version of the phrase. It would be helpful to have a vanguard in or something.
Yeah, I think like that.
Something along the line.
The league wishes to speak to you.
The league is in need
matter
of the assistance of a vanguard in dealing with issues that are developing north of Solholm.
Boom! I'm gonna write that down on a paper note. Please, and I'll add. Please let us know when it is when you are best available to have this conversation in private.
How are you gonna get that to Zen?
Well, once Zen files his report, he'll also ask Suzette if it's within the realm possibility for him to leave a message for Rusko, and said message will be that note. That that doesn't work, then we'll go to Plan C. But
Iron Bears, here we come. Also, I'll go ahead and write that note, DM. And as Varys is pointing out a couple of things, I'll just come by and point out a couple of things, and then drop the note stealthily on his work.
Sneak that shit.
Okay, make a sleight of hand.
No, I don't want to. I just do it.
Okay, fine. You can just slap it on there. Like,
You gotta pay money to get in there as well. Or just teleport through walls.
1 hand, 22.
in the same way that you would like. I don't want to say it looks like you're rubbing Zen's belly, but like.
I'm giving him a hand job.
You use Zen's beard as a curtain, and you slip your hand underneath his chin, and then your hand comes out from outside of his beard and places the note on top of his report, and then slips back in between the beard curtain.
I promise I'm not giving you a hand job. I say on the Peace card.
Yeah.
just to clarify, report. Both of these are going separately to the secretary. We just clarify that if it's possible that this is a message for Rusko, if she can deliver it to him when she gets the opportunity. Right?
Yes.
This isn't. We're not putting it in the pages of the report. These are two separate things.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Not soon after, Zen finishes writing his report. It is well documented and contains everything that is relevant to the blood skull that you guys feel like writing on paper. As soon as you approach the desk, with your little stack of papers in hand, you have to stand on top of a little stool in front of the desk for short people, and you hand all of your papers towards Suzette. Anything to say?
Yeah. Suzette, is it possible you can pass this note along to the big man?
Sure, Zen. Is it important that it gets to him now? He's currently kind of busy. Or is it something I can just leave on his desk and walk away?
Just let him know. No, the league dropped it off. We're gonna be in town.
Basically, I'll send to the TeamSpeak. Basically, important that he
which
gets it directly.
league?
What?
Which league?
There's more of them.
Oh, you missed it last week. You weren't here last. Oh no, was that 2 weeks ago? I can't remember.
It was 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
It was.
It's like, what do you mean? Which?
No, I mean like 2 sessions ago. Was that 2 sessions ago? Were we all here for that conversation where it's like there's other leagues and we're like by making ourselves just the league, we've kind of
in the Discord, just say the one that took down Old Blubbery.
It's like our league, the league I am.
The real one. No.
The famous original.
Yeah, they're not the shit knockoff.
The ones that
Don't say
actually
that,
do
but-
shit and have favor with the Jarl and take down bears. That one.
Yeah, just tell her it's He
No,
doesn't need to read it right this second,
I'm
but
just
like he
yanking
should
a
get it.
chain, boys.
Oh.
I know who you're a part of. None of you are even in the Wolves, are you?
No.
No, we weren't. No.
None of us ever were either. We
No.
never had a single wolf.
I could be, but no, I'm not.
You're
Well, if
more
you're gonna do
you're
it-
more of a Raven guy anyway, Laszlo.
Don't know,
Big
put
brain.
labels on me. I don't know what the hell I am. I could be a goddamn Laszlo for all you know.
You are a
scholarly
Laszlo.
I'm
gentleman.
in my own clan.
The Pearl Diver clan.
You look a bit too lanky to join the Iron Bears there, hun, so maybe you do fit around here.
Oh, damn. She just called you out.
It's a compliment. They're scholars.
You hitting on me?
Only
You're
as
too
much
young.
as it gets people into the recruitment office, hun.
You're too young for me.
You're not an Olympian goddess of darkness and
Yeah.
and pathways or whatever Hecate's
Hold on.
titles were.
Don't
I'll-
say
I'll
darkness and
consider it.
pathways in the same sentence.
I'll
please.
consider it.
You then
Why?
realize that if you did seduce Hecate, you would have gotten the seduce the Emperor ending.
What's that?
Oh, that was fucking weird.
Did you take that?
No, I did not seduce.
Well, check his achievements.
I didn't seduce.
Check his
any-
achievements.
Hold on, we're going right now.
Isn't that a hidden achievement anyway?
It will show up, I think, as a hidden achievement, but I'll know.
Because you have
Because
it.
Adam's done it.
No, I'm
Because
not
Adam
either.
seduced the Emperor. I had the
Charlie-
option
Charlie
to, and I was
back.
just like,
But
I'm
they
not
don't
going to
even
turn
have
this
the
into a
salaries,
hentai.
You've already done what you have done in the playthrough, so.
Alright, you guys are clear for now. I don't see any hidden... Oh wait, Dan has a hidden achievement.
Oof.
What one do I have?
Oh, it's September 5th. You got First Blood, which is kill Orin. The next one's Homebrewer, create 3 unique alchemical solutions. You didn't do that yet? Jesus, man. Potions are great. And then there's a hidden one that I can't see. So if it is the
Let me
Emperor
have a
one...
look.
Nah, Dan's gonna
What,
fucking...
5th, do you say?
5th of September, yeah.
At what time?
That just says 5th of September. It's in the...
First Blood, kill Orin with a goddess performing their ritual.
Yeah, First Blood, Homebrewer, and then some last one.
Let me look.
Okay, well, while you do that and try to cover up your sin,
Oh, coat the streets of Baldur's Gate in blood. Become an assassin of Baal.
Oh.
Oh, you actually did that?
Oh, you did? You're
I
an
killed that
evil
little
man?
flying son of a gun, yeah.
How dare you?
You fucking killed
like-
the elephant.
He was like, why the hell are you gonna kill me? I need to save Lazelle. Adam, you'll understand.
You need to save Laser. There's other ways to do it, but alright.
Yeah, there were other ways to do it.
It didn't look like it at the time. So.
There are. I just... You gotta believe me.
Drastic beans.
Killing an
Wow,
elephant.
guys. Spoilers. Jeez.
Guys, is an elephant.
There's an elephant, yeah. Alright, so you leave the note, and your report with Suzette. She does give you your payment for the actual report itself, which comes out to a grand total of 50 gold pieces.
Nice. Pocket that.
You can keep that, Zen.
That's my pot. That's my beer
I didn't
money.
need your permission.
I was
It's
going to
already
do it
in my
anyway.
pocket.
Even
And
if I did write the report and give it to you. No. No.
Ghost
That's not what
Rider
happened.
getting kind of
Yeah.
It's
sassy.
fine. It's all going to we're all going to the same cause.
Is it?
Think so. Unless Zen's rolling
Beer
his money
money.
away for something else.
Hookers and whiskey.
You know what? We know Zen's vices. It's for the cause. We accept who
Same.
Zen is. We have never at any point tried to make him change. So it's like
I don't think
We
you can
accept him
write
for who
hookers
he
and whiskey
is.
on a tax report.
we never tried to make Zen change at any point in the last 2.5 years playing this campaign. It's always been he's an alcoholic. How cute. Have another drink, Zen.
I'll drink with you, Zen.
Yep. Parting the Ravens, though. I think, like I said, I don't think we need to go to the Jarl themselves, but like maybe the guard captain just give an abbreviated version of this. Basically be wary of maybe like ask about Blood Skull activity and then just let them know they're a lot bigger than they used to be, and we don't know what their plans are, but they seem like they're gathering up forces for something.
All right. So, to whom are you going to give this information to?
Oh, the
We
detectives
have
aren't part of.
No,
Aren't
they are
they-
like their investigation. We would have to go to like. See, it's been forever since we've been in Solholm, so it's like pouring. It's like, but there is a guard. It's not
Rayford.
Ray. Yeah, Ray is no. Did
No, I
Rayford didn't die? Did Rayford die in the siege?
I thought Rayford was the guy that went on patrol over at the.
He's a guard captain.
Well, we know the fucking.
Well, the guard. We go to the guard.
We know
do.
the fucking Yarrow.
Well, who are you trying to ask about?
Well, no, it's more. I'm just the local politics. I'm trying to remember there's a guard outpost. There's a guard outpost next to the longhouse, right? And that's where like the guard captain works out of, the guy in charge of the guards. That's where if we wanted to go to him rather than the Jarl themselves, we'd go there, right? Am I misremembering, DM?
There are many different hierarchies of guard and guard captains. Technically speaking, Rayford is not the head guard of all of Solholm. He is strictly in charge of the Jarl's hunting grounds. And now that that's filled with Dovi, he's actually not quite out of a job, but
Working overtime.
he got pushed back into more local grounds. Because he is not getting paid enough to fight all of the Feywild.
Yeah.
Basically, never enough for this shit.
I mean, worst case scenario, I think we go to the guardhouse, we ask whoever's manning the front desk and just ask them basically who they would want us to report this to and who's in charge of the protection of the city itself, and then they don't want to basically just we want to give the tip off that just keep an eye out because we don't know what the Blood Skull are actually planning, but they are a lot bigger than they used to be.
If you wanted to, we can just kind of gloss that one over. You go by and drop off to whomever is operating the front desk, and unless you want to pry any deeper or try to get it directly into the hands of someone who's not the front desk, then you may do so. But otherwise, we could gloss over it if you want.
Okay. Anyone have anything specific they want to accomplish with this conversation, or are they okay with that? Is everyone okay with that too?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Sounds good to me.
Oakley dokley. So, with that tip-off given, and hopefully the guards will at least give it some thought and not just push it underneath the desk, and maybe bolster some of the wall's defenses, who knows. That being said, the walls have been repaired since the Dovi siege, and installations have been placed to accommodate for potential giant rock-throwing, fireproof treants. There are only so many precautions you can take within a military's defense budget, but things that can help put out the fires, reinforcement frames to help maybe deflect large boulder-sized missiles, and these nice installations on the walls that artificially increase its overall length, making it so that the person lobbing, if they wanted to get over the wall, as opposed to just destroying the wall, needs to arc it higher, which essentially makes it so that it can get deeper into the city. Physics. But is there any other business that you guys want to do? You are essentially waiting to see if Rajko will give you the time of day, and whatever you're doing with the bean, you'll be holding on to it for now.
Quick fetch quest for me.
Oh.
Can I visit one of the canal? How far are the canals for the to divert the mountain runoff?
The mountain runoff, in order to make it so that it doesn't completely flood the immediate area of the farmlands around here, has been created and entrenched approximately 5 miles out from the city itself. You'll need to go out probably westwards from the city gate and travel on the road in relative safety until eventually you hit, I wouldn't call it pay dirt, it's water.
Water.
But 5 miles for a monk's speed, if you wanted to even just walk normally, you would be outpacing even regular horses. If you were to, say, take up a bit of running, you could probably get there and back before lunchtime.
I see.
Yeah, 5 miles isn't a lot.
For if I dash, my speed is 100.
So by default,
of scoffs in speed.
Yeah, by default, 30 is the default, which means you can travel 24 miles in a day, which means that you're traveling at approximately 3 miles per hour. And so if you're a monk with a higher base speed, assuming that it is a relatively linear path, you can get to your destination in approximately an hour, and then back in approximately another hour.
We also got a heavily armored dragonborn. Could run about that fast too.
What's your speed, Andrew?
55.
Oh, you're faster from you can.
I mean, if you want, I could summon Elk and he could fly you there.
Isn't Elk slower than?
Yeah, but flying is safer.
His flight speed is 80 feet.
Oh. But wouldn't you have to come with me?
No, I could just tell him what to do, and then it's just after we can't talk if it's talk, and I start poking my head a mile out. But like he won't just spaz out and then fall.
Sure, I'll take a flight down there.
Oh.
All right, I summon Elk. It takes me 10 minutes, and then I just mentally tell him, "Do what Zen says."
So let's see, that's 6 miles per hour and some change. Sorry, 6... Sorry, no, it's not 6 miles per hour, that's really slow.
Snail.
Well, if it's 3 miles an hour at 30 speed, and it's 80, so that's approximately double. So then you can get there in less than an hour, and then back in, again, less than an hour. So probably about 90 minutes total to just fly.
I'll take a freedom. I'll take a nice
take a freedom.
I'll take a freedom stroll. Freedom
stroll.
So Zen takes the taxi. He doesn't need to take you guys with him. Zen goes off on his own adventure for about an hour and a half. Goes out to a local farm. There is a entrenched location built up with sand and dirt-filled sacks to help. What's the word? Dike the water or whatever.
Dike, yeah.
Build a dike.
You build a dike, dam the water.
Well, damn you two. You go ahead and reach down, and the water is cool, clear, and crisp. If I remember correctly, is this one we had to eat it?
Eat the water.
No, I'm filling up a jar.
Oh, right.
And one is filled with seawater already.
Yes, you were requiring seawater, mountain water, and then some other third thing, which could be reasonably anything you want. As long as it's not the other two. Alright, so you now have access to mountain spring water. You can fill up your jug, and you can see that it is mingling with the seawater, but it does not mix because their densities are different.
Whoa,
Marvin.
science.
Whoa. Well,
You will go learn
I'm
science.
going to fly back.
And before lunch even rolls around, Zen is back on the griffin, named Elk.
Peter.
Stop it.
I'm gonna get this place banned. Sorry, yeah. Name dropping all these characters.
Anything else you guys want to do?
I'm gonna be enchanting.
Anything else? Or are you guys going to be idle hands?
Well, I look at Zen. I would like to actually study the Jormungandr mythology and.
So you want to go to the Ravens?
Yeah, how much does that cost again?
50
For
Gs.
non-members?
Fine.
Hey Zen, you just got 50 gold, didn't you?
Just runs away. You couldn't even escape doing
Actually,
this.
that is
Dear
also a
money.
significant portion of money.
I mean, we know the real version of it. Like, what more is there?
Well, they don't know that.
Well, yeah, but Alec, that's like saying I know the real version of things. Like, you're all secretly reptilians who run the country. Like, obviously, no.
The Patriots.
Well, like, what it's like, if you're really that the 50 gold is like that big a hurdle for you. Like, what do you hope to gain then that you don't think that you're like struggling with that amount? Like, because
No, that's true. We need
to be fair, in character, we have looked up this legend before, so it's like you're probably not going to find any like in character any new information.
It's
You're
like
more like
you're
more like getting a refresher for stuff that we've already probably learned at some point. So it's like
it's more like their religious practices. So that way, if we need to mingle and pretend to be one of them, how do you do, fellow snake worshippers?
You don't throw the salt over the shoulder, things like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because you have the medallion, so we could potentially do that, but.
Okay.
What?
So,
Hello?
But yeah, we could do that if that is still on the table. If we don't want to do that, I'm not going to spend the 50 gold. But if we do want to do it,
I mean, we haven't decided a plan yet, so it's like
okay, then I'll wait.
If you want to table it until we know that's what we want to do.
All right, it's not like it's going anywhere.
Yeah.
I also just want to ask, what are we trying to get out of this conversation with the head of the clan? Like, are we trying to get their support? Are we trying to get some artillery? Or what are we hoping to get out of it?
Support, knowledge.
Blackmail.
We have not actually spoken, like I said, we have not actually spoken with the defector since learning what defectors are. So it's like
true, but why do we?
Here's the
mind
thing.
you, we already casted the line, so there's no going back. But what are we going to get out of this?
Well, if what Summer Watch is implying is true, he has at least a minimal amount of contact with the other two guys. So it's basically I want to get at the very minimum, if he's willing to have this conversation, lay of the land as to what like we can expect if making contact with the other two clan heads, and I don't know, because one of our plans is getting the Iron Bears and just charging in and grabbing these plates, but like I don't know. Honestly, this is also something I wanted to do from the beginning, but like I got vetoed on it when we first learned all this.
We'll find out now.
I'm trying to think though. It's I think before.
Look,
should we just tell them that we need their support with maybe some high level magics?
Not even just about magics. I think it's more
some high level art.
It's probably just be straight with them.
Yeah, but what are we being straight with him though? Like, hey, yes,
we
we're
need
gonna
help with Nuviculus. Otherwise, Nuviculus is going to wake up the planet and kill everyone. I think that's pretty good. And to do that, we need help with that. With the plates. We're dismantling.
You have a means to go after them, but like.
We just need to get the plates. Oh, hey, by the way, do you have any spare plates that you have laying around?
This dinner table is
about 25 of them.
25 stacked. I don't know. I'm not going to be leading the conversation, so it's up to.
I mean, I think once no one's going to be leading the conversation. I think because we put the league down, so once the conversation, if the conversation happens, it's down to all 5 of us. It's not just, all right, Zen, you handle it.
But we take it as it goes. We just be on our best behavior.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we don't get our brains erased again.
Not funny, dude.
Well, if one of us stays behind and erase the brains.
Well, I say into the.
Actually,
I could project myself.
I think to Loth.
I say into the network. That's why I kind of like pointed out to Summerwatch that we're going to try not to drop his name if things don't pan out, because like he's our
guy.
Well, I think to the entity known as Loth. Like, wait a minute. Could you help us avoid any sort of mental chicanery? Like, if someone attempted to mess with our faculties, would your connection help us with that?
This connection is for communications purposes only. It does not provide protection.
Oh,
Not a NordVPN. Come on, dude.
Sponsored.
If you want your VPN, you got to pay extra.
Hashtag Frost campaign.
Worth asking about.
Hope that's not an issue. My mouse is flashing. I have not changed the battery in this thing in 5 years. So.
Oh, it's flashing. Look at the moon.
This is an orange light, Dan.
Yeah, well, what was it? Adam? A small reddish orange bead.
You know what? I'll hold it up to the camera so we can all see that it's real. There.
Real, unlike your problem.
Oh, fuck you.
Whoa,
okay.
Damn.
Ooh. Ooh.
Old men turning on old men. Holy
Get this guy
shit.
more beer money. We need to sedate him.
Yeah, damn. I thought the old
That was
people
that was a sober statement there. We need to not have that anymore.
But basically, I think because it's like, yeah, I think it's like.
I agree with
I think
completely.
Yeah, I think I think at the very minimum you do need to know if we can count on any support from these 3 people, because like they're public facing and they're doing their own thing, but like.
Well, City's already been attacked once,
so
it may not stand if it gets attacked again. If they stand idly by.
All right.
For all we know, Summerwatch also made a point. For all we know, Resco of all of them might actually already know what we've been doing. So it's like,
hi, you guys are very loud, so I know what the fuck you're doing. Haha.
guys like have conversations in public sometimes, and I was having lunch the other day. I wasn't even spying on you, and I went out for lunch, and I just heard you guys yelling about squids and Jormungandr, and
You left your DMs open.
Hey, yo, tell Lowell to private those DMs.
Okay, so you guys are going to wait around doing some of your passive tasks. All the while, the bean carrier is also going to receive a raven message in the form of an actual raven.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Outsig.
Only one.
Only
Raven.
one, wow.
And it's called the Twin Raven.
By the way, what are we in the Discord? What are we calling him? Are we calling him by his actual name or by his?
I think we'll stick with Resco for now, because
Resco,
that's the name he's chosen, unless he asks for some kind of
Did you
Some
just
sort of-
dead name me?
How progressive.
I'm sorry, and how do you pronounce his name? Rushko? Like Rush?
I have Rushco down. Let me double check. I have
I
that.
thought it was Regco.
I have
What is it,
R.
Adam?
Adam spelled it for me.
I'll let you guys flounder, and then I'll.
So when I asked
Alright,
Adam
Okay.
Alright,
In
I'm gonna call him
session-
Rushko.
in
Adam
session
Lotus is his
1
name now.
or session 2, whenever we first met him, Adam gave me the spelling Rusko, Rusco. That is how I've always.
Rushko.
What I have it written here is Adam Monus.
You can't just call all my NPCs me. That's not
Am
fair.
I wrong? No, it is you
Rusko.
behind them. No, okay. So you like D&D, huh? Name every dungeon and every dragon. Right now.
Well, you can call him whatever you want. Don't even
Because it's
try to
all
get his
wrong.
last name because that one's even worse. But I don't think I even gave that to you because it didn't come up. So, the bean carrier receives a small. Well, ravens aren't actually that small. They're actually kind of big when you get up close. It's like probably the size of your head. Lands on your shoulder, and it has a small bit of parchment on a note tied to its ankle. It begins to chitter very small noises as if it's trying to get your attention to get this thing off of me.
I try to get the thing off of him.
It holds as still as it's able to, and as soon as it feels like its grip around its ankle is loosened from the string and twine, it immediately takes flight and not so much as gives you a very much a thank you or a howdy doody. The note
Where
is
were
in
we
your possession.
Yeah, where were we physically when this happened?
You probably would have been in some public location that is outdoors.
Okay. Sorry, I got a text message.
That being said, the ravens can fly indoors, but it's a bit of a hazard. They might bump into something.
I'm sure. I'm assuming I'm not alone. I'm at very least doing dragon language lessons with Dauntless, so I'll motion for the gang to.
There is an exterior patio in the Bone Eaters clan housing area. It is like a back porch that is facing the exterior wall and has a small patio and deck lawn chairs and furniture.
Are we all together? We all stayed together, right? We didn't
I think
wander off.
most of us are just idling. So.
I can do my enchantment on the road. I can do it probably on the with you guys. I mean. Yes, we're all together.
Okay, so because obviously we can just speak into the what's it called and say, hey, we might have word, and then finding a corner or a spot where we can be alone and where I don't think anyone's watching, I would open the note and read it and see if it's, assuming it's not in, he didn't reply in deep speech.
The reply itself is written in common. However, the words are slightly poetic and written in such a way that it is difficult to discern the actual meaning. Now, I'm going to write this down so I don't get any small things messed up. So give me a moment to write down the poems because I am not that kind of person in real life. I know ham rhymes with Sam, so I can do something with that.
Jimmy Jam, give me the ham.
Jimmy Jam, you're fucking dead, you morons.
Jimmy Jam, give me this Jim Jam ham. Bim bam. Bing bing bong. Poet, right? That's not the poem.
You're wrong. That's exactly what it says.
That's what it translates to.
In the
Speech or
Yanmin, in the
whatever
original
it
Yanmin
was.
culture, the belching is a
Form of seduction.
Well, don't
the most
seduce
poetic
me.
form of language.
There's an open channel seduction there. There's a careful.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Can my dry erase not run out in the middle of me writing?
Great note. Varys is the bean bearer. Adam is trying to figure out what rhymes with orange right now.
It's even better than that. You'll find out.
Door hinge.
I'm sorry, I'm back. Where are we right now?
Adam's rapping right now. He's gonna.
Oh.
He's about to drop the sickest fucking SoundCloud song rap.
Yeah.
He's about to link us.
Adam's even got the headband ready to go.
He's like, yo, my
No,
name is Adam.
I'm surprised I haven't been banned from the
My name is
Ravens
Adam, and I ain't no madam.
dorm after that incident.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
I need you all to pay attention extremely close to this.
Okay.
It might be important to write it down as well.
Ah.
The secret gabagool.
This part will be copyrighted on the VOD, so we can't
get it now.
Alright. Is everyone who is going to be participating ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that means that should be everyone. You're all participating to some extent.
Yeah.
Mix your
Y-O-U-R or R-E?
Your as in the non-abbreviated version.
Okay.
Possessive as opposed to you are.
Mix
your otter finances.
Otter is in the animal?
Otter finances. Frequently. Inside. Cactus eggplant.
Cactus.
Eggplant?
Is he sending a
What did you send him?
What the fuck?
Hold on, I'm not done.
Winky face.
Okay, I know where this is going.
Nocturnal orifice westward.
Nocturnal orifice.
Fuck him at night. Okay.
Westward.
Orifice.
How do you spell orifice?
O-R-R-I. It doesn't matter. I know what the message is.
Oh.
He's also a man of the night.
I'm sorry. Nocturnal orifice westward.
So yeah, the whole thing is mix your otter finances frequently. Inside cactus eggplant. Nocturnal orifice westwards.
I see what it is. Let's go.
Yep.
Nocturnal orifice.
Dan's still figuring it out. Let him think.
I see what it is.
He's got this. He's got this.
My
got
office. Noun.
Noun.
Look,
Yep.
I give a nod of satisfaction towards myself that I got it on the first try.
I didn't.
Good
I'm
try.
still reading it. So.
Really?
Nocturnal orifice at night.
Nocturnal or mixed your finance.
Yeah, my
mixed
office.
Your otter finance frequently inside cactus eggplant nocturnal orifice westward.
Someone put that on a t-shirt.
It's just a Meshco thing.
I'm gonna do
Alec,
another
do you
one
get it?
so that it spells out something funny, but you know. All right. I'm assuming all of you have. Zen, you still working on it?
Yeah, I totally got it.
Okay.
Oh.
Just follow the pack.
I was thinking about it too much.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, cool.
Okay.
You got it, Zen?
N-O-A-N. Now, what's the last bit?
Now.
Westward is one word.
Oh, westward.
Now.
Oh, nocturnal orifice westward. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not at night. I don't know where I got that part from.
All right, let's get the fuck
At
out of
night
here.
would be
Nocturnal.
Yeah, that's why it was throwing me.
Note.
Yeah.
All right.
My office note. That could have worked.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and erase this puzzle, if you can call it that. Thank you.
I think it's the way I
Tetris
wrote it because
eggplant.
I wrote it like in a little paragraph like this, so it's like it
If
wasn't.
you guys didn't write it down, do you think you would have gotten it?
No,
Well,
because I only
Well-
got it like after like I put caps on each of the first
Oh.
letter.
I'm not gonna lie. As soon as I knew it was like, as soon as it was like utter nonsense, I'm like, it's the first thing.
Alright guys, Hated in chat, he's saying hello. I think he would have gotten the
What up, Hated?
he would have gotten the puzzle.
It's
All
your
right.
boy, the one that watched the Hulk out of sheer
Don't
You gotta
start
Oh,
that now.
no.
Don't start that now.
Dude, he's gonna fucking
blow
go
up the
crazy.
chat.
Adam,
He's gonna send all
cryptographic
his
puzzles
viewers
need to be
to you, okay?
more esoteric. You need to get.
I
Like,
came up with
crazy.
that literally just now, so if you want me to make it even worse, I certainly can. I've watched
Black-
enough.
Henry,
I've been in
Black-
enough of those.
She-Hulk this
I've
whole
been in
time.
enough of those latent threads on V that I can make
Oh,
up puzzles
God.
from those to the point where it would be genuinely irritating. Oh, you gotta
Dude.
flip the letters behind yourself and then like rearrange them by using all your
Dude,
feet.
the worst one is the chocolate bar puzzle. Fuck the chocolate
Which one was
bar.
the chocolate bar puzzle?
The one with the bites in the chocolate bar corresponding to the keyboard keys. Fucking stupid nonsense.
Okay, maybe not that bad. It would also have to be within the universe too.
That
So
was
like,
like actually retarded. Or no, that was not actually retarded. That's like actual schizophrenia.
well, you guys have deciphered the puzzle. So you hike up your boots, put your books away, and you make your way towards the Twin Ravens clan house. We are about to hit the 3-hour mark, and this is going to be a major story plot point, so we're going to go ahead and take our recess right now. Let's see the
Nothing's
time.
gonna happen, guys.
It's 1:05 on the East Coast, so let's go ahead and give it until about, oh, now it's 1:06. 15.
115. Got it.
You all got your spaghetti meatballs, right? What? And cheese. Puts cheese on spaghetti meatballs. Dan, you're not supposed to eat cheese. That's not vegan. You're vegan, right? You don't have gamer glasses? I don't know, apparently those things do help for people like us who stare at monitors for all day, but well, your power of no hasn't recharged yet in-game. So it's doubly so. Well, you're saying it to yourself because you can't manifest your no. Take that. It's... I'm gonna use your weights and not re-rack them. I mean, he's the only one using it, so honestly, it doesn't really have to have the same gym etiquette. So... I'm surprised you don't buy more resistance bands. They're very space cost effective. Yeah, but you know how many rubber bands you can fit in a single room? And how many poundages of weight you can get? By just linking a bunch of rubber bands together? Alright, let's get back in it. Steamed hams. Was that stream still up? Twitch... Is it called Streamed Hams? Did they change it to... Or just... The second result I get is Twitch Steamed Hams banned. Is that true? I like the Steam Hams one a lot, though. Channel is currently unavailable due to violation of... Oh, okay, well. It's dead, Jim. It was nice while it lasted. Same thing with it. I think I keep seeing the SpongeBob one pop up in my recommended sometimes, but I never click it because I just didn't want to watch it. But if he got racist again, that would be funny. I have to unmute the stream. There we are. Alright, let's see. Pat is dealing with the rabbit.
I'm here.
Okay. So, back in game, you just got a very cryptic message that took Andrew the total of about 15 seconds to come up with the solution for. So, I'm sure you guys had to rack your brains around it and use every axon and dendrite in your fucking brain to
come up with that solution. And honestly,
someone's back to school.
next time I won't tell you guys to write it down and see how long it takes. Probably add another like 2 minutes. But anyways, so you got a note from what is presumably the big man over in the Twin Ravens clan himself. You can go ahead and do that now, because the note said now. You could loiter and piss him off. You could flee the city.
It's a power play. It's a power play.
You could, yeah. You could flee the city. You could go to the plates right now.
You like decide, you know what? 5-man assault. We're gonna take down those plates. Fuck help. We got this.
If they're gonna funnel us, we're just gonna use their own funnel against them. Huh?
That totally checks out. That'll definitely work. 100%.
They just won't leave the fortress. Does not make sense.
The rest of the campaign is just us just waiting for the inevitable.
Sea level will rise high enough and we'll get
It's
them.
mostly men in that camp, so we can outbreed them.
Awooga.
Okay, so is everyone, according to plan, going to the Twin Ravens clan house once more?
I might cast Project Laszlo. Just I don't know. If in case it does go bad.
And now guest star Gronk to voice Rajko. Okay. Alright, I thought I could, manifest Gronk. Imagine though, you had a spirit summon, but it had to be Gronk.
He'd tell you about some like egg.
Or like those red button things, where like you hit this one, but this also happens. Or it's like you get a genie. But it's Gronk.
You meet God, but it's Gronk. Like.
Oh no!
I'd love that. Like.
I already have a pretty good in with Gronk, so me and him can chat about anime titties.
Yeah, but then you'll be like, but then he'll say one pun, and then you'll be like, fuck
if I don't laugh, he sends me to hell? Sure.
Exactly.
Oh, that's so bad!
That's the best.
Oh, that's so bad. That's a definite. Ooh, do I hit the
Gronk will know that you already hate the puns, so if you laugh, you know it won't be genuine, and then he'll still send you to hell.
I'll be good because I laugh at his puns sometimes.
Yeah, but Henry, you're not in
You're
here
weak.
as much as I am, and he puts out like. If the ratio is like 99 to 1, it's like 99999 to 1.
It's usually a prerequisite that Adam has to be here as well, because that's when he really ramps it up to try and fucking get him.
It's
That's
call
scary.
it. I wouldn't call it a rivalry. I think it's just a
battle of attrition.
I will not bow.
Immovable object versus
Gronk.
Puns there.
Okay, so we're not gonna turn Rajko into Gronk. Maybe I could. Anyways, his office is just filled with Kingdom Death statues.
I haven't
unpainted.
Are you buying more? It's gonna complain about money or something.
27 spiced omelet or whatever.
Yeah, I just ate my 50 million egg spice.
I'm sure it tasted fine. Alright, so back at the office, Suzette is still there because she hasn't left. Her lunch hour has not even come up yet, so upon entering, you guys forget something?
Oh yeah, we were asked to meet Resco in his office. That's.
Oh, did you now?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let me go ahead and let him know you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Before she even gets up out of her desk, in one of the adjoining hallways, you can already see a very, very affluent-looking individual. His attire is quite regal, but still denotes that a sort of scholarly edict is within his demeanor. Wearing flowing robes that come down to his ankles and cover his wrists at the sleeves, a very nice pair of spectacles pinches the bridge of his nose, and his hair is done back in such a way that it is slick and conforms to his skull cap. His overall demeanor is not angry nor happy. It is neutral, to say the least.
Hangry.
Oh man, I get those.
I could really do with 32 Spanish right now.
I should just kill these fuckers and cut my losses right now.
I'll blow them up, right?
Stay your seats, Suzette. I have already called for them. They will be in my office for the time being. Please direct any information towards me, away from me until I am done with our business. It is quite important that we are not disturbed. Understood? Suzette, for the first time, kind of almost breaks character of the very annoyed secretary to almost that of someone who is very much in... Reverent is quite the word. More like a militaristic hierarchy being enforced through verbal confrontation. She kind of lowers her head and just begins to scribble down in her notebook at her desk, and she kind of just gives you the eyes of like, all right, get your ass over there.
Krios, by the way, isn't with us.
Sure.
Just want to make less people. He'd be back in the university.
Sure. So, with everyone minus Krios following in tow, the headmaster of the Twin Ravens escorts down to his office, a very lavish double door, adorned with the Hugin and Munin ravens that the clan is so named after, which is, now that you think about it, quite ironic that they've used a master's depiction of his eyes and ears being used by a defector, so the irony is palpable.
Yeah, it's Palpatine.
Not Palpatine. Oh.
The irony is Palpatine.
Ultimate. I hate you so.
Somehow, Palpatine.
Be quicker on the jaw, Henry.
Me and Adam are just connected somehow. We just know.
We both have the Spider TeamSpeak installed.
I thought you were going to say something else then.
What, Spider-Man? Can't say that.
Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Arachnakid.
Actually, that's one as well.
That's pretty good. Wait, is that a multiverse Spider-Man?
Yeah,
Is it?
Yeah, Arachnakid.
Oh, wow.
I think there's also like
There's
also
only
might be
so
like
many synonyms.
well,
though.
here's the
I
thing. They also like for some of the cartoons, they've also created alternate names for Miles Morales, so like they could have Peter Parker and him in the same cartoon and like not have to like confuse kids. It's like, but they're both Spider-Man. Which one is Spider-Man? It's like
They're both Spider-Man, but one of them is black.
so he has to have a
He's
a
got
sidekick.
all the exaggerated swagger of a black teen,
teenager.
and this is Peter Parker.
No swagger at all.
Yeah, he's just white. He doesn't have any swagger. Apparently. That's basically what journalists would say. Come on. Anyways, opening the doors with a single hand, they begin to not even creak open. They're very well greased hinged, and everything here is very clean. His walls are covered in innumerable...
You smell clean. I like that.
His walls are covered in innumerable bookshelves that puts Andrew's room to shame.
I would hope so.
If it looked exactly a one-to-one,
He's got like a shit shelf, and it's just like got all his crap piled on it.
He's also got his weight bench right over there too.
He's got the equivalent of an Oblivion house, where it's just like I've got a dump chest.
Oh hey, look, an Eastern European guy just walks into Andrew's room.
The shelves are covered in all sorts of beautifully bound books. Some of them are labeled, some of them have, in a chronological or in order of the series, have a depiction on the back of broken up pictures that are complete when you have the book series side by side. In the middle of his desk is a series of icons of the actual clan house itself, being that of the skull with the two ravens sitting atop of it, in a what is presumably cast iron or maybe even carved metal, being used as a paperweight holding down a large stack of about a 1 foot tall stack of papers. Everything you can imagine, quill pens and large vials of ink that can be used in bulk size for when he needs to write down copious amounts of literature. A spyglass and a series of investigative tools can be found on a nearby desk, and everything you'd imagine from an astute, inquisitive mind that is the head of the Twin Ravens clan here in Solholm. He sits down behind his desk, and as he looks around, realizes that some of you are going to have to stand, and offers the 2 seats in front of his desk as an immediate sign to make yourself relaxed. Be at ease.
I'll stand. That's fine. Because I'm the ranking member, so.
I guess I'll sit.
Be at ease, friends. We are here to speak, as you have so eloquently summoned me, in a foreign tongue. Your methods are brutish and blunt. I surmise you are here to speak on business. So what can this humble guildmaster do for you today? Is Zen looking for promotion status? You have done a decent amount to bolster our archive. So if that is what you're here for, I will be willing to lend an ear and my words as guildmaster. Though typically speaking, promotions are dealt with not directly through me, but by your immediate superiors, and Suzette, if she is given time of day. So what are we here to speak on?
You know who was behind the siege from a few months ago, right?
It is not private knowledge. Many people are keenly aware of the entity formerly a student over at the university. Doviculus, or for you folks, Dovi. Quite a cute pet name for a destructor of the city.
The name he told us we could use.
By all means, whatever pet name associates him and you together, it is presumably not a alliance that can withstand any sort of scrutiny anymore. Your allegiances to the city have been well documented, and what he's done for the city and the approximating areas to the north of here is also evident by many reports coming in and out, specifically from people brave enough to venture northwards.
But you are aware of the masters he serves, correct? You personally?
The voices that permeated from his lips did not meet the expectations of what people knew him as. Whomever is pulling the strings behind that creature is quite powerful, but does not wish to stick their neck out directly into the public's ire, and also made away with the former headmaster in tow of the University of Solholm. Now then, what else?
We're worried that between who he serves and where he's sitting, that even if that there's in some intel we've gotten, we're worried that if that situation isn't resolved, it could spell doom for a lot more people beyond just Solholm. And we're putting the pieces together to find a way to deal with it, but the 5 of us are kind of limited, and we're just trying to figure out where we stand with other interested
So you
parties.
seek allies against the Viculus. While my members here are quite studious, you will find very few men-at-arms to take up weapon against the Viculus. If your intention is to take him down with the blade, we will mostly work in the pen. And while the expression "the pen is mightier than the sword" is something that many of our members will cling to, I presume that you will not be sticking a quill in Doviculus's eye.
Probably not.
You got to know your enemy before you can stick the metaphorical quill in it, though. So we figured intel, best place to start. And,
Our relationship with the city is extremely tight. Not only because they are our founding location and headquarters, but just due to relationships that have blossomed from my personal web of influence and some of my lessers who have taken their nose to sometimes places they shouldn't be in order to attain seemingly forbidden non-public knowledge. Networks such as that are extremely difficult to upend and move to different locations without a large hassle. So to say that we are very well anchored here in Solholm, and the needs of the city are our needs as well, would be an understatement. So if you wish for us to start putting resources towards looking into Doviculus's weaknesses, or anything that could be done so, I don't think you need to write such a cryptic message to me in order to get this done. Public safety would be one of our #1 priorities. So I suspect that while you are here for that type of business, you would not have done so in a very foreign tongue. So, next order of business. We can speak about what my support and the support of the Twin Ravens clan means later. But let us lay out all of the cards on the table before we delve into what the deck holds. What is the next order of your business?
The Jormungandr crash site was discovered by a group of bandits that our group, before we were given any intel of what that would basically led to this conversation, we've been dealing with. But we found their base of operations, and they're sitting on artifacts that we have been working on our own to get, and we're basically trying to get the lay of the land as far as
Jormungandr crash site. That is a long-standing folktale.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to find artifacts of one deific being fighting another? You presume to find the creature's scales or bits of teeth?
The scales, I believe, would be the best metaphor for what we've covered.
What do you need metaphors for? It is a beast of great scale, unintended.
Mm-hmm.
From the knowledge that we've gathered that it's some sort of prototype. So we needed scales in order to advance our duties on defeating Doviculus.
Lie. We decided the exact means we would want to deal with Doviculus, whether that's brute force or something a little more elegant, but we do know that the means to physically get there requires us to get into this camp.
And this camp is currently populated, according to your reports, by a group of ne'er-do-wells and bandits, all of whom would be willing to give you this artifact as much as they are willing to chop off their own foot and feed it to you.
Correct.
So, what does a group of scholars have to do with you reacquiring these artifacts? The artifacts themselves, whatever they may be, could be of pertinent interest to our archive. But information can only go so far. I do not presume that a good read would be enough to presume and shoo these bandits away.
your counterparts, Singing Worms and Iron Bear.
The clans are by proximity not associated in most direct encounters. We are all great clans of the continent, but business does not overlap unless it is direly so.
No, I'm aware, but like I think my question for you would be basically your impressions on the temperaments of those members if we brought similar, say, to the Iron Bear clan with certain intel and asked for their help. What do you think their feelings on the matter would be? Just personally, just
How much could you pay us is what their first question would be.
even if we went to the top and explained basically what we know and the threat that we posed.
If
Like,
you
not
mean
that
to
we
speak
posed.
to Oberyn,
Yeah.
this threat, while it is most pertinent to Twin Ravens, as Solholm is our home, it is still within the safety of our civilization as a whole, that mayhaps monetary gain can be set aside if you are silver of tongue and can present a good forward operating motion, a solid plan. No one likes to stumble around in the dark.
That's fair. But it's not an impossible conversation to be had, is what I'm trying to.
If you mean to call some sort of public forum that calls into audience all major members of each clan house to gather around and discuss a dire public interference upon our well-established civilization, then I would say that you have a lot on your plate. Drawing everyone away from their place of interest to have a conversation is going to be difficult as trying to pen up a series of bulls into a small closet.
Yeah. There's also the matter of just the public, probably not outside of the select few who we're trying to coordinate with, like the believability of what we're dealing with is also a factor.
You must also take into account the public knowledge. When guild masters and leaders of the clan houses make motions to anywhere that is not their home turf, it draws the eyes of many people. Not only clan members, but the general public at large. If Oberyn is seen out in public, away from the house of the Iron Bears, and somewhere else, not during recruitment season, it is enough for people to step out from their doorways. Would-be warriors seeking to usurp his status as clan leader poke their noses out at any given moment, and, as you can imagine, are a bit of a nuisance. My status is not as easily usurped, as knowledge is not exactly something you can pump iron for.
No.
As for the other clans and what it takes for them to be out in public, and for you to draw them into one place to hold a conversation, you will be drawing more than just the eyes of the general public.
I think if our plan is anything, is to have conversation. If anything, to have conversations like this one with them individually, and then if something more public is required, then explore that at that point. But I just feel like, given, again, the sensitive nature of what we're dealing with, this is something.
Well, I don't know how public going with that would be smart.
Yeah. The problem is that, like, we're dealing with such a so devoutly religious society that, like, there is the concern that, like, the method of communicating what exactly we're dealing with could pose an issue. We're trying to be as discreet as possible, basically. Public meetings are kind of
there is going to come a point where your secrecy is no longer going to be a possibility, especially if you intend to involve any of the more martial groups within the clans, be it the wolves, be it the Iron Bears, or even the Bone Eaters, if they can be asked to come out of their caves. Moving such large armies across fields will draw attention. People will question, why are there so many Iron Bears and wolves working together? Considering how usually they are taking upon separate jobs, it may arise a public panic, a would-be war of some sort, if all these personnel are being moved to a singular location. Now, while Diviculus's actions are very, very well known to every member of the populace, that would be the only conclusion that the common citizen would draw. But there are eyes besides the layman that I surmise would be also looking upon this movement with great interest.
Undoubtedly.
There are people over in the Temple of Odin. There were few survivors. Not to say that there weren't any at all. Cracking open a cold one.
Drinking some seltzer water.
Of course. Hard seltzer water.
So, I must ask first, before we continue this conversation. Why was that in deep speech? I am a man of many languages. I also have the means of communicating through less than vocalized methods. Codexes. Very, very easy ciphers, as I can already tell, considering you're standing here now. More difficult ciphers. But you chose deep speech, as opposed to common. Why?
We figured it was the easiest way to get your attention, not to be thrown aside. We're not that big of a... Sure, our name, the League, might be associated with helping Home, but we wanted to get a point across that this meeting needed to happen.
Basically, there are people moving behind the scenes, and that we're aware of them, even if we don't have the means to fight them on our own. We're worried that they're making plans, or at least they're people associated with them, or even their enemies. Again, Dovi's people might be making plans of their own, so we're trying to basically set a stage for what we're dealing with.
So you want to gather allies to fight off Diviculus, and you figure that the best thing to do would speak to me in an odd tongue. This could have been relatively under the table, and not confuse Suzette upon handing me a note in such a scrawl that she was gibbering upon even trying to pronounce any of the words. Exactly like that.
No, the issue was we needed to get it to you.
Yes, and why is it so important that you got it to me in deep speech? I have received messages from every other member at some point in their career wishing to speak to me in private, be it for promotions or any other business that could be pertinent to their promotional status or well-being within this clan. You are the first to ever come forward and speak in such a foreign tongue. Many of our scholars here are completely illiterate when it comes to that particular language. How did you know that I would be able to speak such a tongue?
Because you were a little busy at the time. You recall, I don't know if you were. It would be secondhand reports, but like a few months ago, Zen in here, looking very unwell. He had a condition that nothing in this archive or any archive we had access to at the time could tell us anything about. We found at least a semi-effective inoculation, and he's better now. But we've discovered the nature of that foreign body in his system, and we basically wanted to be upfront that we know some things. We don't know everything, but we do know some things, and we've basically.
You know some things. I see.
Do you want us to? Do we want to just speak plainly, or I mean, we're kind of throwing things
Yeah,
around in riddles
we're
here,
not sure.
and you don't seem like you're gonna,
I speak in riddles at any given time, considering what information that I know and what I don't know. Keeping things mildly cryptic is the best way to keep foreign knowledge out from tongues and ears who would not speak of them in the most favorable of lights.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Given who you are and your title, given who you are, that language was best appropriate to make you raise an eyebrow at and think, oh shit, this is pretty serious, given what we know. But we don't know everything, like Varys said. And yeah, allies, considering the scope of what may be going on, is very important. Not just Diviculus, but other layers.
As we said, the people he works for.
People he works for, and then who they are working.
The people who created the people he works for.
Yeah.
I am a man of privacy. I am very much attuned for the last couple of years to being relatively isolated within my city of Solholm, living peacefully and without any care in the world as to what other foreign entities would be vying for my attention. Your very presence and knowledge of my past influences and experiences is a threat to that peace.
Understood, but that external thing is rearing its head our way and to everyone, whether we like it or not, previously included. He's already attacked the city once. He wants to say he's going to do it again. But thinking you're a trustworthy and person of the city, that's part of the reason why we've reached out to you. Obviously, if we had a choice to not do this, we would have, but we just feel it is growing to be very dire circumstances that will start to affect more than just Rutash, and more than just
for a little more disclosure, we did discuss whether or not to come here, and we did accept the possibility that you would just turn us away, and if that is the case, we're not looking to spread any gossip or rumors that may or may not pertain to this conversation, but we did think it was worth the risk to at least put forward that we're working on this thing that maybe not today, maybe not 100 years from now could affect Rutash, but like we're here working on it now, and we're worried that it's going to become a problem sooner rather than later, and people in the know would be more helpful than we can make allies and friends all around the world, but like to some extent it does help to have people who any more blunt conversation would know what we're actually discussing and what we're actually dealing with.
What I am not a fan of is that you may have come to me under the front-facing idea that you are here to protect the city. I would have been on board with that from the get-go. My legacy here stems back hundreds of years, and for it to be upended by one nature bark-covered freak is not something that I would turn a nose away from so easily. For me to uproot this entire business and move it elsewhere would be so much of a hassle that I might as well be starting from scratch if that wood louse would destroy my archive.
The fuck is up with?
You don't know what woodlouse is?
No.
Bug.
Dang.
It's a bug.
Yeah, like a little jingle jangle bug.
Jingle jangle boo.
So you may have approached me with pertinent knowledge about the siege, and I would have been one of the first people to turn my nose up. But you decided to take apart some of my most secretive knowledge and use that as almost a trump card. I'm not a fan of being blackmailed.
The intent isn't blackmail. The intent was just...
Your intentions now, whether or not they betray your actual truths, is not my concern. The information in your pocket could be used after to ruin my legacy. Be it now, or as you say, hundreds of years from now, even after the Diviculus problem has been taken care of. Some of you could even live that long to see those hundreds of years, given your elven lineage. So, who's to say that I should put my trust in you now, only to be stabbed in the back later, once you find my information and powers no longer viable for you, or if you need me to do something more nefarious, and the only way is to twist the knife. To ruin my privacy.
Are there assurances that we can make?
That's...
Like
Like I said.
vows or... if I'm going to be around a long
among
time...
mortals are about as good as writing it down right next to an open fire pit. Anyone who has been working and living for as long as I have knows that vows are only as good as long as it takes you to not be broken on the stretcher.
Alright, I think that's fair enough. What can we give you?
Seeing as your word means about as much to me as a fart in the wind, there are precious few things I could ask for that would not be quite invasive. Now, this is only from me, and if you intend to get the words and arms of the other members of the clan, they may be asking for something in kind. To a similar nature, I am not sure. I am not communicating with them this conversation outside of this office. But for my intents and purposes, we will be signing a contract. Now, I just said that paper is about as useless as words, but this is going to be a special contract.
Magical contract?
Yes, Zen, a magical contract. It is going to bind you. Should your end of the bargain be broken, or my trust be smitten. The silence will be that of verbalization and any other form of communication, as your brain and all of your intellect will be cast aside if you break this contract. The terms of the contract essentially amount to, we can get into the fine print later, but will be generalized to say that if you reveal more information than is necessary regarding me, my history, past dealings in my previous life, or anything akin to that, outside of this dealing with Diviculus, and by proximity, those people up there in the north.
It sounds good. If that
all
if
of
that
your
gives
intellect
you
will be forfeit.
Sounds good. If it
But
means
we become vegetables.
You will still be able to do basic bestial things, eating, sleeping, shitting, and for all intents and purposes, your muscle memory of fucking will still be there.
So, hold on.
Well, at least you gave
If
us
if I'm to understand, outside of the purview of this situation with Diviculus,
Once this is dealt with,
Never mention anything about Boss Man ever again.
if you... When... Let's be optimistic here. When the Viculus is taken care of, the contract will still stand as long as all of you are still alive. It only takes one person to betray the trust of this contract. And betray my... past friends. So,
no, I simply want to know the exact letter of it, so that way nothing happens by accident.
what accidents could you spill?
You don't know Daedalus that
well.
that
Quite
well.
frankly, you're talking about turning me into a vegetable. So.
Vegetables cannot move. You will still be able to move in the same way that a dog can. In fact, you'll probably have
cabbage rolling down a hill.
You'll have a comparable intelligence to that of a household pet.
Okay, so again, I will be effectively
an
mentally
idiot.
Deficient.
That is an understatement.
So I would simply like to know the exact letter of everything.
I think he wants to know, like, the very specific...
What's my int score gonna be, DM?
I think he wants to know what would cause him to break it.
Yes.
Speaking plainly here is going to be quite difficult if you want to keep this contract's wording so precise. So allow me a moment to... He stands up from his desk and goes over to the front door.
That's fine.
He closes the front door and begins to rub... Let me...
He's leaving. He's outski. He's like,
hold on, let me just check something down the hall.
Yeah. We hear like the footsteps, clunk, door slam.
I gotta go fast.
Now that guy is away from my house, son of a bitch, he runs his finger all along the rim of the door and even does so for the windows themselves. After a moment, he takes out a quill pen from his desk and begins to write on a piece of regular parchment, at which point it begins to float up into the air and begins to crumble before your very eyes. The ashes left behind go and begin to coat the interior of this room with a fine, dusty surface, almost as if it has been swept in decades. It creates this musty, almost mothball smell and essence inside of this room, to the point where you almost feel like a little bit of a gag in the back of your throat. A communication precaution. Words are the only thing to be spoken in this room. Even magical communications will not work until this is dissipated. Any of you folks with extrasensory perceptions will also find yourself dulled until this effect is lifted. Now, to speak plainly, I am not going back to my old life as one of those tentacled freaks.
We don't want you to.
Yeah,
in fact, the only amendment that I could think of off the top of my head that we'd want to make on our benefit to the contract is that breaking it would not, if for some reason you're compromised and forced back, that then on our end we're not, like I said, we basically want you to stay as you are right now. We don't want you to go back either. So like,
we don't want anyone to go back to that state. I think
I also don't want my brethren in rebellion to throw away everything they've been working on for so long just for this one woodlouse.
Well, it's not just for that one woodlouse. It's who the woodlouse is controlled by, and then by proxy, that person against that group of people. And that group of people, based on what we know, has gone up to something.
Yes, we have reason to believe they have.
Those...
And what they are doing could do something pretty bad to the whole planet. So that's
upending what that chaotic third party is doing is relevant to all of my brethren's well-being.
Mm-hmm.
But for us to get as involved as you are asking for risks the mask
could.
falling away.
You could nudge us in the right direction while keeping your anonymity.
Well,
And obviously, this contract will help that massively.
You mentioned that talking and bringing the clan leaders together with Dry and I. We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to make it as easy as possible to get those panels. Is there any knowledge that you have of
Let me back up
Jormungandr's?
for just a moment. What are you going to do once you achieve these scales?
Travel to the Feywilds
User
in
joined
order
your
to.
channel.
And to what end? You go there and strike down Doviculus's patrons? They are a third party. They are not linked to the hive mind, but they do not also work with any of us in that regard.
our
Whatever
primary
their goal is not known to any of my brethren or any of my former brethren.
I think if anything, we want to know what their goal is because, again, considering what they're sitting on in
What could be made?
pocket and what you can do, we're worried that they'll go to extreme measures to get their revenge. And
From our understanding of them, they're not very stable. So
Is it revenge they're after, or just a twisted notion of freedom?
we don't. I mean, we
We don't
wouldn't
know.
know better than you. You'd know better than us.
We have achieved some semblance of freedom, but it does not mean that we are immune to the effects. Should our former colleagues get into contact with us via, and he points to his head.
Yeah. We know that they're limited in their ways of
There
getting
is
coming back in
suspicions of
mass.
something being made to make that a little bit easier to do, and that's one of the worry areas for me.
And where is that? Maybe you should
Well-
have a report on that one, huh?
Well, that's
we
I
we
shouldn't be
have
doing a report on that because then that's like public knowledge. So we've already
We
been trying to
have,
keep things under wraps as is. It's not.
we have our suspicions that
But
it's happening
you
over
know
at Dominus.
something.
Yeah. I
The
mean, if you
remnants
want us
of
to
the
sign something first, but and then we can properly talk about things. But essentially, we're looking for allies in this. So
You mayhaps find them. That being said, if the allies that you're speaking of are my brethren, then you will need quite the trump card, and will not be accepting exposure of their true nature as a very good talking point.
I mean, in some instances, that'll just get you killed. I understand that completely. You know, you've made such an effort to get away from all that. Yeah, maybe
Getting
allies.
killed is probably the most merciful punishment. A life in there is no life at all.
Okay. Should I just put it like as simply as I can, fellas?
Do
it. Okay. So, I suspect, based on what we know, some form of weapon of creation is being made and could possibly wake up the embryo of terror, and then that destroys everything. And I don't know what you know of the weapons of creation, but the IDOS.
I was in.
Okay, great then. So
that.
they are rebuilding some of those
Where?
with the. Me and Zen got
We don't.
attempted
Can we
to
just
be
tell him that
recruited.
the guy.
The last headmaster.
Well, weren't they the founders.
Agadol Asaric, that's the guy's name. Yeah, he was. He tried contacting us a few times, but there was loads of cables and some like psionics.
It was like
booster.
a city cables, and he was manipulating stuff.
He was most likely showing you a grand projection of our once great cities. Many of them have fallen, crumbled to nothing, once the destruction of the weapons of creation was triggered.
Okay. So, obviously, the portal that you came through. Siege 5 malfunction. Oh, we're trapped here. Oh, but we're free from the brain.
Most of us were.
Yes, of course. Sorry for your loss. The moon. I like to finger things. I suspect there's something going on up there that may be a little bit nefarious. As
So
well.
then you will take a derelict space jammer to the moon?
Not immediately, but to have that as a resource would be.
Whose space jammer is this? It may not have weapon capabilities to destroy the moon.
It's a skiff.
Well,
It's just,
okay. Let's work of it like this before we reveal too much more. That's probably get a pretty big reveal there. Does that at least bring us onto an equal talking area here of like, well, this is
Also
probably pretty
worried.
serious, and we don't want to reveal too much on our end if we don't need to. Obviously, the same for you.
Basically, we're also worried that Agadol is doing something up there, and we're not sure what his capabilities.
And then Master Brain, and then everyone's back in tow, or rebuilding another portal, and then whatever Deviclus is doing could rouse whole planet.
If any of the three weapons of creation are reformed, regardless of which one it is, be it communication, transporting the forward fleet here, or if getting back to relay information to the hive mind directly, it is of great importance that none of the weapons are recreated.
Okay.
Even the Planet Buster ones, obviously.
Yes. Well, that's part of the reason why we'd come to you in this. It's obviously a thing we would have rather not done to obviously keep everything under wraps for everyone. But yeah, getting pretty dicey. We need to, our allies in the sense of like maybe you don't need to say oh, we've got all the Twin Ravens helping these guys out, and we've got all of these other clans helping as well. It could be more subtle. Doesn't have to be like a direct fanfare. Like you say, it does draw a lot of eyes.
Moving armies is always a direct fanfare.
Yeah.
Even if it's under the guise of protecting the city, people are going to question why so many of Iron Bears are working for what is essentially a pittance.
Sure. Well,
unless you can pay them all directly. Do you have that sort of economy?
Possibly.
But even at least the money side of it is the point of things moving en masse is very alarming. So
mayhaps call upon your friends here, family and husband, for that kind of economy. Princess?
An avenue we are actively considering as well.
Yeah, just allies essentially in that, having that as a common problem to resolve. That was what I meant by ally. And if it means signing a contract to ensure that, and obviously put you at ease, then I'm more than happy to do it. I don't have any plans on, twisting, but that'll make sure that's not even possible. So that'll make you feel more comfortable, and then we can talk more on specifics and getting those plates.
We will form this contract then. I will dissipate this barrier only so that we can call forth a witness. This is going to be a very nefarious contract, to say the least. Better yet, the word should be infernal.
Yeah.
Like literally the language, or
literally the people?
Both. It is going to be up to me to reinforce the punishment, but the trigger is going to be written in a very fanciful tongue. They are probably the best wordsmiths and lawyers in the several planes.
They sound like American lawyers.
America. What's that? America. What continent is that on?
You know, the Stake of America from Elden Ring.
Stake of America?
Bank of America? Worst company.
The worst bank, yeah.
Not even just bank, worst company in,
Wow.
I think it was like 20-something. Early 2018 or something.
It can't be bad as Wells Fargo, though. They actually created fucking credit cards from people's credit, their social security number, and then people got fucked over.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think some of the ones for Bank of America, though, were for people's mortgages, I think. So I think some of them literally lost houses.
Oh,
so
shit.
Both of those are pretty bad, though.
Yeah.
Anyways. The headmaster then goes forth and begins to draw onto the floor a pentagram. And begins lining the exterior layers of it with a series of candles, all of which burn, instead of a nice orange flame, a hellish blood flamey color with little spittles of black ash coming off of it. In the center, he places a small book opened to a particular page whose shows off a skull and some other nefarious infernal writings. Invoking the circle, it begins to glow with a flaming hot heat. However, it does not seem to burn you despite your close proximity to it. In fact, it almost feels like you are being soothed by it. In a brief instance of fire and sputtering magics, a red-skinned, devilish-looking creature, dressed in a very well-tailored suit and wearing a pair of speckled glasses, comes out holding a bundle of papers. "Yes, you rang, Headmaster." The headmaster, looking towards the devilish individual, looks towards the lot of you and kind of gestures with one hand. "We are going to be signing a multi-layered contract. They promise secrecy at the risk of becoming stupid." "A fine contract, Headmaster. Now then, gentlemen, first we're going to need a couple of things." He takes out a knife and begins to approach you with no malicious intent, but he is holding the pointy end at you.
He's not running with them.
You did say it was a contract.
Not to be signed in ink, but to be signed in blood. As these infernal contracts go, many of them are binding on a physical and spiritual level. Upon signing this, you will be bound, and should your side be broken, I will be notified, and I still have some capabilities from my old life, to say the least. Frying one's brain is something that I still know how to do.
Okay.
And our friend here is just going to have that written in infernal text.
So, in the terms on our end, if you get, real, attached.
If you rejoin the fold by
That's,
some
VO
means,
gone.
that's not our own fault.
And that's
Can we?
gonzo.
Can the contract then be?
Well, I might
terminated,
just
that's
do
all.
it to you because I feel like it, not because the contract holds. If I'm reincorporated into the hive mind, they'll have me do whatever it takes. So
Well,
either
our
way,
point is, if that happens by
Then we
some
can
means
tell
that are
other
not our
people,
fault,
Be like, we need to
then
help thingy out.
Well,
we basically want the contract terminated.
I would want the contract to very specifically be in regards to us betraying your knowledge.
well, if
The
the
people.
party
Trigger.
that is going to be punishing is no longer of sound mind, I don't believe this is going to be a necessary precaution.
Well,
that
no.
needs to be weighed.
What I would say is, in terms of the wording, it would be mostly dependent on our actions and not to your satisfaction, because you could just.
I'll be satisfied as long as I get to maintain my guys.
I think I think the thing we're just requesting is that if, again, the guise gets broken by a result of stuff, again,
Well,
completely unrelated to us.
I wouldn't go that far. I want it to be very specifically that if we are to break it on our end, and I would like the strict outlines to be, well, outlined here. What us breaking it consists of exactly, so that way it can't be a retroactive. I've
It
changed
can't
my
be
mind as to what.
decided like, oh, actually, these guys are gonna die.
We can't.
Yeah.
We can't make so we don't accidentally say something.
Not accidentally. I don't want it to come across.
Regardless
as
if it was
a
on
bunch of
purpose or
weirdos.
accidental, that will be completely irrelevant.
Or at least that
I
we're
agree.
aware of the conditions so that we don't.
Where the conditions is making public knowledge that I am not exactly who I am to say I am.
Bingo. That's all I need.
Oh,
I just want it to be very specific.
And public knowledge will include everyone who is not currently in this room. That also includes my brethren. Their secrecy is just as good as mine.
Okay.
Even if they already know who I am, you betraying that knowledge that you know who I am and also who they are.
Oh, so it extends to them now as well. Okay.
Wait, does it extend to them, or is it just
well, that's
you?
what that was just.
Yeah, the
stating.
only
Would we be making separate contracts for them?
Would be yeah. What,
Well, the only thing I would want to specify in that case is if it extends to your other colleagues. If one of them were to betray you, then you've essentially bound us to secrecy against
we can't help
betraying them.
Your contract is going to be for betraying my knowledge. But by you exposing my brethren, that can come back to haunt me as well. Your cautions and precautions on how you approach the other guild masters will be taken into account whether or not you betray my intentions and identity. If you use my identity as a talking point, that is an immediate termination.
That's fair.
So you need to be more creative on how you get the other guild masters' attention.
Well, no, that's not my concern. My concern is if in the future one of the other guild masters decides to rejoin the fold.
Well, that is not you breaking the contract. That is them,
Well, no,
unfortunately.
hold on. Hear me out. This contract then essentially binds us from then exposing that writ large or using it against them because you've bound us in this instance. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Basically, we need to have contingencies in case certain members do either involuntarily or voluntarily rejoin the fold. We need to have like some just enough leeway that we're not turned into vegetables for basically fighting to prevent exactly what you're setting this contract for, to prevent other members who don't want to rejoin from rejoining. Basically, it's like I said, if you are sucked back into the fold by means that are not a result of any of our actions directly or indirectly, it's kind of why I asked for that to be an amendment for the contract to void it, because it's like
then we can help out the rest of civilization because we are bounded to this contract, or let them know that there is some sort of danger.
If I am to technically join the fold in the worst case scenario, this contract is bound to me as an individual. When you are in the hive mind, your individuality is gone. That person does not exist. So by proximity of mine no longer existing, one party of this contract is null. So if I rejoin the fold, as you say, the contract will no longer exist.
Okay. He is being 100% honest with that.
Insight.
It says it on the contract.
Okay.
But you can't speak infernal though, so insight check.
I'll give you a +5 to that.
Here we go. Oh, you said +5?
Yeah.
All right. So that's 33 total. I rolled a nat 20, by the way. If someone's doing their tread climber thing.
I'm currently off of it right now.
Get on it.
I don't want
to. Okay.
The man is cautious to say the least. His intentions are that of keeping his own safety extremely top priority, regardless of whether or not that you people get to actually do what you want to do. While the intention of him rejoining the fold is the last thing that he even wants to think about, just getting you to sign the damn thing is like he'll say whatever the fuck he needs to.
All right. But which one of you? I turned to Laszlo and Callus. Which one of you reads Infernal?
I read Abyssal.
I read it because I have a devil daddy.
You'll skim through it to make sure the language is correct, right?
Oh yeah, I'll skim it. Yep. Also, in this contract, if per se I were to spill the beans, would it affect the whole group or just myself?
Yes.
Once the public knowledge is available to anyone who is not currently in this room, all of your contracts will be triggered.
All right.
What? Okay, so what if it's public knowledge, but we didn't do it? Does that still mean that we just become all dumb? Like, what if there's another scenario that, like...
Well, I could think of a very easy explanation there without getting too far into it. What if your former colleagues go public? You would effectively make the best people who could fight them brain dead.
Immediately.
This contract will be having you sign, given that you are of sound mind, body, and spirit, that if you betray my intentions of revealing my identity to the public of your own free will at the time, be it sober, intoxicated, or of any other hallucinogenic drug, which I highly advise that if you have loose lips when you are not sober, advise against it. In either case, of your own will.
So what we're saying is, if for any other circumstance other than us that then becomes information.
If you're worried about one of my former colleagues ripping the information from your brain forcibly and exposing it to the public through their lips, not yours.
Okay.
That is not your fault.
So if
as long as we don't voluntarily speak it or share it.
Okay.
Speak,
or
share, write anything else. I'm to understand that you also have the means of communication through message spells.
Yep.
So, feel free to grab a knife, stick it to one of your fingers, and in your neatest handwriting, in your own blood, sign on the dotted lines.
Could we also just get a letter of introduction to your colleagues? Because going around the whole scenario of us trying to explain to them that, hey, we know about you. You specifically, not you, sir, but you, let's say, your other brethren, the other head leaders, is going to be a tall order. Is there any way that you can give us a letter that we can give to them that they'll understand that, hey, these guys know, so don't fucking
We
ask
do not
them.
have any kind of secret code between each other that says, hey, these guys know what they shouldn't know. The only thing I can give you is a note that says, give these guys the time of day. You may need to explain once more. There's a convenience for you that is something that's going to...
We can't say who gave it to him.
You would literally be immediately breaking the contract if I gave you a letter that said that.
No, let me go. We can't tell you. That's all we'd have to say. But then that becomes distrustful out the gate. We may have to tackle these independently, you know?
Yes. Yeah. In order to maintain the secrecy, you will be a bit inconvenienced and may need to draw upon different sources of knowledge that would be pertinent to each clan leader. Now take in mind, not every single clan is headed by one of my brethren.
No, we know of them.
You know already.
Yes.
Why do you know so much?
We haven't signed the contract yet, so.
Yeah.
Headmaster, this one is already in a devil contract.
I was actually waiting for someone to...
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
It's just like a
does
little
that
imp guy.
preclude him from another one?
Well, sorry guys, this guy can't be in the cool.
Well, gentlemen, there is a bit of a, I'd say, conniption when you're...
Stipulation.
Well, yes, stipulation. As one of your allies is already signed a devil contract with, according to the smell about you, and if you don't mind me sniffing about, you are under contractual obligation to a one deceiver.
Yeah.
Formal title deceiver.
Is it former?
No, formal.
Yeah, formal. Okay.
He's real deceiver, big deceiver.
Yes.
He's upgraded.
Morgoth the deceiver. Yes.
Will not betray you.
Well, he'll deceive you, but betrayal is not in his title. That's a different devil. That being said, there is a bit of a funky hoop that you're going to need to jump through. For all intents and purposes, keeping it short and sweet, because you can't exactly sign your soul over when it's been already served to another master. You're going to need to give up a bit more collateral.
Us collectively, or just him?
No, just your infernally incorporated friend here. You're kind of a town bicycle.
Oh, just call me a slut, why won't
That
you?
phrase
Jeez.
does get thrown around quite a lot.
Well, yes, when you are incorporated with the devil, you don't exactly just go around handing out your soul like it's, you know...
No,
yes.
listen. It's
But
either,
yes, there is a bit more collateral that you'll need to put down if you were going to sign this
a lady
contract.
of the night, but let me...
Now, the collateral, don't worry, it's not money, it's not your soul. You gave that away already. It's going to be a little bit of, something less material.
That is?
The terms will need to be signed up in a separate contract on top of this contract. It's not going to be through, our friend here, the Guildmaster. It's going to be between me as the liaison for this particular contract and you as the party signing over their, not soul, but giving over their consent and their, collateral.
You, comic book guy, I love it.
It will be all highlighted in the secondary contract, which I will provide as soon as I get back to you, which is going to be in as soon as you say that, yes, I'm going to be willing to sign this. I just need to poof back over and get some paperwork. It'll be just a moment.
Hey, look at the guild master. Did you by any chance just break the other ones? You and all powerful you. You can't.
I don't think you can't just break.
You can't just.
Do you remember what your contract was with this other gentleman?
Yes, I do.
What are the terms?
Well, here's the thing. It's not in the interest of your current contract to break this contract because didn't he hire you based on your intelligence and your ability to?
No, that's actually why I wanted it to be an individual basis. Right before I died, I wanted to make myself stupid so he doesn't. But he said no, and so.
What kind of contract did you sign?
Well, listen, when you're down, when you're down in the hells and your teammates are fucking dying, you gotta do what you gotta do. So call me a soul slut. I don't give a flying fuck. I saved these motherfuckers. We're gonna save the fucking world, and I don't give a fuck.
To just break devil contracts on a whim. I summoned this one here because it is a convenient way of getting these things bound in fire and soul.
I'm confused. Why is this an issue? He signed his soul away last time. He's signing his intelligence away this time.
Yes, but that is not going to be the collateral. That's going to be the punishment if you get this contract, but you can't sign if the other one is not even available to sign. When you sign in blood, you are not just signing in blood. You are shredding a small amount of your essence and infusing it into the contract. He has literally nothing to sign with. He has no ink, so to speak. So he needs something. The blood is the literal ink, but his soul is the metaphorical ink, and he has given away his soul to another parchment. So in order to get this material needed to actually fulfill the signature of the contract on his end, the collateral is necessary. And the devil bureaucracy, I do not usually delve too much into it, and I do not surmise that you just going over and saying, hey, can I suspend my contract until this thing is done is going to be a viable option.
Look at the devil lawyer. Is that an option?
Well, I don't work for the deceiver, you see. That being said, I am generally speaking a open third party for writing contracts. I'm a bit of a
Free agent?
Free agent, yeah, you can say that. That being said, so yes, as the metaphor kind of still maintains its ruse, you have no soul to sign a contract with because it's currently being held in Morgoth the Deceiver's Keep. In a little jar, probably. Now, if you want to go there and retrieve the jar yourself, open it up and, swig it down, then by all means you'll have your soul back, but then you'll have the ire of Morgoth the Deceiver for the rest of your natural-born life, and probably even beyond. But if you want to sign this with a bit of collateral, it's not going to be your soul because there's no soul to take from it. It's going to be something a little less material.
Okay, and what is that?
Oh, there's an assortment of things that we could potentially put up as collateral. Generally speaking, as the consenting party, you can offer up options, and then I, as the liaison for this secondary contract, can determine whether or not its worth is enough. So, by all means, if you have options on what you would like to give up, non-material things, usually speaking, it could be something in the means of your force of will, your... Okay, DM speaking, you can take a penalty to one of your non-physical stats.
Oh,
man. The riz, get it lower.
You're going to take a -1 to a mental stat of your choosing.
Alright, back. I'll give you wisdom.
Just a -1, so.
Alright.
If it knocks you into the lower bracket of the thing, it's 10, 11, 0, 12, 13's +1, 14, 15's +2, and then so on and so forth.
Nah, it just goes.
Could have been
to
callous,
0.
Rizless, is what you could have.
What are your mental scores?
20 int, 11 wisdom.
Oh yeah, your wisdom's not going to change the modifier.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'll give you wisdom.
He conjures up a contract of infernal fire. It's slightly the same, moderately the same size as the previous contract you're about to sign for the intelligence dump one. But this one states strictly for just Kalos that he will be offering up a bit of his wisdom as collateral for this contract, and should either side be voided, it will be returned to you as soon as the contract is voided. If you break the primary contract, you will not get your collateral back, so you'll be stupider and less wise at the same time. So if anything, Kalos has the most to lose from this contract. He'll be stupider and less, well, same amount of wisdom, relatively speaking, in terms of gameplay. But yeah, that's what happens with that contract. So, if everyone in here signs, then we can be done with this contract. Is anyone and run out of the room screaming.
I do have one more question.
You'll never get me.
I just leave.
Fuck you, you weird squid. I'm out of here.
Given the enemies we're dealing with, what happens when we run into someone who has the knowledge we're trying to hide completely on their own, matter of factly? And obviously, we're still not going to bring it up, but like, what is the? Is there any like accounting for people who have the knowledge beforehand? Considering the enemies were.
In order to maintain the contract, I would advise that you feign ignorance. Pretend you are coming upon this knowledge for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
If one of my former colleagues, or even if my current neutrally standing colleagues, asks you about my nature, specifically mine, that is the wording for the contract, is specifically for my privacy and safety. If you were to expose Oberyn, and he doesn't decapitate you immediately, then that would not be voiding the contract so long as my name or linking back to me does not pass your lips.
But like hypothetically, we go to Oberyn, and it's not about exposing him. He mentions you by name by his own accord.
That guy's a squid? Was a squid? Duh. Nah, girl, don't say that. Really?
Your acting skills are to be worked upon. Are you sure you're not sign over the devil your performance?
Listen,
That's just
that's just an example. I'm not gonna do it like that. Jesus.
In order to maintain your side of the contract, you will feign ignorance and stupidity, lest you become actually stupid.
What happens if I just walk away right now? You're just gonna me real quick?
You will feel the ire of every Twin Ravens clan member here.
Yeah,
Well, it does not seem particularly hostile for having scholars after you. Many of them are equipped with spells, wands, and all sorts of other things, specifically to maintain our archive.
All right. And then what do we get out of this deal? It's all you. Perfect. Awesome.
The reason you came here was to essentially pick my brain and achieve an ally status with the Twin Ravens clan. What help can be given will be up to whatever is needed to be combating the Viculus. If you need spell slingers, we have them. If you need knowledge, archives, or something that is within my own context, that is going to be your part of the side to benefit you and your dealings. That being said, not many of our members will be equipped with sword and shield, but with spells, wands, and knowledge accumulated from hundreds and hundreds of years.
Perfect. Can we also not get charged when we come to the library?
That is not something that I can readily do without turning the ears.
Come on!
Sorry.
That's the deal breaker right there. We gotta walk away.
Actually, that stirred a thought loose. You are pretty familiar with the individual members of this clan, right? You really had to, you could name off everyone who's here.
If it's
I see where he's going.
I had a run-in with. I was a member, and then I had a run-in with Loki, and the world forgot me. And if that, I'm assuming that his powers don't hold any sway over you. I was wondering if I could get my armband back so I could.
Loki.
Yeah, Loki and his magic cards. I drew the wrong one.
Oh, those cards. That son of a bitch finally finished the deck, did he?
Yep.
Well, that deck is probably Loki.
I don't expect you to. I don't need you to undo the magic. I just wonder if I could get again as the head of the clan.
Don't undo.
I don't care about. I don't care about. I don't care about that. I don't
expect
expect you to undo his magic. I just want to. I just want my discount back at the gate. That's all.
Which card?
I
remember a few of them.
This was the ruin card. It basically made the world.
Do you know the name of your replacement?
Daros.
Daros?
I only know his first name. I finger quotes to you guys. Did Daros ever give you a last name?
No.
No, not that we know.
So then this Deros is going to be in our records
as me.
As you.
As a member of the league.
By all accounts, he's a real person who may or may not live in Dominus, but like
all Varys wants is
Dominus.
just to be back in your
yeah.
clan.
Well, that's where I'm from, and I don't know if the card found the magic of the card found some poetic way of overlapping the stuff. So.
My neighbor, next to the next tree.
I would have to imagine that this Deros overseas is now being praised with all of your accomplishments.
And there's another card that's probably
I mean,
great for him.
this isn't something I verbalize out loud. This is more like how public in a praise do Watchers of Spearos actually get from, like how individually acknowledged were they actually that this is like something that if pride were an issue, I would be upset about.
The Watchers of Spearos are essentially the unseen guardians, the thankless heroes.
So basically, the Men in Black.
Yeah.
In a way.
Okay. I'm Will Smith. You're Will Smith.
You're the other guy.
You do not get a fucking cricket though.
Dang.
But, do you know where that deck is now?
We drew the blank card and it disappeared into the ether.
Why did you want to pull one? They were really
like
fun.
you know a lot about this Loki fellow, so you know that the ship that we're going to get.
No, if you remember,
one of his creations.
We also collect magical items here.
Loki is
a friend,
an acquaintance. I'm assuming.
Is he an acquaintance of yours?
How much of a wild card is he?
Like I said, I drew
as much as you pertain to be. Then you will know what Loki is and what is presumably his relationship to us.
Yeah, like I said, I don't.
The crazy uncle.
No, he was our pilot.
Oh, he's cool. All right.
He crashed several times.
Maverick, it's him.
Did he do it on purpose?
It's
That's
Johnny.
a good question. Ask him next time you see.
It's Johnny Depp, guys.
Loki was having mental pangs once we broke away from the network. He was one of the most took the most collateral damage when we broke away from the hive mind, and it turned into mania, hence why he is so chaotic. His inventions such as Jormungandr and eventually what turned into the cards are a result of his mental instability.
Sorry,
You cannot rely on Loki for too many things.
You have a pilot.
The pilot that crashes.
You may not want to have Loki as a pilot anymore. If you can get him to sit still for more than 5 seconds, then you might be able to take that Spelljammer off the ground.
You say that, but he helps out Turok every once in a while.
But for his own musings, no?
So, I guess when he says no... Yeah,
that was also one of the cards. It was also a card that was drawn, and it basically...
But, getting back to your situation, I will write you a forged note. Give to Suzette. She will give you an armband.
Okay.
It is, well, technically I wouldn't say it's forged, but it is a lie. Just to make sure that people don't presume too much about this new person walking in, and why they don't need to go through the general procedures that normally someone else would have to.
User disconnected from your channel.
Okay, but we're all the rest of us are still gonna get charged 50 gold to come in here.
I get charged to join into the archive, if you do not know. Mine is only
Really?
1 gold piece, though.
Can we get that deal?
It's fine.
If you become guildmaster of the Twin Ravens clan, by all means, you can set the prices as much as you want. But in order to make sure that money is going in and out of maintaining the archive, we cannot have too many freebies.
There's talk of Loki. We can handle this after the contract, but
are you going to sign?
Yes, let's sign.
Yeah, let's assign
my
this
hand.
already.
As I'm signing, could you tell us what he looks like? I'm curious.
What he looks like?
Can't they just
He takes whatever form is pleasing to him at the moment. If you're saying that he's going to take on his former self with the tentacles and everything,
No. So just for clarity's sake, he doesn't have a...
No solidified form. He'll take whatever form he wants to. It could be a child in the streets, it could be a woman begging for money.
be a child in the bathhouse?
Could be an old man in a tavern.
He could take any form that he wants. If you surmise that you have run into him before, the estimations are probably yes, it was him.
Did he have a sword by any chance?
He can have whatever he wants.
No, but I like a...
Which instance are you?
Are you asking about if he has like some sort of crazy magical artifact?
Possibly, yes.
If he come across one, then I am not available of that knowledge. He has not contacted any of us in centuries
That guy didn't
by
look like a
direct
pilot.
means. And if he does contact us, it's through what is presumably some sort of nefarious prank.
Yeah.
You
What is up,
folks
dog?
are
He
probably
said.
very familiar with pranks.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
So no, he does not
Where-
have a form that can be solidified and say, "Yep, that is him."
Okay, well, let's sign this thing. We can probably talk more. You, I won't say your name anymore after this.
You may refer to me as Guildmaster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah,
Keep things
guild guy.
above the table. Now, is there anyone here who chooses to not sign the contract?
I want to have a new character.
Well, you know what that means, right? That if we have, if any of us dies, like really dies, our new characters can't know what the fuck we're fighting.
Well, no, because it's like you can't know about
They're just outside of the
like-
contract.
like you can tell them about the Yan Min, but you can't be specific about literally
With this,
Russ. Literally, like if you were like everything about Rusco is like a big black mark, like,
Redacted.
redacted, like, but like everything else is still fair game as long as it doesn't lead back to him.
I kind of wish I was you'd project Laszlo now. That would have been funny. Because the whole time I got in that room, all the magic would have gone, and I would have just disappeared. Oh dang. Yeah, I'll sign it. Sure. Yeah.
I'll sign it too.
Did we
I
get
signed
you on
both
board?
contracts.
Yes.
As soon as you sign the first one, you feel like a pang in the back of your head, almost as if like you just forgot a recipe or something.
Ah,
2 eggs.
1 egg.
How do you make an omelet? Fuck.
35 spices. 34 spices.
I can't remember the capital of Canada.
What is the capital of Canada?
See, it's already working.
It's Beijing. But anyways, so contract. Andrew, you're gonna.
Yep.
Ottawa, by the way, just in case.
I'm good for it.
Okay, Varys, you gonna try to sign your dad's name on it or something?
I'm
John
gonna sign
Smith.
Daros of
Oh no, Daros!
He's like,
Over again.
He just happens to say that guy's name perfectly in random conversation.
He says the syllables, and it's just like
all of us die. Like,
it's like that episode of Yu Yu Hakusho where it's like you can't say the word hot, but like, and then it's like because the word hot was in between the two words that they said, it's like it wasn't just the word hot; it was the letters HOT in that order. It's like, oh, you broke the contract.
you did.
No, I will sign.
Alright, I think that covers everyone. And as soon as the contract is signed, it poofs away into infernal smoke, and the nerd lawyer adjusts his glasses, and bundles them all up underneath the crook of his arm, and gives you all like a little curtsy bow, and then flashes away.
Fellas, I bid you adieu, for I return to the
Milady.
hells. Ship's hat.
Bon voyage, fuckboys.
Bucko. You can't say Bucko in that voice. It doesn't. It's not possible.
Anyways, as soon as that is cleared, the guildmaster removes the infernal circle from the ground so that no one has like, why are you doing demonic circles in your room? I was
Dance
masturbating.
mat. It's a dance mat. It's easier to explain.
I was watching porn.
I'm a squid.
I wanted to
a
fucking
virus
suck
on
on
my
this.
computer, and I stood up, and
What's
my
the one
pants
that Andrew
fell down.
said? He's like, there was a breeze. I ditched my
I
leg.
got scared, and I got excited on my leg, and so I stood up, and my pants fell down.
Oh, you wouldn't get it, Mom, okay? Ghosts are real.
Gods aren't real, Mom. God.
And with that out of the way, I suppose we can... I wouldn't say speak plainly, inappropriate use of that word, but maintain a cooperative and moving forward relationship. What is it that you know that I don't need to speak about twice?
How you got here. The whole saboteur thing, weapons going, embryo of terror is the planet. Weapons of creation are possibly being made again, and Adobe's actions may also rise up this creature, and the big ship where the brain is on could be heading this way, or the psionics booster, IDOS, could be made to make connections and then obviously essentially rousing the beast. And the main masters are based out of Borka Ridge on Dominus. That's where I've got a research facility going on. And yeah, that about covers the scary shit, the scariest shit. And yeah.
And you learned all of this from your adventures?
Yep.
We've been to a lot of places in the last year.
Met a few enlightened folk as well.
Enlightened folk?
Yeah, over in Sanctus, people that
that neck of the wood. Those enlightened are...
I know.
That's a scam.
I know, yeah, but...
I think our big... We're trying to...
It is actually, it is... A scam would be undercutting it, because once you become enlightened, your deity siphons your knowledge, and you think that my contract making you into a vegetable is bad. Those ones are doubly so.
There's a bunch of side eyes at Daedalus, I imagine.
By the way, do you by any chance know what? And I point to Laszlo's face. You know what that means?
What is this going on? You probably recognize this, right? I got stabbed real bad.
I don't recognize it as much as you think I might. We separated from those other colleagues many years ago, and whatever fake cultures, and actually I wouldn't call it fake at this point because it's so ingrained into society over there that it is actually their culture.
My God, yeah.
So those traditions are made up by them. It was probably created after my colleagues and I split away from the hive mind. So whatever it means, that is in their form of influence. If I can do anything about it, it is not really.
Alright, so seeking enlightenment, huge mistake.
If you would like to take the shortcut into joining the hive mind, please, by all means, enlighten yourself.
Quest complete. We don't need to do that anymore.
Nope, we leveled up, guys.
What do I do with these kidneys?
Kidneys?
Throw these kidneys at them.
What
He's got little
kidneys?
placentas to eat or whatever.
Why? Kidneys for enlightenment?
I give him the rundown. If we're going to be honest with each other, we may as well be completely honest.
If you eat those, you're going to probably be on the fast track to enlightenment in
You were gonna eat one the other day.
the most literal way of, if enlightenment pertains to you becoming in our society we didn't use paper, but there were information slates. A consciousness could be uploaded to one of them.
Well, wait, hold on. Does that mean we talked directly to Osiris then when we talked to that one guy who was kept alive by machinery?
That was in the same way if you yell into a cave, you can hear your own voice. It was an echo of his consciousness.
Whoa.
For all intents and purposes, that was an... you ever have a talking rock?
We withheld the... we definitely withheld. Yeah, nope. Because we were suspicious of this person, so we didn't tell them anything.
I'd advise if you come across, not in just that religion, any mortal being that is high up in one of our former colleagues, they call themselves masters now. Anyone who is high up in their hierarchy, you should trust them as much as you can throw them with a broken arm.
I do have a question in regards to them. This isn't so much intel, it's more I'm more curious your personal view on it. Like, they've adopted godhood. Like, is that just they've do you think there's it's all I'm assuming that's part of their procedure, just like, acclimate and, gather souls
for assimilation? Is that like...
Well, assimilate people, but is there like some degree of them, like, because Hecate we ran into, we didn't communicate with.
Don't be seduced by one of these creatures.
Well, it's so much like...
Keep it in your pants.
Do you think that they're coming to enjoy the game? Because she seemed to have a thing for games, and like, even though we didn't communicate with her directly, she did seem to be playing up the...
It is as you say.
Godhood for her amusement.
It is as you say. There are, among the members of these masters, they still have some semblance of power fantasticals. They've been doing this for thousands of years, so it is not only a guise at first, it has become a real religion. And to them, to be sat at the top of the throne, honestly, I can't say anything lest I be hypocrite. I am a guild master of a great establishment after all, but my scale is different, and I do not ask for the same kind of prayer and worship that they do. So it is something within our nature, Yanmin, to subjugate and ask for praise. It is...
They're not as infallible as you guys trying to prop the hive mind up to be.
It is... well, I do not prop up the hive mind at all. If anything,
well, I know. I sometimes... sorry. The only Yanmin we've spoken to directly.
You refer to us as defectors. I was...
a vanguard from what
yes. Vanguard. An old title. No longer used by me.
What does that mean, by the way? Because we've heard defector, vanguard, defector, scientist. Are those just your positions in the organization?
Before everything became the way it was, we were still within the bounds of the hive mind. As soon as we jumped across the portal, the daemon portal, the defectors were the first ones to feel the effects of being so distant, away from the master brain. And the ones that collectively sparked the flame, I guess the title is tooting my own horn, but I was the first spark.
No.
led the charge, so to speak. The title was self-appointed.
Cool.
So you
Any
would know
other-
that like Canis Abractio is like a real bad guy, like a real bad dude over Indominus.
I am
Considering
keenly
that's their
aware
brokerage.
of most of my brethren and what they've done after we split away. One downside of breaking away from the hive mind is you need to resort to conventional means of communication. So, even if I wanted to communicate with one of the other clan members, it would need to be by the same way that any of you communicate.
And you're not in contact with any of the other clan leaders?
Not through the hive
That
mind.
means, yeah, so you have allies?
We communicate in the same way. We try to start fresh as the concept of an individual, as someone who was born into and leaving a hive mind. That is an impossible reality once you break out. The concept does not even make sense when you are in the hive mind. To break away, and once we were out, we all decided to take the time to form the self. Many of these times we would not be in contact with one another. Some decided to make small communities. Us who made the great clans cooperate on a very basic surface level. We do not see our past lives as something that is necessary to maintain. It is a part of our history that all of us prefer to not mention. So our allyship comes from our dealings as individuals and not as defectors. So my title of Vanguard no longer holds sway among my brethren.
Okay.
Although it does hold for myself. It holds reverence to my view of self. The one to spark our freedom.
If I could pick your brain, it sounds like introducing individuality breaks the conditioning.
It is not as simple as going to one of the masters and saying, "Be yourself. You are your own man now." If it were that easy, I'm pretty sure Loki would have waltzed into the Mount Olympus base and said something while spreading his ass cheeks.
Hey, Dad. Be a man.
It is not as simple as that. The reason why we were able to even conceive of the self was because of the weakness within the hive mind.
By the way, how does that work? Since
A hive
Loki's...
mind?
No, not the hive mind. Well, yes, that
yes,
too, but not that right now. If Loki is the son of Odin in myth, and I go on quotes, in religion, then if he's a defector, does it just like how does that work? Does Odin still like? Does he still go up to Odin and be like, "Hey, Dad," or like?
Is that just
If they were to interact in person to person and not in stories, Odin would be doing his Odin would be doing his best to either try to forcibly reincorporate Loki into the hive mind, or just upon seeing his new self be so mentally unstable, put him to the sword.
Is Odin Putz, is he dead because of what Diviculus did? Or is that just up on the Valkyrie's ascent? He's not actually up there, is he?
In a sense, that was... I mean, it's still there. But Odin being physically there, yes, but to assume he did not have a contingency evacuation would be a foolish assumption.
So he's hiding in the mount, maybe.
Most likely. With probably some close-knit followers.
Did you...
Of whom are probably completely brain dead at this point.
Are you brain dead because what?
Well, if you were to say suddenly your temple is attacked and the personification or avatar of your deity suddenly appeared and said, "Follow me, we're running away." If they're not completely devout, blindly follow you, then there's too much risk. So he would probably need to tickle their brains, so to speak.
Are they an ally of yours? Or you were just never... Odin?
Odin. At one point, when I was still in the hive mind, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the same can be said for most. Okay.
If you are speaking of a deity who has taken upon the mantle to receive worship, it is more than likely I don't see eye to eye with them. There are similarities between us, and there are wild cards. Loki is the wild card. He does not work for them. He does not owe any allegiance to us. If anything, we don't even owe allegiance to each other. So, just not all defectors are friends. And many of them will deny in order to maintain their sense of self that they were even defectors in the first place.
Earlier, you mentioned that some of the defectors did make some sort of groups. You guys, the leaders, you guys didn't.
In a sense, we kind of did. We maintained contact by one being on the same continent. That's for one thing. We didn't go globetrotting like some of the other ones did. They have their own ships. We had our small skiff that I'm presumably you are currently in possession of.
It's, like I said,
it's damaged.
The damage may be superficial, but if you have all the working components, you can still get this thing off the ground. I'm assuming the panels that you're going after are going to be for repairs.
Yes.
Do you have the navigational globes?
Yes.
We have A.
Well.
Yeah.
A.
We got
which?
Not gonna lie, a lot of these pieces feel like they're being dropped on us, so we're kind of...
By whom?
Well, there was a physical thing that was dropped from the moon to us.
From the moon?
You know what's going on the moon?
You presume it was the moon about like everything.
Hold on. Then...
Shut the fuck up, Seth!
It came from above us.
Above.
The sky.
Okay. And the thing that was glowing on this thing that fell out of the sky was also glowing every midnight from the moon, the fake moon. I think something's going on in the moon. You know anyone that would be on the moon?
He just looks at Laszlo, glowing lights on the moon. What are you, insane?
There are plenty of people who would be on the moon. That was the exit point of the Daemon portal, was the moon.
Do you know any defectors that would be on the moon?
If I knew of them, no, because there's no connection, and I don't make trips to the moon quite as often as you might think.
Psionic amplifier was shot down from somewhere and landed right in front of our feet, and it had like a timepiece, so we could tell the time, and account for time dilation on different planes. That just fell in front of us when we were traveling.
Best case scenario, there is a defector on the moon acting as saboteur. Whether or not it's the first saboteur that led to the destruction of the weapons of creation, or the planet, rather.
They got a name?
We never figured it out too. If we, by all means, we'd probably be patting him on the back. Covertly.
But you have no idea.
I honestly wish I knew.
Well, did this never... I know you said you're not exactly buddy-buddy with each other just out of necessity, but no one ever took claim to it?
It wasn't like
I would be
whatever.
very, very aware if someone was boistering and shouting to the heavens, I blew up the planet. If I could be the one to say so, then by all means I would probably be shouting it to the heavens, as I would be responsible for having freed my brethren. I might have been the one to take the first step, but I don't take as much glory as the one who literally blew up the Anmin home planet.
If I may, who were you closest with?
Who was I closest with?
I mean,
Yes.
Closeness in the realms of a hive mind is not the concept. You are
I
everyone.
realize that.
Everyone
No,
is
no.
you.
Does that mean if you're allergic to something, everyone else is allergic to something else?
That's a
Your
mental
bodies are not shared.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
If one of us is
everyone
missing a
hates
pinky.
salt.
From everything we've heard, we haven't been able to determine who it would be. Someone is dropping things literally into our lap.
Great. Then they are helping to spur further screwing with the Yanmin masters. Whomever it may be, give them a handshake for me if you meet them.
Well, that's something we would like to try and find out, potentially.
Well then, I would advise that if you do find out their identity, do not out them immediately, as they may be undercover. And hiding amongst the still active hive mind members. Honestly, how they are disguising themselves is a mystery to me. If they're not incorporated, they would have to be still incorporated into the hive mind, lest they draw attention to themselves, but still have a semblance of self and free will to be doing all these things against the better judgment of the hive mind. So they will be split down the middle, so to speak.
I mean, again, I understand hive mind being literal, everyone knows everything, but hierarchies do form.
Yes, there is the master brain and there's the not master brain.
Even among those loyal, there is no sort of hierarchy.
You'll have
equal.
respective jobs that are different. For example, one is a pilot, one is a navigator, one is attending the slave pens.
Who is your navigator, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, you already know who our pilot was. Well, that would be for my skiff. That was different. Our group that was responsible for scouting out this planet is, well, you know them as the deities and the defectors. We were all mixed in together.
Do you happen to know whose job was specific navigation?
Well, Zeus was the ship captain of the 37th Fleet.
Well, yes,
That's like, I don't know if that's
Captain Zeus, captain of the 37th Fleet.
Well, because the reason I mention this is I'm thinking who would have access to the blinking time dilator thing? Who would have access to the navigation orbs? So it would have to be someone who is maybe a little too comfortable being a deity.
I also want to point out the navigational orbs is something that we came across that a Sphinx had.
Yeah, we got that off of Sphinx, yeah.
The only one that we've gotten dropped on our laps was the most recent
box.
Well, okay.
The box. Just want to point that out.
No, I understand. But to be fair, you weren't there. Daros was, which means that Varus was. But when my deity physically manifested, he blew everything apart within like 5 feet of me. I don't think a Sphinx... I think that if a navigation orb went missing, I don't think it would be very hard to reacquire, so...
That probably means that there is someone, somewhere, jettisoning out all of the necessary components for one of our skiffs to work properly.
Well, there is the frigate that Zeus likely has, the Olympian Pantheon have, and that's probably in Boca Ridge. If he was the ship captain, they'd probably put that over there.
Well,
and they're doing stuff to it.
Just follow my thread of thinking here. Zeus is the head of a pantheon. He is also the one who would have access to this. Yeah,
if you want to talk hierarchies, then by all means, yes. I suppose Zeus was
our 37th Fleet Captain.
I mean, the only thing I'm saying is if we're trying to figure out who could have sabotaged the weapons of creation, who's trying to help us, it would be someone who wants to, A, maintain the status quo as it is, but also retain their position.
It's not. Yeah.
Well, not many I know would be... Well, again, I did break contact with many of them as a result of the distance, so...
We've got Agadol, could be up there, but he's...
Seems pretty devout last time, based on how you guys described
They could be a deity, they might be a defector, but if anything, they're 50-50.
And they ain't the ladies, that's for sure. Do you know much about the ladies?
They were...
The Aphrodite triplets clone problem?
Yes, they were... bastard children, I suppose?
Yeah. Effective
would be the most effective way of determining what they were. They were scorned for their not only illegitimate birth process, failed quantities of psionic capabilities. They were defective, to say the least. They only worked properly when they put their minds together, in the most literal sense.
They weren't on the crew list as well, which is odd.
They were not made before the Damien Portal jump. They were made afterwards. And almost at an accumulating time of when the defectors began their independence was... Maybe it had something to do with the fact that maybe that's why they were so defective, is because the distance from the brain essentially doomed them from the start. But I was not part of that particular science division.
So you had no contact with the three of them?
Contact with them in the loosest sense. Physically, not so much. They tried to incorporate them into the hive mind. They got a few little thoughts flowing into them, but eventually, kind of like a pottery that cannot hold water. It leaked. It leaked. But,
so
if I have no inclinations on whom could be the old crew member who is now currently jettisoning out old
So there are people on the moon,
hardware.
though. Okay.
Yes, there are
Fake
people
moon.
on the moon. They were essentially operating the portal, and while as destructive as the portal being destroyed itself, it was not a catastrophic failure that completely imploded inwards. It wasn't like me crushing a bug in my hand. It was more like a house of cards falling over. There's still some semblance of structure to it.
Aha! Knew it.
And there is possibly some old technology that still works. And if anyone is trying to reconstruct the Damien portal, it will be in tandem with the moon and some of the people here down on the surface. A joint effort to bring resources from this planet to help rebuild the Damien portal.
So,
now that I'm speaking about that, that is very disconcerting.
Yes.
That's actually what I want to... Obviously, I know you don't know, but like based on your opinion and what knowledge you had of the inner workings at the time, how long do you think it could be until they...
It would be extremely difficult but impractical to reasonably get the Damien portal up to... When it was first created, it was done so in the same way that someone builds a ship in a dry dock nowadays. You have the scaffolding and people working on it, but imagine now you only have one cart to bring materials back and forth. That would be Zeus's ship to bring things to and from the desecrated Damien portal covertly. So you need to do it at night. And very slowly.
I'm here.
What was your contact? What information did they reveal about Hecafates?
Ah,
in terms
they
of
were
like deliveries and such.
they were trying to build a arcane portal of sorts. They had the components of it, but they didn't know. They knew that they were going up to the enlightened, but not where the enlightened are. Like who in the enlightened received the items he got out before.
Okay. So it's
Well,
probably going up a frigate. Yeah.
if I was going to be in their position, I would be using the planet's resources to make a more convenient to and from the construction site and the sourcing of materials. So whatever they're doing, they're trying to expedite the process. So we're going to need to put a damper on that by getting the old ship, that skiff, up and running.
Okay.
And then you can go harass all the masters you want.
You're not coming with us?
I still need to maintain a ruse. I can provide some things, information, maybe a few spells here and there, but you're asking me to actively stick my neck out.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I like to joke around a lot, so that was
but
really me just joking around.
Me getting in close proximity to another master does put me at the risk of them yanking the cord, so to speak, and pulling me back in. So there is a proximity that I will not venture close to them.
Okay. I mean,
Gotcha.
Even
plenty
being
of stuff
underneath the
we can-
shadow of Odin's temple was, relatively speaking, too close for comfort.
Yeah, I was just
I've
about
got,
to
I've got
ask
tons in here. I've got tons in my notes about different things, but we could just discuss them when they become relevant. Like there's a few things on the Feywild, but I think first and foremost, plates seem like the best thing to get, and then there's obviously Nadara or Kazanel, which is living in the Frigid Pines. Do you know of that fellow or madam? There's like a little
I
hermit.
probably knew them at one point in my life, but
And
if
then-
they're so far away that I can't contact them on a regular basis, they might as well be a stranger to me.
Sure. And then you've got Lephidius, which seems to be fighting a good fight against the King of Canis, or King Canis, which is he's a master. Is it? I have P.E. Penitus. That sounds like a bad. Doesn't sound like the right name. A tyrant under the cruel sky, or is not a very good name. So defector versus master. So something's going on over there, which seems like Lephidius is trying to stop that portal being put together.
Well,
Which
it
is
probably
good.
means that he was able to sense out where these materials were going to, used some prior knowledge to put two and two together, and realized what is needed for the Daemon portal, and is actively doing things to prevent it.
And then Athena is this master. So Athena is not good news. Okay. And Apollo is Zeus's first mate. Oh, jeez. Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty rough situation. Well,
If I might say, I remember you just mentioning Dauntless.
Mm-hmm.
Your deity struck down something?
I give him the explanation just to truncate the. I don't mean okay. By the way, out of character, I don't mean to like just hand wave away all these things, but rather than have to explain these things over and over again, do you mind if I just say like I explain?
I threw up.
Well, like I will explain it if I have to, but I like to just explain it as like to save everyone's time.
Well, sometimes there's details
basically
that can be glossed over reasonably.
Basically, when he dies, he
blows up.
He blows. He explodes with
it's
some
more
kind.
like he brings up sand that disintegrates everything. Yeah,
it is oddly enough that your deity is not causing you to blow up, but is rather using some of our technology to blow up the area around you. It is not so much you blowing up upon death, it is more like there is a I guess, a guardian angel above your head, and it is holding a bomb.
Well, I'd figured I don't lose limbs, or usually, so.
Yes, it is a discriminating bomb that is triggered upon your death. I am also concerned about this happening in consecutive matters, as these things do not come free. I would advise, as silly as it sounds, to not die.
Well, he got that mark on his head after one of the times, right?
Yes, and if my knowledge of your deity is correct, that is a two-part. A sickle for harvesting wheat, and a flail for beating the wheat chaff.
Yeah.
You have one of the two. I would advise not getting the whole symbol on your forehead.
Well, after what you told us before,
That is most likely your enlightenment, is to die, be reborn, to die, and come back enlightened. And enlightenment is not as... You should not be gung-ho about it. So...
not anymore, I'm not.
Well, sure. But
no.
If you become enlightened, even if it's not by your own meanings, the previous ones who were enlightened went on a spiritual journeys. It was more like mental probing.
Out of curiosity, since... Could you give him powers instead of him relying on his current deity?
No.
Okay.
The powers that are being bestowed upon you are essentially trickle-down effects from the hive mind. I am my own person now, thankfully enough. I can help you within my own capacities, but because there's no network for me to link into, I would be just throwing energy into the ether.
Gotcha.
Take this quill.
Okay.
So no, I cannot become your patron. I'm
I
flattered.
was just about to ask
I can be the patron in the sense of me being the guildmaster, but not as someone who is bestowing magic upon you.
I was just about to ask because
I wanted to multi-class into warlock.
Well,
you can't. He doesn't have the riz for it.
I already have it.
True.
We don't have the riz.
Isn't it charisma based?
It is charisma based, yeah.
Got to have 30
But
He doesn't have that either, right?
But if I had charisma, right, I already could do it because of my devil daddy, so I'm fine.
We already got a pack. Yeah, I was going to kick us.
I thought you were talking about Dawdle. Like Dawdle's just got. I have to imagine he has a high enough charisma to multi-class into.
Oh, he definitely does.
Well, in either case, I cannot offer you aid in the most direct sense, as is some sort of devil contract. We don't have that kind of devil contract. Although the cards are on the table for that sort of thing. You've already sold your soul, however, so you may discuss that with your patron.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him.
Could I ask a question of?
No, of course not.
Maybe something you may know. I've been
we're all
marked by a dread pirate a very long time ago, and I don't know what it means. Are they actually a pirate or are they a squid?
You're marked by a dread pirate?
I don't think that every nefarious person you run into is going to be a Yanmin.
Okay.
They could just be a dick.
They're not a dick. They got morals. I get
they
that.
have magic is not. If anything,
have you ever heard of them? Like,
I don't know every dread pirate.
Okay, there's more than one. Oh no.
A dread pirate is not necessarily a single.
Laszlo just does the Home Alone face.
I think a dread pirate is merely a pirate who does dreadful things.
Oh.
And influences from. Maybe they draw upon some sea deity.
Okay.
Conjuring up tidal waves and storms in order to get their pirating business.
It was a long time ago, and they don't come across as all bad. But
sure, but there are just sometimes just bad people. They're not always going to be Yanmin.
Yeah, I was just thinking
don't attribute every bad thing in your life to Yanmin.
No, trust me, we've dealt with plenty of bad people who weren't Yanmin.
Exactly. So,
I'm just saying, I could, if we could have a favor, I could maybe swing something with them. Maybe if we need help.
With a dread pirate?
Could be, yeah.
That's going to be on.
That'll be on me.
That's
That'll
going
be
to be
on
on
me.
you.
Yeah.
That is going to be on you. I have no dealings with pirates.
Wait, I'm
Well,
sorry.
you-
What the hell is a dread pirate?
A dread
I'll
pirate?
level with you.
Bad.
We're gonna level with you. This is kind of like he's kind of alluded to this in the past, but this is like the most we've heard of this too. So we have no context for what this conversation.
It's bad. It's bad. I got marked at sea with my dad. And
You're
now we
not
can't-
allowed to go on the sea.
I can't go into the open sea without sacrificing someone. So
someone.
How did you get here?
How did I get here?
How do I work this? Where is that large automobile?
You would have had to throw some people overboard.
We already I would have.
He's a murderer now.
This is the first time we're hearing about it.
That's like that Donald clip. You're telling me for the first time.
The more you speak of this, you are probably dealing with someone who worships a sea deity who is quite a Yanmin.
Oh, okay.
So not directly, indirectly,
sure.
You are being
Would there
influenced.
be any way to check?
You could go out to the open sea.
Well, it depends.
So
if
Laszlo's
really...
got second-degree Yan Min issues. I'm got two of them.
Well, I'm glad you're getting all of this out in the open.
Well,
Does anyone else have any baggage they need to spill? I know the Dauntless, you're already.
I do.
Oh right, yeah,
you
do.
He's a doctor. He's a.
Well, Master. Long before I came to Rutash, I was a hermit, and we messed around with the astral plane, and
Did you meet a deity or?
Oh, it gets better.
I think I met what you would call your master or former master.
The brain.
Yes.
The master brain. And you escaped with your mental faculties.
That's not the word we would use.
I don't know if you read reports
use
on me about how I might have been when I first joined. Like, how did this guy enter this guild?
Oh, see, I thought you were going to drop some hitherto unknown...
No.
Within reason, I do see the new reports coming from new recruits. I don't always get to know them to the same extent that we are now, and maybe I should be screening each member for Yanmin activity.
After that encounter, I was severely disabled. But I have gotten better since.
Magic items help.
Yes.
Wouldn't you have become, when that magical thing went up earlier, wouldn't all of the you just become an idiot?
No, because our
there's only communication. Senses.
Okay.
Not magic items.
I was gonna say all of a sudden you'd be like, whoa, what's going on?
Alright, well, since we're going down the line, who's next? Varys, what is your Yanmin influence?
I told you mine. Loki.
He's got a real kick. He hates that one nerd that caused all the portals.
But I did deal. I got two.
Inadvertently, he's got so
you
many.
have two.
My old job was because some portal in the Pure Tola Forest over in Dominus was someone's.
Where is he? Where's his name? I got it here somewhere. He's a right asshole. He's
Also,
like a little nerd, right?
one of and then some, and then in my lifetime, someone summoned Hecate's champion and turned my life upside down. So
Sathith?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sathis? Sathis? He's a defector scholar from what we know.
I would not blame him too harshly for the fate portals. He was looking for an immediate out to be away from the Yanmin Masters by jumping to a new plane, but didn't remember to close the door behind him.
Yeah, because they also got turned into masters over that way.
Yeah, it was not a perfect transition.
Yeah.
If you do run into him, don't do whatever you please.
Hey, fuck you! I
Yeah,
hate you,
please
you
just leave me
bitch!
out of it.
As
I had to
for
look
the
at trees for my own.
As for the Hecate thing, that was, it is her own domain.
Yeah.
Whatever worshippers of hers do, that is no collateral on my end. I'm not sure why the whole werewolf thing was part of her domain, but all of them have their own things that they've developed as cultures, many of which were second-hand use from other civilizations the Yanmin had incorporated into their society. So, I hold no fingers in that pie. Anyways, does anyone else want to reveal their secret Yanmin related thing?
Well, we don't need to keep going down that line. But
No, yeah, I was just saying that one.
Oh wait, you forgot about me. Mine's just that I just hate rich people because the tyrant of the underneath the sky.
The Civil War you based your whole identity on is just a feud between.
Yeah, it's just a fucking squid war. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. And my hatred for elves comes because of that too. So yeah. I like these two guys though. These two
you
guys
two are
pretty
okay
cool.
statement. I've heard that before.
Yeah, you two.
You're one of the. You're
one of the good ones.
Oh, okay.
But speaking of deities, what can I do about this whole point to the forehead thing?
I would advise that you are a type that your allegiance to a deity does not bestow you your powers.
It comes from within, Dorless.
You have no... you would not be suddenly cut off if you were to stop.
You already got the stuff with you.
Wait, I can lay on hands just because I can? Or I've been so tainted by their...
More like because you have morals, I guess.
Like you've been dunked in oil and it's on you forever.
The idea that your powers come from a deity is not within your purviews. You are not borrowing power, you are merely saying that the power is done in the name of. If that makes sense?
Dang, that's cool.
If you are a different type, like one of the more priestly types that acclaims their power comes from the deity directly, you would refer to them as a cleric. And if any of you played a cleric in this campaign, you'd be so fucking screwed.
But Gon's cool. He would be cool either way. That's how devout I'd be, dude.
But reasonably speaking, your powers come from conviction and force of will, not so much from Osiris.
Well,
you may continue to praise in his name. Why? I have no idea. You literally have zero reason. You could take that sickle and flail and toss it out the window. You could still smite the heathens.
I take out my sickle and flail. I woke up with these.
And I'm sure it was to entrench in you the idea that you are his sheep.
You held back.
By all means, place those aside. Try to cast your healing magics on someone. I assure you...
I'll stab myself. Wait.
You already cut your hand on the contract.
Technically, all of us have took one piercing damage.
Yeah,
so
every one of
I'm
you
I'm a hemophiliac.
It's gushing!
Pass out.
Do yourself a favor. Holy symbols, remove them from your person. Place them on this countertop here. Leave them alone. If anything, step like 10 feet away from them.
Yeah, get away from them.
And then
get away.
Try to heal your finger prick.
Don't call him that.
I do so.
It works.
Wow.
Wow.
Religion shattered. 2
So I
fails.
Religion has been shattered.
So I
God
kept cutting
who?
my arm open for no reason.
Atheists win.
Checkmate.
All I'm
God.
hearing is that
Tips Fedora. All of this was so that I could post this on r/atheism.
My campaign was a big reveal.
Did you know that that subreddit used to be default when you made a Reddit account?
Really?
Really? Atheism?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
I have no idea why.
Me neither. Okay, this is big old developments with all of this. Should you?
I would
I
advise
need
that you don't eat those organs given to you by the enlightened.
Is there like a fireplace in the room that we're currently in?
I do not have a fireplace in here, as most of the things in my room are flammable.
Fair enough.
We'll have plenty of opportunities to burn them.
Yeah.
Don't eat them.
Do you wanna like? If we want to have another chat, do we just come to this room and?
I would have you not just waltz into here
Okay.
like we're buddy-buddy.
Sure,
You
of course.
maintain the
Formal-
ruse of your status here as...
Okay.
If anything, me and Zen will come. We'll
Just
Sure.
give the word to Suzette. I will come up with some code phrase or some sort.
Okay. Don't use eggplant again.
I would advise that it should be something that does not point in the direction of my history at all.
Sure.
If anything, it should be something that could be mildly convincing as a I'm here to speak with Garashko.
We've come
Okay.
to speak on in regards to our contract with him.
I would advise not having the word contract in there either, just because of the implications that it does come with.
That's alright. I'll just write you another deep speech note so she's mega confused again. It's okay.
No, I do not want to put any kind of hazard on Suzette. She has been doing just fine and does not need to be rolled into this extra secretive talk. Why not we just say you are coming to share a cigarette with me?
I do have the sending spell. I could just ping you a hey. Is it?
Yes,
a good
but in order
opportunity?
to just get past Suzette, or else she'll be following you down the hallway, yelling at you the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Just tell her that you're here to share a cigarette with the Guildmaster. Deal?
Sure.
Cigarettes. I don't like
what's-
cigarettes.
what's your
I
preferred-
don't smoke either, but it is just for the pretense of having a casual conversation.
What's your preferred smoke?
He just said he doesn't.
No, just say that you are going to. You don't need to
I
actually
love
bring
cigarettes, Suzette. I want to
it
smoke
may
one
look
with your boss.
better, but
Well, I mean, you're not going to walk in holding a pack of cigarettes above your head saying, "Time to smoke!"
It's smoking time.
Just tell Suzette that, and she will be perfectly fine. I pretend to smoke out on the balcony, so she will understand.
We are gonna have a smoke with your boss.
Well, just try to maintain I am here to share a cigarette with the Guildmaster. No contract speak, no foreign tongues, and especially no Yanmin.
Okay.
Trust me,
Do you
we
have
Hey.
any? Do you have anything on Dread Pirates I could read up on?
I do not keep that sort of information in my office.
I might need to go to the open sea to figure
You'll-
that one out.
Or
you
well,
could just check the library.
you could do either of those things.
I'll just check the library.
That being said, we are landlocked, so you'll need to.
Do you have
make
any
a-
branches down in any? Or is it just here?
We have
like
branches
Samsara,
at the edges of many of port towns, usually so that when newcomers come and go to other continents,
I
we
just won't go
have-
in the open sea. That's easy.
Probably
But if
for
we ever need
your
to go to the
safety.
sea, yeah, and other safety.
well, I suppose your reasons for going out to the open sea would be to maybe go to Dominus.
Yeah.
Well, I would wish you luck in that regard.
Wait, hold on. Does that mean that if we take the skiff and we fly over, you'll have to throw some of us out?
I'm not in the water then.
Ah, Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm just saying, Lasso, you try to throw us off the ship, we're throwing you
Oh,
right.
we need to get sacrifices if we need to go, and they need to. If it's a
I'm
big
not
ship,
We already sacrificed those poor innocent people
if it's a
back in
big
the
ship,
hells.
then it scales on the ship. So I could be in a little dinghy, and if I could throw like a goat in the water,
Are you here
then
to
we-
save
Reasonably
me?
speaking, the scouting vessel that is most likely in your possession requires not but only 3 members to fully operational.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to turn a new leaf. I don't want to be throwing people to
Well, I think
Plankton Man.
we have a lot to think about, some more than others.
Well, you know, we could always go from Sanctus to north, or it's less distance. Yeah. Cross that bridge.
I do need to steer back this conversation into a particular direction.
Sure, go for it.
Diviculus.
Yep.
And what the clan is going to do specifically. We do not have anyone who can meet you out in the open field of combat as readily as, say, the Iron Bears or the Winter Wolves. We can offer information, and I can point you towards a repository of spell scrolls if need be. Some of them will be useful, some of them utilitarian and outside of the battlefield, if it is within your capabilities of casting. That being said,
Nice.
Access to the archives at your leisure, as per usual. You will still need to pay, but just have maybe some questions and give it to the actual members who get the discount. As per usual, I myself would most likely not want to be dealing directly in combat with Diviculus, as then
Diviculus, I think, even I don't know. There's even outside of his patrons, I don't know. There's something about him that I still don't trust. So I don't know. But my question, disregarding him though, again, I know you said you had limited contact with the patrons. Do you think they'd be willing to resolve this without?
To interact with those ladies, as they call themselves, in a parlay would be tantamount to trying to bait a lion with a juicy steak. It could tear your throat out. It could acquiesce and take the bribe. My willingness to put my neck out there to contact them is hesitant, to say the least. I might work through some sort of proxy. Alternatively, I could also just kind of just put some bait out for them. What they would be keenly interested in would be information not available to them, as they never incorporated fully into the hive mind. So they do not have information on the Yanmin masters that someone like myself would. Bribing them with knowledge, but what they would do with that knowledge is also a tricky business. Would they turn it around and just kill every person who was in our scouting division? Who's to say? But their targets would be set on the Yanmin Masters first and foremost, as a sort of revenge penance sort of thing. So, what I'd be willing to do is first work through a proxy in order to make contact with them in any way possible. But to what end? To call a ceasefire?
I was just talking hypotheticals because, like, I feel like we're gonna come into if we continue and make progress in our line of in what we're trying to achieve, we'll probably end up in their path at some point. And I'm just trying to plan. I'm just trying to make.
Yes, but my question is, to what end do we communicate with them? That we are on their side, that we don't want to mess with them? Because generally speaking, that is for a conversation of someone of sound mind. Those ones are literally abominations in both the physical capacities and mental faculties of a failed experiment.
I think my
So
biggest concern
logic is
'cause
out the window.
there's whether or not they intend to use it or not, they are sitting on the embryo right now, and I'm trying to figure out if there's some way to diffuse that without like basically eliminating them just for the sake of.
Do you think they'd be able to sever my connection?
I think that you should understand that they may not even know that they are on the embryo of Terra.
I think we should just kill them.
That is a possibility, but getting to them is going to be one point of interest. How you do so, and don't think that Diviculus and his army is not going to be their vanguard. You'll need to either breach their lines, neutralize,
I love Twigs. Oh, Twigs are so
neutralize
cool.
Diviculus.
I had a chat with him once, and there's someone there. We could talk, I guess.
I
don't
know
know about the
little
others,
of what Diviculus was like before the siege, and frankly, if he is the little puppy dog of those ladies, then if the apple doesn't fall from the tree very far, then it is not going to be a very two-sided conversation.
I'm just saying that guy cut the face off of one of our very first expedition together. He cut the face off of the one person who died on it. So I'm not.
Yeah, but that guy.
Yeah.
Why? We're in character. We're in character. In character.
I think I was kind of a dick to the DM, so
I'm not. I wasn't there.
Yeah. So I'm told. Yeah. Top clip on this channel.
I will have to say that when you go to the archives, which I inevitably think that you will be, grab some. You will be questioned by one of the keepers. I will give you a pass to show them for the higher level scrolls. I want you to grab something to help you with the panels.
Dang, dude, I'm getting big boy scrolls. That was just big shit.
There is a it seems very simplistic, but it is incredibly powerful when used in the right way.
Okay.
It is going to be a small pocket that you can generate. The width of it and the depth is going to be determined at the point of casting.
Okay.
Find out the dimensions of the panels as if they were stacked on top of each other like a playing card deck. And then make the dimensions, the exact specifications of a stack of panels of how many you get. And then close the dimension, reopen it at your leisure. Does that make sense?
Is this like a learnable spell?
It is going to be a scroll that you can grab. I only have 3 copies, but if you're able to transcribe them for your own use, I would advise doing so that you can do it more often than twice.
Yeah, that would be the
You'll need to
goal.
cast it once to summon it, and then once you close it, you need to cast it again to reopen it. So you would be burning the candle at both ends.
So it's like, okay, open up, determine size when I cast it, put things in, close it, go somewhere else.
There is
open it up
a
again.
limitation on the square coverage, but if you
The
make
world.
it exceptionally thin, you have a lot more leeway. So make it very thin and get the height and width of
To the minimum it needs to be.
just the minimum amount, and you should be able to squeeze in the scales of Jormungandr quite big last time I saw it. Depending on how many you want, I surmise that with this spell you could reasonably gather, if they're stacked neatly, probably about 20 to 30 scales, depending on if they're not too crumpled up. If they're nice and flat and lay on top of each other very well, you could probably squeeze in 30.
Laszlo, could we combine that with your in shrinking?
A big point in this question is that spell concentration in these scrolls.
The activation of them, you can maintain the gap that you generate for as long as you are thinking about it.
Okay, I could also look at Varus's little.
And it will close as soon as you stop thinking about it. What you're saying about the shrinky and the biggie, no, that will not work.
Okay.
Like Dr. Nick then. The shrinking and the bigging.
The shrinking only lasts 1 minute anyways. So.
Yeah. We'll just put them in. Okay. Or if I can learn that, that would be amazing. I'll write that in.
Any other scrolls that you would like to take out? Just make sure that you're not taking the only copy. The scholar who is in charge of that will be making sure that you don't abscond with our only copy of something.
So if I transcribe it, you still then have the copy, right?
No, it destroys the scroll.
Okay. Yeah, I won't be doing that.
Make sure you are leaving at least one copy for our scholars. Anything else that you might want to take out within reason? I'd advise that you do not clean out literally everything we have just because I gave you permission.
Of course.
I'd hope that Suzette does not see you walking out with a wagon full of scrolls as you gleefully, rummage your fingers through our archive.
Understood. It's only one guy that can describe stuff anyway.
Be reasonable.
So if it's anyone, it's me to shout at. So
I would assume that some of you would not even have the capabilities of doing this in the first place. As much as you have Yan Min in your histories, just as I do, not all of them gave you psychokinetic powers, if any. None of them did they?
I believe so.
Anyways, I would advise that you get on that relatively soon. What you do with the other guild masters, whomever you go to first, I will give you the letter of introduction, but don't expect it to do anything more than get you through the front door. They will deny like their life depends on it, because it does.
If anything,
Understandable.
I think directly dealing with Oberyn might be plan B. If we can get the funds together based on your
yes,
advice.
It's going to be especially tricky to have a conversation with Oberyn because his whole
for the obvious reason.
He can speak.
For the obvious reason, but also for what you said, just to keep things. If we can get the money to get the Iron Bears we need, then
Oberyn, the guild master doesn't speak. But the reason why he keeps Mika so close, he tells her what to say, telekinetically. She is an interpreter, not so much, but so much as just a mouthpiece. But she is going to be present during all conversations, regardless. She will not be away from the guildmaster's side, so that is a challenge that is going to be your deal to deal with. Okay. And whether or not you realize that you're bringing what is essentially another party into the fold is for you to consider.
I think we come up with a strategy first, and then we go to the Iron Bear, because we need, like I said, an attack plan would help, because we know the layout. We just need to know how to best utilize the intel we have.
Are you going to be also speaking with Master Zelik?
Zelik is a singing worm, right?
That is the maestro of the singing worms.
I think it's just you two at this point.
No, so just
not
yet.
Not yet.
Maybe in the future.
I think in the past, when we were trying to figure out where the tadpole, the original tadpole came from, we were considering going to him, but because we were concerned about its origin and what its intent was. His, again, wasn't so much for help as to just. I think of the three of you, he was the only one we were concerned about being reassimilated, but again, that was based on circumstance, not actual hard evidence. Because we were trying to piece together where the tadpole that infected the original tadpole that grabbed hold of our party came from, and we had a lot of theories.
Is there any reason you think we shouldn't, or?
The Now this may come from outdated information. If the Yanmin Masters found a new way to infect people, to transform them into more members of their society, they may have come up with new ways besides the ones that I am privy to. Under circumstances when psionic amplification was an option, there would be extremely easy to infect without even coming into contact with the person you're trying to infect.
Do you think like audibly? Wherever that's going.
Something even less discernible. Almost like a signal being sent directly to the brain. In very, very early colonization, before we came to this planet, assimilation into the hive mind came through direct contact with our would-be infected. And assimilation came through the introduction of tiny parasitic entities that essentially acted as the seedbed. They would be introduced through either the ears or the eyes. As our technology advanced, we were able to move away from that in order to infect remotely potential new clientele? Wrong word. But it eventually came to a point where we no longer needed the tadpoles. And anyone who's exposed to essentially a type of gaseous catalyst, essentially if any of you have ever received a tattoo, you kind of clean the area, shave off the hairs, and apply antiseptic materials. That is what the gaseous catalyst is. It was extremely efficient in remote infections and can be done as long as the individual breathes in the gas.
We saw that.
Yes.
That's how Billy got it to started trying to spread it to the rest of the group, but like we don't know how Billy got the original.
However it was introduced, you are seeing the new wave of infection as opposed to the little tadpoles used in previous infections.
Well, the tadpole is what? Because when
it gestates inside of the mind.
Yeah.
Regardless of how it's introduced in the first place. Initially, it was directly, you shove it in their head, for goodness sake, either the ears or the eyes. The new method, highly technological, the spores essentially begin to create a hospitable environment in the host, and the signal, a psionic signal, is transmitted and essentially tells the brain to start reformatting a new tadpole. It creates a tadpole from your own bodily tissue.
I have a theory, but let's...
It has the same end goal, but the introduction is significantly more subtle and easier to spread to multiple individuals. So how it was introduced in the first place quite easy to do so.
Especially when you're a satyr trying to escape the Feywild and not get enslaved.
Yes, if you are an individual satyr, then it would be extremely easy to hunt one down. The Feywild was one of the proximity invasions to this plane.
I think that confirms one thing.
So, if anything, that means that your compatriot, who was the initial infected one, it was lying relatively dormant until the right time to strike, and the signal was sent out for him to infect more, and then begin the process of transforming into Yanmin.
Okay. So,
and
how close? Well, how purposeful could it have been done by accident?
Could it have been done by accident? I would say most likely not. The catalyst chemicals are an incredibly deep, secretive formula developed over hundreds and hundreds of years. You don't simply just accidentally make it by dropping some cake flour into a puddle that is filled with goat urine or something. That does not make a cake.
What sort of storage device would you need to contain it in?
It was already... Billy was the storage device.
Well, Billy was the storage device for the thing, but remember, he received the loot with the secret compartment.
We don't know the loot compartment. We wanted... No, we wanted to... Add a character. We wanted to... And then that next... We were committed to taking that loot apart and examining it and figure out if there was a secret compartment. But that was the week Andy left the campaign. So we never confirmed that.
Oh.
Well,
so
off the table now, gentlemen.
Yeah, well.
They would be requiring a anti-acidic interior lining. So something ceramic interior with a metal casing. Or else it's mildly caustic, would cause the metal to oxidize and rust. If they've come up with a new method after this one, as the Yanmin masters took upon their deific mantles, then I am keenly unaware, much to my dismay. I do believe that as long as you know how to properly combat it, considering that some of you have come out the other side unscathed.
Yeah, so...
Relatively speaking.
So here's my question. So by tricking the tadpole into thinking that the host is dead, that's how we've inoculated ourselves and any infected that we've...
Back it up.
That we've come across.
Well, it is within the host's prerogative to then play dead, as the parasite will no longer have any psionic...
That's just a statement.
Food.
That's just a statement. My question, though, is could they hypothetically, before the spores are activated, does life or death matter, or is the host just a storage device until the signal you mentioned kicks it on? And
generally speaking, the signal is always around. It is very much like the air we breathe. It is constantly permeating from a source. If I had to imagine, it is somewhere originating from Zeus's capital ship. If not that, then the moon, from the former Daemon portal. So, one of those two is transmitting the signal. It is always on. It is not perceivable by anything except for the parasite. Kind of like how only some sound frequencies can be heard by animals.
Okay.
But the signal is always there. It is just a matter of what the signal is currently saying. Does it say to incubate? Does it say to blossom? does it say to infect? So that is something that must be always a concern if you are keenly aware of who is infected. But if you do perish under the influence of the chemical catalyst, the parasite will have nothing to feed on and promptly die.
Yeah, but like hypothetically, prior to that, if someone dies before it's activated, but it was stored in them, would it survive that before it's even been brought to life?
To be honest, I don't know of any testing on immediately killing
basically
hosts.
The tadpole before it becomes to life and starts infecting the host, can it be stored in cadavers, like hypothetically?
No, it requires living brain activity to live.
Okay.
Or else it has nothing to feed on. It doesn't feed on actual
before,
flesh.
like, forget it. I'm trying to figure out the word. No, not forget it, but like, what's the word? Way to phrase this? Like, if Billy was infected when he was in the Feywild, like, let's see.
Well, let us run through a hypothetical then. Here's the host, currently uninfected. They die.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, the chemical catalyst is introduced into their person. For whatever means.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the chemical catalyst begins doing its work of rewriting the brain. However, there is no fuel for the fire, so it promptly dies. But if
they were brought back to life before the chemicals needed the fuel to then start infecting.
If they died before.
Okay. Pause. Like, we want to pause and so I can maybe give the
order of operations is
basically. I mean, basically the order of operations that I'm trying to figure out. Like, I don't know if we want to consider that. Like, Billy comes to the material plane.
Mm-hmm.
He hypothetically has the spores in him. He dies in that first encounter we had with the blood skull, and then he comes back to life. If the spores were in him the entire time, would the spores have needed him to be alive the entire time, or by the time we brought him back to life, because we gentle reposed him to keep him fresh, like, as long as basically I'm trying to figure out if he had them to begin with or someone spored him, and then the signal, we passed something that gave off the signal.
Well, when he got the loot was when he made his spurs.
I don't my theory is the loot has nothing to do with it. My theory is that the Thor tower.
There is, after someone dies, all of their bodily functions don't completely shut off instantaneously. Mm-hmm. So, generally speaking, the creature incubating in the brain needs activity. If you've ever seen a decapitated chicken, there's still some motion to the lower half, and still the creature will blink even if it knows not why. Until eventually when all the air runs out and everything ceases to function. So if you are able to put the creature on ice, so to speak, then you suspend any kind of immediate dispensation of the infection. The time frame is not exactly something I would know the exact amount in minutes or hours. Again, we never really tested what happens on cadavers when we introduce it. It would be a waste of both the body and the chemicals.
Okay.
Try to get living hosts whenever possible and not kill them immediately. So in the case of your ally of whom you speak, if you immediately suspended his death by magical means, then mayhaps the infection is also suspended.
Alright, so it's a possibility. We still don't have, it's all circumstantial. We still don't have the evidence to... Alright, that answers my question. That's all I needed to know. And then...
Is there any other questions from you that I can potentially help with? Otherwise, I surmise that you folks are going to need to make your way to the archive, grab some things, and I'm assuming you're not going to beeline to the panels as soon as you get the scrolls. That being said, with this particular spell, if you're extremely subtle, and by that I mean nigh invisible and imperceivable, you could just steal,
Take them.
depending on...
It's a teepee.
Oh.
They've made a building out of it.
To
infect people and turn them into lizard people.
You may need to dismantle that first.
Yeah, that's not going to be able to be subtle. Like, oh, we're here for maintenance.
I don't think a strong wind would be enough to knock it down either. Those panels used for those ships are incredibly dense. But if you are able to do so, I would still advise maybe you try to get things done in a more subtle fashion, but I won't tell you how to steer your own ship, so to speak. If you're off to speak with the Iron Bear clan, I would advise coming up with some sort of solution to deal with the mouthpiece that is Master Dolian's second in command. She is going to be woefully ignorant of basically everything that you have told to me, and more. She only knows as much as any layman would. As much as she is a very prominent person within that clan, she is out of the picture when it comes to this conversation.
Like I said, the idea is to...
And trying to coax the Master Dolian to speak, you may piss her off, and I would not want to get her angry. She is his right hand for a reason.
Okay.
Stamp on his toe really hard, make him scream. See? You can speak. If you're an idiot,
DM,
don't say
I tickle
anything. God.
You can
If
still
you're an idiot,
laugh
don't say
without
any words.
I think you can still laugh without speaking. It would just come out as like wheezing, wouldn't it?
Are we wrapping up fairly soon?
Yeah, pretty soon. I'm just trying to think,
Okay.
what does a mute person sound like when they laugh? Because I think it would just be air escaping your lungs.
It depends on... I think it depends if being mute is physical or psychosomatic, because some people get, their being mute is due to trauma, and technically they're physically capable of making the sound, they just can't mentally do it.
I don't know what they're saying.
So then it would just be, was it Helen Keller? Making weird noises.
Don't emulate it.
Okay, well, any filters I can put on?
Helen Keller for it. Oh my god. They have it. That's a face of someone that's found it.
Guys, this is the dial Trump filter.
Oh my god!
I think it's alright, I guess. And then
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good, maybe the best. Obama.
Anyways.
Thanks, Don. That was pretty good. Hey, pretty good.
Alright, so any last questions for the headmaster of the Twin Ravens before you guys go and do something else with one of the major players? And otherwise, you can make your way over towards the archive and pick up them scrolls.
We do that next time, yeah?
We could do that next time. The spell that I'm speaking of is a custom one, as you can probably imagine.
Nice.
It is basically conjuring a portable hole, but you determine the dimensions of it.
Oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that.
Alright, let's go ahead and end stream. Thank you for playing along, gentlemen. This was
We did.
episode 212. And now we can all...
What? 212?
Yeah, 212. Did I put 212? So it should be
122.
First episode of the new year.
No, I
212.
changed that really quick, like. Hold on. Where is my fucking YouTube?
Well, yeah, that was fun,
thing?
guys. Welcome back, everybody. Full squad.
Welcome back to school. Wait, don't tell me that.